Follow. Same old Negrohood. Absolutely. Yo. I need to start cutting his promos. Boom. Up. Bada boom. How? I wish you could insert pictures in this back end. Yeah, links directly to it. Okay, good. Oh boy. Hello, Galaxy Dragon. Happy New Year to you too, Katrina. Hello, everyone. I do not have low energy. I'm just slightly distracted with the back end right now. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Alright, chat. How are you guys doing? Hello. Welcome. It is a new year. A new Carl. Lots of achievements. Lots of accolades. Lots of improvement. But it's the same old Negrohood. And in this Negrohood, there has been news. And I have been more or less ignoring it because I have been more focused on my own family business. As most of all of us have been. As who doesn't celebrate during the holidays? I have experienced probably the most Chinese knees bubble guts pain a person could experience. And the fucking bill was $40 goddamn dollars. Which goes to teach a simple rule, chat. Sometimes things that you set your heart on aren't worth it. Message. Now, where is my alcohol? I need to clean my screen. How was everyone's Boxing Day? For those who I haven't already asked and talked to. And your Boxing Day, what was you doing when the ball strikes 12? Were you striking someone's balls? Cutting it up in the club? XYZ? With a little bit of pee? The fuck do you get dust in a paper towel? Okay. Alright. Let us now begin. Starting off with, first and foremost.
Hello, you absolute legends. Can you believe it? It's all...
Starting off with the completionist, who is incredible because somebody can't stop doing crimes, or rather, has been caught doing crimes. Has his beard grown 5 sizes since the last time I looked at it? Probably has. He's a alien.
already been more than a year since the completionist and his family's decade-long charity scam was exposed last November. For those who need a quick refresher, between the years of 2014 and 2023,
I was right. It was indeed growing bigger.
Gerard and his charity, the Open Hand Foundation, took in around $1 million of donations, money that they said was going to various charities focusing on dementia research.
But they were stealing it.
But over that entire time, the truth was that they hadn't donated a single penny and had kept everything. It was only after Mudahar and myself made our videos about the situation that the Open Hand Foundation finally donated some of the money, donating $600,000 to the AFTD. The completionist public image was pretty much destroyed, and deservedly so. He had been lying for years, and after he was exposed, he took no accountability whatsoever. He made up excuses, made up lies, and more than anything was just angry at us for making the public aware of what he was doing. And it didn't take long for the completionist to return to YouTube and continue making content. After his terrible response video, he just moved on and acted as if this entire charity scandal never happened. And his family moved on and didn't care whatsoever either. They even held another golf charity event several months later. This was immediately after it was already proven that for years the golf charity money had never even made it to the Open Hand Foundation. The family was keeping everything.
All over fucking golfing, nonetheless. Probably one of the least popular sports. At least third popular in my state. We got way too many big ass hills and golfing greens.
But then, around 4 months ago, the completionist disappeared. And there might be a good reason for this. The completionist production company, That One Video Entertainment LLC, is in huge trouble. I've never spoken about this, but for the past 2 years, the completionist company has been engaged in a frivolous lawsuit against the biggest GTA Online roleplay server, NoPixel, basically trying to extort them for half of their company. And
ironically, I know some things about this, but in the interest of not spoiling it, I will talk about it when it gets to those sections. However, the reasons why they tried to sue them, crazy work. Crazy work. You gotta see it to believe it. You gotta see it to believe it.
in October, they lost. And now Gerard's company may have to pay back hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees. And the cherry on top of all of this is that it appears as though the Open Hand Foundation might now be under investigation by the IRS. A lot's been happening, and in today's video, we will take a quick look. I really hope you enjoy. Now Legends, a huge shout out to today's sponsor, Watcher of Realms. Watcher of Realms is a really fun fantasy RPG that I've played a ton of over the past year. It combines classic fantasy RPG elements with tower defense, which are two of my favorite genres.
The proverbial ads. Honestly, I feel like even for my channel size, eventually I'm going to have to look in those ads. I don't want to do them. I don't want to do them, chat. I really don't. But I might not get a choice. I might not have a choice. 6 cents over Spectral Pack.
I love the real-time strategic element that tower defense brings. It makes the gameplay so much more interesting. The graphics are incredible, and there are over 200 unique heroes to collect and develop. And Watcher of Realms is celebrating Christmas time with a brand new limited hero, Sun Wukong. He brings the Christmas cheer with a festive new skin and an awesome event featuring strategic stages, challenging minigames, and a beautiful Chinese-inspired map. 'Tis the season for exciting events where you can win 74 free summons, tons of valuable items, and the new legendary hero Callista with her exclusive artifact, along with the powerful mage Lyra in her sexy Christmas battlesuit. There are so many amazing gifts to unlock during these Christmas celebrations. And
the way that you were reading this ad makes it feel like it is the most nonchalant, energetic shit possible.
Receive them all, simply log in daily and participate in all of the festivities. Watcher of Realms has a great selection of game modes including the campaign, arena, guild boss, and intense guild v guild battles. And honestly, it's the perfect time to start playing. To download or play Watcher of Realms, just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. It's available for free on PC, Android, and iOS.
Before we start today's video, I want to recognize that I know that I have lost a lot of your trust at home, and I want to spend as much time as it will take to rebuild and re-earn your trust. It's going to take time, but I'm willing to put in the commitment, and I hope you give me a chance.
This is what Gerard said back in January when he returned to YouTube less than 2 months after his charity scam was exposed. I have no idea what he meant when he said that he wanted to re-earn your trust, because after this statement, he continued to pretend that nothing ever happened and he never spoke of it again. For the next 8 months, Gerard would continue to post videos to his channel, hoping to resuscitate his brand. The quality, however, was now greatly diminished because most of his employees either quit or he let them go. And then in August, he released a video about alien isolation and hasn't been seen since. But while Gerard was pretending that everything was hunky-dory on the surface, behind the scenes, shit was hitting the fan. For the past year, many people, including myself, have been waiting for the Open Hand Foundation to file their 2023 IRS tax forms.
I've honestly never seen a group of people more excited to look at taxes in my fucking life, dude. Never in my life. I understand why. Man, I would rather watch paint dry. I'm not finding what I need.
Personally, I wanted to see if anything changed after they got exposed. Were they suddenly going to start properly declaring their income now that so many eyeballs were focused on their charity? Well, what's interesting is that the Open Hand Foundation hasn't filed their 2023 IRS tax form, despite it being long past the deadline. If you search the charity through the Office of the Attorney General, it says their reporting is incomplete and the IRS form is required. This hasn't happened in any other year. The Open Hand Foundation have always filed their forms on time. So it's very peculiar that at a time where it's more important than ever to be transparent, they aren't reporting. Of course, there are multiple possible reasons why they aren't submitting their forms. The most obvious would be they haven't yet done their 2023 accounting, but it could also mean they are currently being audited by the IRS. Personally, I think it's the latter, given how many people reported the charity after the scandal broke. Another piece of evidence to support the fact they are being audited is that it does appear they have already done their 2023 accounting. So there doesn't seem to be any other legitimate reason not to file. We know they've done their 2023 accounting because as part of their 2024 annual charity registration to the Office of the Attorney General, they needed to state their revenue and expenses for the previous year, which they did. And this is where things get very interesting. This form doesn't give us any breakdown like the IRS tax forms would, but it does give us a few basic figures. It says that in 2023, the Open Hand Foundation raised $155,000. This is significant because it's by far the most revenue the organization has ever reported in a single year. The previous highest total was back in 2021, when they raised $136,000, but that was under very different circumstances, so let's compare. In 2021, Gerard's fundraiser Indieland received $113,000 in donations just through Tiltify alone. The charity also received a $25,000 grant from Jamie Lee Curtis's charity, Syzygy. Just these two income sources alone already amount to more than the $136,000 they reported, which means all of the bits, subs, merch sales, and all of the golf charity money simply vanished. Gerard's company or his family just took the rest. And this pattern of money vanishing continued from the years 2019 all the way through to 2022, a total of 4 years. And the money that went missing probably totaled several $100,000.
You know, because it's just casual for money to just go disappearing like that.
But in 2023, after the public realized Gerard's family was stealing money, suddenly everything changed. In 2023, Indieland only raised $64,000 in donations through Tiltify. This is $50,000 less than in 2021. And yet magically, 2023 was the Open Hand Foundation's best year ever, raising $20,000 more than they did in 2021. It is a miracle. By the grace of God, the Khalil family has finally learned how to properly report their income. It's amazing. We already knew that Gerard and his company were stealing money before, but this most recent accounting is just the nail in the coffin. It is so brazenly obvious that once they were exposed, they decided it would be unwise to continue skimming off the top. And as a result, despite last year being one of Indieland's worst performing years ever by far, the Open Hand Foundation was more profitable than it's ever been. Another interesting thing about this form is that it shows the Open Hand Foundation is still holding on to $200,000. And this is before their 2024 golf charity event, where they would have collected even more in donations. Why are they still keeping this money? One thing I've come to realize is that while Gerard may have been very concerned with his public image, his family, specifically his brother and father, couldn't care less. This is why back in May they continued running their golf charity tournament as if nothing ever happened. If you look at the Open Hands website now, Indieland has been removed as one of the charity events, leaving only the golf tournament. And the golf event was never something that Gerard was a part of organizing. And it's why the Open Hand Foundation now feels comfortable going back to hoarding donations, because the public backlash that was originally directed at Gerard now has nowhere to go. When the Open Hand Foundation made their $600,000 donation after the story initially broke, they still had $200,000 sitting in the bank. And this is only from the reported income. As I said before, I suspect Gerard's family has siphoned hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the charity over the years. But I can't think of a single good reason why they still need to keep $200,000 in the bank when
cash liquidity. The first thing that comes to my mind is cash liquidity. They need to keep a certain amount of money on hand for them to be able to make something in and off of all the other things that they're involved in, because it is easier for them to do it that way than it is for them to do it any other way.
their expenses average around $10,000 to $15,000 per year, and literally the only purpose of the charity is to be a middleman between Good Samaritans and charities that actually do dementia research. As I said before, the lack of filing to the IRS is a pretty good indication the charity is now under investigation, and I really do hope this is the case. But the IRS isn't the only thing Gerard now has to worry about, because Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment, has just lost a huge lawsuit. That One Video Entertainment LLC is the company that Gerard created in 2012.
Here's where it's about to get spicy, chat.
That all of his business activities fall under, including all of his YouTube channels and his charity event, Indieland. I will be calling it TOVE for short. On Gerard's LinkedIn page, he states he is the owner, president, and CEO of TOVE. And in April of 2023, TOVE sued GTA Online's most well-known role-playing server, NoPixel. NoPixel is owned by Coil Content Creation Proprietary Limited, which was started by a fellow Aussie, Mitchell Clout, otherwise known online as Coil. If you follow The Completionist but don't follow GTA Online role-playing, you've probably never heard of this lawsuit. And even if you have, you probably have the wrong idea about who is suing who. And that's because the reporting on this lawsuit has been abysmal and full of misinformation. It all started in May 2023, when a user posted the lawsuit to Reddit, claiming that DW was suing NoPixel. DW was a developer that worked for NoPixel for several years, but he and NoPixel's owner Coil had a falling out in December of 2022, and DW ended his relationship with the server. The day after this viral Reddit post, Dexerto signal boosted the story, with the headline, "Former GTA RP NoPixel server dev DW is suing owner Coil for considerable sum." However, this was all completely false. It wasn't DW that was suing NoPixel, it was the completionist company, TOVE. It literally says who the parties are on the first page of the lawsuit. I don't understand how everyone got this wrong. TOVE's lawsuit asserted that because DW developed some code for the NoPixel servers and DW was an employee of TOVE, this meant that TOVE owned the code that DW developed and...
Let that sink in. I'm gonna play that back again. Listen to what it says there.
Completionist company, TOVE. It literally says who the parties are on the first page of the lawsuit. I don't understand how everyone got this wrong. TOVE's lawsuit asserted that because DW developed some code for the NoPixel servers and DW was an employee of TOVE, this meant that TOVE owned the code that DW developed, and thus TOVE should own half of NoPixel. But this entire lawsuit was a shakedown and an extortion attempt from day one. It was all bullshit. We are talking Billy Mitchell levels of frivolous. Everything about this lawsuit was a lie, and it's going to take a separate and quite lengthy video to cover everything in detail.
He tried to use his relationship with another person that was supposedly underneath his administration and his company to try to take ownership and control of a fucking server from somebody. Real shit.
But if you thought that charity was the only scam that Gerard and his company were pulling, you couldn't be more wrong. Needless to say, this lawsuit never made it to trial. In October, the judge ruled in favor of NoPixel, and now NoPixel is seeking attorney's fees of $233,000, and they are probably going to get it. Unlike most other lawsuits in America, when you sue specifically for copyright infringement, it's actually built right into the statute that you can get attorney's fees if you win. And because Tove's lawsuit was so frivolous, and the judge didn't even see a need to go to trial before ruling in NoPixel's favor, Tove is probably going to have to pay up big time. As soon as the judge makes a ruling on the motion for attorney's fees, I will do a full breakdown of this lawsuit, because it really proves that Gerard's shady behavior surrounding his charity was not an isolated event. Until then, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Fucking crazy ass work. Crazy ass work. He thought that he could be able to use somebody underneath his employeeship to be able to pull out. Hi, you gox. He tried to be able to pull out someone to take ownership of something that doesn't fucking belong to him, and thought that shit was gonna go over fucking smooth and sweet. Most people wouldn't even noticed it if they hadn't been looking into his taxes. Crazy ass shit. Golfing has a high barrier entry for the cost of equipment and course fees. I agree. It's actually one of the few things I think should be a high school sport, or even a middle school sport. One part because if you actually give people a hobby that gets them into understanding how they need to actively apply and use math to be good, it'd be better. And two, I can't wait but to hear at the golfing course something along the terms of, and now stepping up to the course, Quantavious and his, as he calls it, switch hitter. He's stepping up to the plate. Oh, that's a nice pen. That's a nice pen. He is already dancing and stunting on these hills as he's walking towards the bean. And that is going to be a great albatross. That's a great albatross for Quantavious. Quantavious is just having so much fun. Me personally, I can't wait but to fucking hear that happen on the course. White man's sport, but a black man's possibility. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Which people with a hobby for golf less likely to get embarrassed by a rando if they have basketball or baseball charity games? Honestly, the best player is the person who should be best there. And ironically, the people who are the best at golf is not white men. It's white women. They have the best fashion. And ironically, the centrifugal force of swinging the fucking golf club, they have the fucking body for it. That, and I guess tennis. Then again, that depends. It's at least it's one of the few sports that I think women can equalize the field. Depending. It's actually surprising how much thinking goes into it. What's on for today? Watch and find out. Next up, Oz Media. Actually, no. Another idiot being body based 3H3. Mika's Rhetoric. A nuanced conversation on H3 and public perception.
Hi everyone, it's me again, and today...
I don't even know who you are.
Hi everyone, it's me again, and today I'm genuinely the most terrified I've ever been to ever talk about anything, ever. And I wish that
Why is your audio so fucked?
was a joke, but alas, here we are. So today we're going to be talking about H3, and I'm just going to talk about...
Why don't you just call him Ethan Klein? Because, of course, if this is the discourse I think it's about to be. Oh boy, everyone's favorite boy twink. Yes, everyone's favorite boy twink, Adam McIntyre. You're here too! We'll get to you in a second. Okay. Let's go in real time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you last and you first. Okay, Mika's Rhetoric, what do you have to tell me about H3 Productions that I don't already know myself, and how it relates to public perception?
About my feelings, my thoughts, the complexities, where I've been. Maybe I felt like I've been too complacent in certain things. I felt like I've, maybe run a little bit too much defense, and where my thoughts
what the
are
fuck
now.
does this have to do with H3? I need you to explain to me what the fucking problem is with Ethan Klein.
And kind of my perception on the general audience perception, how things have changed.
You're about to get put on double time. Out with it, woman!
And yeah, everything's looking good. I look pale as hell. I think my makeup looks like Doki. I don't have a lot of notes. I just finished work, also, obviously, because everything has to be good. These are my little, very short, just like one-page little iPad note moment. So pray for me, I guess, in advance. Link, source, Wix, channel, all that kind of stuff all down below, including the link to my wonderful, beautiful patrons and members. Names on the screen. Also, while I'm at it, because, this might be the end of my days anyway, I'm about to hit 50,000 subscribers. So if you could be so kind as to perhaps participate in such events, that'd be really sick. That'd be really nice of you. Yeah, I never ever bring that up, because I think it's weird. I think even being called a content creator is weird, especially because I work for like a people job. Yeah, I'm not a person, but anyway, you know what I mean. So yeah, participate in the student loan paying trade, because that's where we're at. Now, no parts of the video I'm gonna maybe chapter it just based off of like different points, or I'm not gonna chapter it at all. I don't really know. So I'm gonna chapter the introduction though separately. I know I can do that much. So let's get right into the news, just like Ethan Klein's bestie, Killer Keemstar once said. So there's a couple things. I have sort of like a layout of my time frame. Also, I'm gonna do a disclaimer right away, and this might disappoint some people, and I think there is a lot of nuance that needs to be understood here. I have a public-facing job in the back end, okay? Plus,
this is a part of your fucking goddamn. Why do you have an intro and a disclaimer section? This is why I'm motherfuckers get put on double time.
I am, if you don't know, which everybody does because I'm annoying, I'm a registered licensed high school teacher by trade.
Why is this relevant? Also, what's your subject? Is it philosophy? Is it fine arts? Because you look like an educated art hoe. Your lip gloss is too expensive. Your eyeshadow is too expensive. But the way in which you dress very much does scream middle income. So, either you're teaching for something that has to do with economics and home life, or you're teaching for something that's a classical liberal art. Please tell me which one it is.
I don't teach right now. However, that is something
you don't teach right now. So you're not a teacher then. So why'd you call yourself a teacher? You let this teach your kids!
probably like to do come like a few years, whatever. And the issue with that comes with the fact that taking specific political stances very intensely can bar me from doing that forever. And I know that sounds severe. It sounds like I'm doom posting.
Don't have extreme political opinions that you espouse onto your YouTube channel? Huh? If you don't believe it, don't think it. If you don't think it, don't say it. If you don't say it, you don't get fucking canceled for it. If you're gonna get canceled for it, fuck them. You serious? And out of nowhere, in comes Leon. I like the trading card Joker. Hello, Peon.
Sounds like I'm being selfish, and maybe to a certain degree I am. I just genuinely consider my impact as an educator and my impact as someone who can work with youth and can work with and do research and do all these things as more important to me and more valuable than necessarily my social media impact. And because of that, and this is me being very vulnerable, this is my genuine, I'm actually really, I'm so sweaty already, scared about how these will reflect, okay? That being said, and I'm only saying that I have been supporting Palestinian cause since last year, and just in general before that as well. I took a course on colonialism specifically to learn about it because I was kind of confused about everything, and one of my favorite essays of all time that I've ever read is Patrick Wolf's essay on Palestine. Excellent, excellent essay. I'll see if I can...
I don't care. What does that have to do with this? Because if you say it's because he's Israeli, I'm going to ignore most of what you're saying, because it sounds like you're yapping. You're spending a lot of time talking about nothing, girl. Get to your point. You should not need to have a disclaimer section that goes from 2 minutes and 3 seconds all the way up to 6:06. Okay? It's supposed to be a nuanced conversation on H3 and public perception. So what the fuck does his takes as an Israeli that cares about Israel have to do with how other people perceive him? Because he's politically having opinions that people disagree with that he's going to get canceled for? Yes, I'm definitely going to listen to the woman who has not one but two different Minecraft diamonds mounted on her wall on top of what looks like a diploma. I don't know why this has to be there. I'm turning into Kim Belair again, Chad. But if you're going to criticize him, and if you're going to try to claim that these things are important, and if you're going to tell me that I have to do this about this, and if you're going to tell me that it's relevant because he has political takes that he disagrees with, maybe don't tell an Israeli father that he has bad takes because he's upset the time that he had to see a child that was charred from a bomb, from a JDAM, being held by their parent as though they were still alive. And then tell him that there's something wrong with his opinion. Because, Sweaty, you're not allowed to cry about that in front of a live studio audience. Didn't you think about how it would happen if you did that in front of everybody else? This is the reverse anti-Hassan. Instead of him just pretending that he should care about the issues that Hassan doesn't care about, you want him to not say what he really means on his own platform. From your platform. Removing size and numbers, who the fuck are you to tell another person how they can experience the world? And then, how are you going to then stand up on a platform and act as though what's about to happen? Because I'm certain that he lit your ass up for this. Not because I happen to be given details that demonstrate that he lit you up for this. But you cannot then pretend that you're not about to be left for it. Because when you said, I'm so nervous and scared, you're not nervous and scared because you have an opinion that you think is salient that nobody else has described. You're upset and scared because you know you're about to get your ass clapped. So, let's be for real. Let's be real, bestie. That's not why you're mad. That's not what you're upset about. I'm gonna let you finish! But know that I would have skipped your disclaimer section if it weren't for the fact that we're giving you the whole hog.
You can link it down below if there's a place you can read it for free. I have the book version that has all the different colonialism essays in it. But as such, I'm not going to dive super deep into the politics specifically. I've also vouched for Jewish people in my videos. I've talked about how a lot of conspiracies lead to fringe conspiracies lead to anti-Semitism. I talked about in detail, for example, Nerd City, and discussing how he kind of leaned into the New World Order. I've discussed. This was quite recent. I'm trying to remember who I was making a video on because this is not really scripted. So who was I talking about that I said that those conspiracy theories were coming up? I'm also trying to edit this very minimally because I want this to be a conversation. Was I talking about Jeffree Star? Of course, Jeffree Star talking about the Illuminati and the elites in Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. And I run the fact that usually that's implicit of anti-Semitic stereotypes. I've talked about education and the importance of not falling into those things as a result. And the Red Pill movement and its links to anti-Semitism and its links to Islamophobia a lot of the time to a certain degree, anti-religious sentiment as an act of evil and vice versa too, as in weaponization of religion. So I just want that to be a clear stance here. Operation Olive Branch, Master Doc, also linked down below actually, now that I bring that up. I just know that because I have such forward and bold opinions on people I talk about all the time, there's an expectation that my politics align. They do, I promise. It's just, publicly, I'm very cognizant of my social media footprint, my internet footprint, because I just think...
You're really not, though.
Where I can actually make a difference in my future matters. And again, maybe, Mika, why do you think this way already? Because I've already run into these problems when I was doing social media and my student teaching internships.
So, you need to specifically decide and align yourself based on the way that you treat other shit because you yourself can't treat shit the way that you should probably treat shit? That's our problem? That's our fault? I don't think it is, dude. That's a crazy piece of work that you're putting on people. And I don't see how that makes sense. Blackboard goes crazy here. But I'd have to drop banana.
So that's why I'm saying these things.
Yeah, this bitch is nuts.
I have the lineup of how I think this...
The cribally.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was only trying to give him constructive criticism. Nah, bitch, that's not what the tape says.
I don't see how you can be giving him constructive criticism if you're just antagonizing him about his opinion, because it's like
things that he's done in the past that he's already, apologized for and has been exonerated for.
Yeah, I don't see how you could say that you were just trying to do any of that when you have an entire disclaimer section that equivocates to, I'm scared that I'm about to get shit on by the bigger content creator.
And she says it over and over again in the video, too.
Oh yeah, we've already gotten there!
What she's doing is wrong.
I've already put on double time, because you couldn't spit it the fuck out.
Yep. Hey, at least I'm not telling you to do the 10-hour crash out from that alternate historian guy, because that shit, oh my god, I couldn't even get through that.
Girl, you saw me suffer 15 hours of this man.
Which you didn't, I don't think you've put up the other 4 of.
It's still uploading on the back end. Elon's shit's not pulling it off quick enough, but I do have There are multiple parts of the stream that were desynced because of the internet cutting in and out. I have the VOD version of them from Twitch that I can pull down, and then I can splice those together back to end, but there might be some missing gaps in the middle. I know that I paused whenever I noticed it happened, so it wouldn't be perfect, but that would be the best replacement.
Yeah, you're just missing the last 4 hours.
Okay.
So.
Actually, as I speak, let me look in the back end right now, because I'm pretty sure that entire section should be completely uninterrupted. Yeah, I actually do. I have the last 5 hours uninterrupted on the Twitch backend.
There you go.
Please let me export that directly. Here we go. Yes.
And I can tell you where exactly you left off in the video that you've got up right now, so you could just go from there and add that. But
5:58 to 5 from missing YouTube VOD. Timestamps pending upload. Boom, done.
there you go.
Started from the inception of the podcast.
Actually, no, I do have an opinion about that. The most important part that was necessary in that is that I'm begging. I am begging with tears in my eyes. If he tries to strike anyone, including myself, I will become the biggest fucking Dark Viper A-log. Because I cannot fucking stand somebody that can't fucking spit it the fuck out. Singapore Carl, aren't you the guy that likes to exacerbate on topics? No! I'm actually a lot more short-worded than I seem to be. I just try to intellectualize my crash-out statements that are a sentence long into a paragraph. Because it's easier for you to understand where I'm coming from if I give you all the details of what's making me have an outburst. So in the middle of the broadcast, right, when we got to that one section where I started banging my head on the desk and my mother is yelling from the other room because she has no idea what the banging is because my desk is hitting the back wall, and then people inside the kick chat come in saying, oh my god, he's crashing out, why are you mad? When it's very obvious it was done for the purposes of memes, because if it really was a crash out, why would I just not be slamming my face directly into the desk? Why am I comically taking the time to roll the pillow up for fucking... And then there was the sheer comedy of her own comedic timing of just her concern from the other room as I continue to bash my head into the table.
Hilarious. Pure hilarity. Also, share your screen, por favor.
Okay.
So I can see.
You're home from work today, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a federal holiday, my dude.
I forget. Forgive me. It's easy
I
to
have
forget.
not. I've been home for the last, since, Friday.
I've done you a disservice. You've been stuck at home with no Carl in your feed. But,
I've survived.
I imagine. But, in that broadcast, 3 things that are prevalent and obvious. 1, he can't fucking get his points across because he can't get off of the insults that are being thrown at him. And
Nope.
because I did my fucking homework and considered and took the time and learned, it is fucking frustrating. Because he is exactly what validates my bad behavior of connecting name to content creator, because his personality does not allow him to turn off or disconnect from insults about him and look at the bigger picture of how he looks to other people or how other people can connect to his ideas. Lessons that have already been learned. He can't deal with it and he can't talk about them live because it annoys him, and 2, he wants to control his perception. And then 3, because he wants to control the opinion and perception, he unironically is the living meme of, oh, you must not be informed enough. Let me spew information at you so that you come to my opinion. No, I'm not, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not incompetent, and I'm not uninformed. I am fully aware of the information. I don't fucking like your personality. And his cope for that, hidden number 4, if you dislike him, it's because he has a standard that he won't change his attitude and behavior for, which basically equivocates to, oh, I don't like the fact that other people are telling me not to scream at my fucking audience members because of a game of Among Us. Or, you're uninformed about him because other people must have lied to you about his actions that were from so long ago. But the same behavior that you had 7 years ago is the same shit you're doing now, including the pettiness. And you're not even warranted to have the pettiness, because you're just upset that somebody's telling you to your face, go fuck yourself. So I want him to strike me and others, because I will make plenty of money. What?
And you can see it as he's talking in that video. He's not doing that to tell you, so you come onto his side. He's doing it so that you get exacerbated and exhausted by listening to his bullshit and just give up.
Aha! But see, I'm not gonna do that because I'm a dog.
No, but you can see it in the other people that he's talked to. Charlie, if he complains about Charlie enough, he's gonna say, okay, well, all right, I'll stop doing it except for certain situations. With the Among Us guy, he screamed, he cried, he bitched, he complained, and then the guy finally came around and said, all right, fine, whatever. You're right, I'm wrong.
Because it's just easier. Yes, it's just easier to be defeated. But that doesn't work. It's like how multiple times in the broadcast I was relating it to the Path of Exile 2 situation, where a bunch of fucking internet culture vultures try to get into the game, into the space, and they're actively being fucking gatekept by multiple people. Right now, it happens to be an entire drama between DS and multiple individuals, something called rage bait gaming, and trying to do the same shit that I've bitched at myself about. Trying to move into the space of a new game, take no time to understand it, take no time to understand the systems, and trying to give a complete guide about nothing. A series of tips and tricks that are then disseminated into YouTube shorts and filtered amongst the processes with no entertaining quality whatsoever. That shit doesn't fucking fly. And for the commentary community, the shit that he does doesn't fucking fly. He doesn't like that Nicholas Diorio or all the other individuals that he dislikes, from me to the biggest person, on the biggest end to the lowest end, because that's his whole fucking stick, right? It's bad for all commentary creators. It's bad for all creators. People who are laser reactors, from the biggest to the smallest, it's bad in general. You shouldn't do it. It's like gambling. It's not good for you. But you know what's also not good for you? Trying to justify that people shouldn't be allowed to talk about you. You also know what's also not good for you, especially on YouTube? Striking other people's work and criticism of you and saying that it's fair use because it's your material. No, the fuck it isn't. All 15 of those hours belong to me because they're a product of me and you. To remove you is to remove the springboard upon which created the event and the environment of the content. We don't get the humor of the kick shit if I'm not there reacting to you. And they can't react to me reacting to them reacting to me if I'm not already doing that. The entire 15-minute space is created from the parts of our work. I have transformed it. Maybe you don't understand it because this is American law and you're Australian. But please, run my intellectual fade. Take me to court. Stake your claim on it if that's what your fucking issue is. But you'll lose. You'll have lost the argument, and more than likely, you'll have lost the case. Do you want to really pay money to me? No, but you already lost the argument to begin with. Because why couldn't you debate a single person about this? Why couldn't you talk to them live? It's because you can't manage your emotions. You're too emotional. You're overly emotional. But Carl, aren't you emotional too? No, I'm dramatic. There are times I get upset, and I am allowed to be upset. He's allowed to be upset too. He's allowed to be passionate about the shit that frustrates him too. But he crashes out every single fucking time. He crashes out when people disagree with him. He crashes out when people tell him, no, you're not allowed to do that. He crashes out when people won't let him have his way. And he crashes out when he can't be able to manipulate them in the way that used to work before on other people to get bigger figures on his side. And he crashes out because he believes that the fallacy of argument from authority should be enough. These bigger YouTubers agree with me. Why aren't you just shutting the fuck up and sucking my dick? Don't you understand that you're killing the platform? You're taking money out of the mouth of poor little Carl, but you would snatch $1 away from me if you thought it would help you be able to get over optically.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't having that shit!
Nope.
Anyways, back to
this bitch.
I'm about to say back to this whale. I'm becoming a misogynist, Chad. That's a lie. I've already been
No,
one.
it's just great minds think alike.
To now. So this will be, I guess, a chapter. I'll talk now, my disclaimer, my politics, and then whatever, okay? And if people think that I'm weak in that regard as well, I understand, honestly. And
Welcome, Buster.
I also have like a pretty, bring my mental health is very silly, but again, I just want to be honest, right? I have a pretty intense anxiety disorder. And the only time I've contemplated quitting the internet with, like, certainty was in reference to discussing Ethan Klein before, and
Why would you quit the internet over conversations?
No, also, so you've done this before, and you didn't learn the first time. I wonder why.
What the fuck? I can't... So, here's a thought, bestie. If you are emotionally perturbed in such a way that you would potentially quit the internet over how you discuss ideas and topics with other people, and over the things that are potentially there in front of you to react to, why should anyone ever then allow you to have the ability to speak so confidently as you do? Because you speak so confidently about shit that you clearly know not a goddamn thing about. And you act like that gives you the right to do what you're saying. I'm not saying you can't have your opinion, but I am saying if you are so terrified of the goddamn world to the point that this is how you react to that situation, maybe you're not cut out for this job. It's just a thought. Maybe you're not cut out for this job. Maybe you shouldn't do this, Sponge Whale. Perhaps you should go back underneath your pineapple under the sea and stay out of grown folks' business. It's just a thought.
Nah, Carl. I wanna poke fun at I wanna poke the bear and make sure that Frogan and them defend me when I justifiably get fucking beat.
So, them niggas ain't finna come save you! It's in their best interest to make sure that you get shit on, actually. Why would
I
they...
just like Captain Save a Ho.
These hoes can barely... Brogan can't even save herself from the allegations of Jabba the Hutt. Denham's... Well, she didn't just get off, but she ate a full 30-day ban. And those in chat who remember, when you eat a 30-day ban on Twitch, those subs do not renew. She lost effectively all of her income for a full month and has to now build it back up again, has to build back better strong because she did that shit.
Because she fucked around and found out, yeah.
Why would they come and save you because you, quote, had one of the right, better opinions? What makes you think they're gonna save you? That's so interesting that you thought that's how that would work.
I was treated in a way that maybe allegedly in Minecraft could be considered harassment because they were
Allegedly in Minecraft. My girl, you are on YouTube. You don't have to use TikTok borrow words.
They're dedicated to like saying all this stuff about me and how evil I am, and then they were DMing people that I'd worked.
You can say the nicest thing in this world and still be saying slurs. Don't. Stop it. You're not an innocent little victim. You're not an innocent little victim. You're acting like
Carl! I have to fight against the dirty Zionist.
But does she though? Is it really her job to fight the Zionists?
Oh, I don't think she thinks it's her job. She thinks it's her calling. It's her clout calling.
Worked with on other videos that I was a horrible, evil, morally corrupt individual. and all this stuff. When we talk about the inception of the podcast, it was not responded to well for a long time. And this has been discussed by many different videos at length, including, so I was watching, I always know that I'm right when I have the opposite opinion of Nicholas DeOrio, because I was
Nick, by the way, Nick laughed his ass off when he found out about that part.
I would too. What the fuck?
He cackled.
I can always find out that I have the correct opinion when I'm the opposite of them. No! I'm not even saying that you should... I'm not even trying to glaze his nuts. Because I'm certain that Nicholas DeOrio probably would not like me. For several reasons. But... the statement... I know that I'm on the right side of the opinion when I disagree with insert name here is crazy fucking work.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. Crazy.
There's an ego. There is an ego with saying you must be correct because look at the people that you're against. Right? I understand. It's a very easy thing to do. Everybody can say it. I've said it at times, but you know why? It's because if I find myself on the same side of an issue as Dark Viper AU, and the reason I'm on the side of that issue from Dark Viper AU is because the issue happens to affect something that affects me, I would have to look at that situation and find out what that similarity is so that when a person says, you or him are alike, I could say, no, 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 no. Our interests align to this issue, but we are not the same. It's a sheeple stance, to steal from you, Gox. It's a very, very sheeple stance. You don't have the balls to stand on your own, so you're standing next to somebody else and hoping that they protect you. And you're praying that they give you that protection. But why the fuck would they give you protection?
You're not a fucking healer. Ain't nobody gonna be meat shield for you.
You can't pull shit. Well, Carl, don't say that. That would sound like you're saying that she can't pull things because she's a tank. But... we're just gonna stop that joke right there. But... there is a world where you can come to these conclusions and I guess be proud that, hey, you have opinions and you're proud of them and you're happy to stand against people that you find yourself disliking. Okay, no problem. Let it stop there. Because if it goes any further than that, you're kind of just glazing your own nuts.
Y'all suck.
And I'm...
you Marilyn Manson is what you did.
Yeah. You can definitely do better than this. I think it's in your...
I don't know about that.
Well, I don't know. I think she could.
No, I don't think so, because if she could do this twice, and both times it turned out badly. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
I suppose you're right.
What's the definition of insanity, Carl?
Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Exactly.
I'm gonna put an asterisk on that and say not in a roguelike. Yeah. Oh shit! We found a new one! Now we're placing in Minecraft! The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result, not in a roguelike. Oh god.
Watching Ethan Klein's video, or the H3 podcast episode about, and I haven't watched it in like a year, so this was like shocking to see these like vast differences, different setup, different show, everything like that. Chatting in about
talking about the man. You didn't even watch the most recent thing he says, so you have no idea what he believes.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being like, oh, Ethan's gonna get all the tankies. So, when I was like, man, when I'm watching it, I'm having trouble getting through it because I'm just cringing so hard, and then my bestie comes in and is like, you're slaying. I'm like, okay, so I'm right. Anyway, when the podcast came out, a lot of people criticized Ethan for being really unprofessional. There was also a lot of really famous clips that came out of there, such as Ethan Klein being like, I love you, say the N-word, and then just saying the N-word a bunch of times. The clip with Joji saying that women were, at the time, was still doing something on the internet, I think. As Filthy Frank saying that women were made to be submissive to men.
Our apes or whatever, right? Our Neanderthal cousins were probably...
Jokes, bro. Never-ending jokes. And that's crazy. I'm not an evil person. But you see, I decided that because this thing happened and Joji was in the room when it happened and we all saw his reaction to that meant that he clearly wasn't on board with that statement. Man, that... Look at this man.
Probably just like crazy. So there's definitely something like in us to like conquer men more like.
Right.
So it's, you know, women are in a nature setting like to be conquered.
There was also the clip where Ethan Klein was talking about Jewish people in Israel and commenting on their hygiene and commenting on some things that should not have been commented on in the way that they were.
The Jews, well, and I mean, Ashkenazi Jews were all inbred. That's why we all have all these neurological diseases.
Oh shit!
Because back in the day, we had our little village and we fucking ran around in our little suits. And nobody wanted us, so we're like, well, feather. And to be honest, there's like stinky suit. We're like, bro, you have to be.
Yes.
So wait, you're telling me that the Jewish man cannot make jokes about other Jewish people?
Apparently.
So you shouldn't be talking at all, bitch. Why are you talking on it? You're not Jewish. You're not Palestinian. You're some white bitch on the internet who wants to suck Hassan's dick. Why are you talking?
For the culture. The culture of what?
Good God.
The culture of chicken salad girl.
This is basically the thought process of black people cannot use the N-word. Soft A or ER.
I put myself down a pipe hole. Is chicken salad girl a national brand? Or chicken salad chick? No, wow. Chicken salad chick is actually a national brand. Today I learned, chat.
More you know. Do-do-do-do-do.
Are you in need of being able to eat food that is over expensive and looks like it was specifically designed for a delicatessen in Italy? Become a member of the Chicken Salad brand family with locations all around America. And surprisingly, specifically inside of the Southeast, Colorado, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and several different locations, mostly clustered to the bottom right of Texas. And I guess Cincinnati and Kentucky. That seems specific. I'm gonna link that to you, so you can look at that.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's a business brand. The locations page is basically the majority of all of America. It's hyper-focused on everything on the right of the country. And specifically nothing towards the West Coast.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what we're watching or talking about?
Because she eats from brands like that. Everything that she has is designer. That's the one thing that I picked up and noticed before you came in. She has multiple things that are prim and proper and is of that viewpoint. So basically, liberal, left-wing talking points from somebody who claims to want to be focused on the opinions of a current generation, the Zoomers, because Adam McIntyre has his own reaction to her interaction with this situation, and he is literally West Coast socialite, so I guess she is another socialite who basically thinks that his opinions are a bad look, but can't really get to the quintessence of why she's upset. And I put myself down a rabbit hole because I wanted to know whether or not Chicken Salad Sam was a national brand.
Let's be very generous to fuck acidic Joe, right? How would I know?
No.
I mean, well, I've lived in Israel for 5 years, so they wear the suits, they got the hats, they don't shower nearly enough. When it's a million degrees outside, they rock the black suit. They stink, bro. They stink, and you know they don't shave. You see their face. Imagine what their dicks look like.
Wait, I always thought those were like fake.
No, those are real. Those are real. No, they're all.
That is commitment. No, I guess, you know, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it.
Their faces look so gnarly. So imagine these dudes look naked, and they're all pretty fat too, because you know that wife's at home cooking. That's all she does.
Not all fat.
Well, a lot of the ones you see are pretty chunky.
Yeah, let's see this.
Yeah.
Judge about Monday.
Harry, you asked for it.
So those clips were already coming out. And then also there's criticism that the podcast was boring. I remember the episode with just Eli and Ethan being quite boring back then, especially.
She looks like a
the guests
thumb.
kind of-
Yes, she looks like a thumb soldier from Spy Kids 1.
Yeah. Literally. Like, paint some lipstick on it, put on a little tiny wig, it's a thumb.
I typed Spy Kids. What was that fucking character's name? Floop?
I think so.
Floop's Fogies? That's the goofy-faced ones, or the other ones. those, yeah, these creatures. This shit.
Bye, kids. Fun.
And then this kids 1 thumbs.
The thumple. Thumb people.
They come up under thumb guy. I guess
Yeah.
they're just called thumbs.
Yep.
No, thumbs. Well, chat, I have a homework assignment for you all. Make some art out of this picture that I'm about to post inside of Memory.
Have at it, chat.
Was so, and people were really upset that they were no longer making the H3 reproduction videos, which were their most popular and most liked content to this day. Progressively, as Ethan Klein started hiring more people, you started getting kind of like a co-host dynamic almost. So,
As Ethan Klein became a bigger content creator and had a bigger platform from which to speak from, just come out and say it, girl. I know that's what you want to say. Come out and say it. As he began to grow larger,
like, you have now Dan, the producer, you have Ian, you have Zach, that was the crew for a long time, started 2020, whatever, you hired, they hired AB and Lena, who are both Lebanese, and it's gonna become relevant soon. Then you also have the hiring, who were also fans of Ethan's. He hired AB because AB ran defense for him when another creator named Gokunaru made a really long, pretty okay, actually, like, I remember liking it even back then, hit piece on Ethan Klein, and then, AB...
which was accurate. The hit piece which was accurate.
Ran defense for him as Starkiller with a mask on, whatever, they only hired AB and hired Lena as personal assistant. Then you get also hiring Cameron Grants, who was making memes on their subreddit a lot to do design work, hiring Sam, who used to be dating Ian, to do graphic design stuff for him.
So basically a bunch of people being hired because they themselves were a part of that collective. Specifically, a part of the collective that would get him fame. So the same leftist grooming thing that always happens. Less grooming in the sexual sense and more the political tribe sense. Excuse me.
And set design, that kind of stuff. Then you have hiring of another fan, Olivia, who does writing. I'm saying because I'm just trying to remember like what because she kind of does everything, so I'm trying to remember her role. She seems to do research and writing stuff mostly. Then you have also the hiring of Swedish, another fan, Love, who does social media. I think that's right. Yeah, so Olivia does, is that everybody? Now there's a new guy named Nathan or something. No idea who he is. Anyway, as they hire these people, and a lot of them being quite young, a lot of them being like Gen Z. I think Love and I are like born the same year, born a couple months apart.
Who's talking if you don't know what the names of everybody is?
I found, you start getting a lot more of these.
Just name checking, listing down people because look, this is relevant because they're famous. This is relevant because here's how they relate to this. They're famous because they relate to this and this and this and this. What's the point?
That's so gay.
Like, what is the point of name checking them?
These people who are much more progressive, politically progressive, and ideologically progressive than Ethan. AB and Lena. Because Zach, so Ian does this shit. Like, Ian's like hiding, okay? So we don't know about Ian. But you have, and then Dan seems to, I think Dan is very left-leaning, but Dan also doesn't respond to criticism well. So when he has maybe more maybe socially conservative to a certain degree, like opinions on things, and then people push back, he, like Ethan, will kind of view it as the entire left's opinion on this entire subject and then just be pushed away. And then Zach, I would say, is somewhat on the more socially conservative side. This is just how I'm gauging them. So I'm completely wrong. This is a discussion again. So, but what I'm saying is that environment was pretty stable in a sort of awakened centrist / center-left vibe, right? Now, when you start hiring AB and Lena, who are Lebanese, who have been affected by a lot of these conflicts in the Middle East, even though they were, I think they were born in the United States, but their Lena's parents, for example, were recently in Lebanon, etc. Olivia, who seems to be quite progressive and is very, ideologically and socially left-leaning. I don't know what Love's doing. He doesn't say much. Cameron also seemed to be a pretty progressive person. Sam as well. So you started having this sort of environment that was fostering these ideas more openly. And when you have your researcher, who is a sort of kind of left-leaning person, and AB as well was also doing research, you start to kind of, your content begins to tilt. And then you get to the debate era where Ethan Klein was debating Pearl from Just Pearly Things. He debated the guy who's claimed that he cured Tourette's. There was also the debate, he debated Fresh and Fit, I believe, at some point. There was, which I watched, I think I already checked out at that point. There was also, there was just a bunch of a lot of the beginning where people I didn't really know. I think that's why I can't remember all of them.
You posted this as a video. This is not a live stream, this is a video. You had the time to research these things so you could have them listed out. You spent that entire time putting together, what, an 8-minute segment about a disclaimer and an intro that had much to do about nothing? But you didn't have time to research any of this shit, make it accurate, and get across the point of what you're trying to say? I understand what it is you're trying to say. You're trying to say he hired all these people that are going to be affected by his opinion because they're all a part of the climate from which these issues stem from. And I'm going to ask you, with all seriousness, why would I fucking care? It's not their show. It's not their channel. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because since it's not their show and it's not their platform, you're expecting him to be held to a standard or about and around them because you think it's a bad look? That, look, you're having opinions and these opinions will hurt people? Okay, that's nice. What do you want him to do about it? What do you
It
want?
sounds like she wants the monkeys to run the circus.
They shouldn't.
No, they shouldn't. That's what she seems to want. Are you gonna let the inmates run the asylum too?
People like that should not do that at all.
Please don't read.
I don't. I don't trust the people that are around figures like him to be capable of dealing with or filling in the problem. I don't trust them because they do not see it how we see it. They don't want to see it how we see it. And so since they can't see the issues how we see the issues, they're going to get involved in things in a way where they're going to lead to other people not being able to trust topics and discussions and ideas. Because you're going to control who's allowed to speak and who's not. And I don't want you controlling who I can hear from the opinion of. Because you don't know enough.
She doesn't care to know enough. She doesn't even care to edit her own content. Because there's a wonderful thing called Premiere Pro.
Premiere Pro, Sony Vegas.
DaVinci Resolve.
There are so many prosumer products that allow you to be able to take this shit down and edit these things in a way that is unique to yourself. I mean, Premium won't be the most eye-catching thing to everybody else, but at least to your own standards, they will be fine. I don't want, and I don't care what you think on the issue if you can't get across what is necessary. So every time that he would get upset, when Dark Viper would get upset saying that somebody would just nope out of the conversation by saying, I don't care, that's the other side of that conversation. I don't care, comma, about your opinion because you're not getting to what is the problem with any of this. You're just mad that other people have opinions that you can't control. And I'm so sorry. I can't give a shit. It is so hard.
If you can't put together a coherent or cohesive point, nobody's gonna fucking care.
So, like, tough tits, I guess? No, we shouldn't platform other people just because they happen to have the correct political takes. That's why this fucking place is so goddamn horrid as it is. The YouTube space maybe could be saved because of community regulation. Twitch,
done.
It's done. You guys have ruined it. You killed it. Because you wanted to platform everybody that had their correct political take. And then you wanted to bury other people because, 3-figure Andy, 2-figure Andy, 1-figure Andy, no viewers, who cares about your opinion? And yet, how many times have you tried to get Frogan's opinion out there? How many times have you tried to get Denham's opinion out there? How many times have you tried to get 15 different copies of Vosh to function in the absence of Destiny? And it just didn't fucking work. It's time to hang it up. So sorry, no. He shouldn't change his platform because he happens to employ people who think about issues similarly to how he does. Sorry, that doesn't work. It's not gonna function.
But anyway, there was these debates, right? And then streamer Hassan Piker was reacting to them because it was the same sort of universe of content creators that he was against himself. From the debates of the Red Pill guys, where a lot of the defenses tend to have to be these kind of left-leaning ideologies, Ethan Klein presented to a more left-leaning audience, and left-leaning audiences really like to watch people get dunked on like that. I think the very first one.
Maybe that's a tell. Maybe.
I wonder why.
Maybe it's not because they like to hear good, deep, thought-provoking conversations. If they like to watch people get dunked on, what's the intellectual value of that? Zero. There's no intellectual value in that. I wonder why the platform must be cooked. It's a mystery.
It's beginning to smell a lot like retardation. Everywhere we go.
Which involves Hassan as well, was actually talking to Aiden Ross about gambling. So now you get the show Leftovers, which ended essentially right after the events that occurred on October 7th, which has kind of led to a lot of the downfall. But I think something that a lot of people were not considering was there was quite a few small spikes that began hitting people. And I don't want to reveal the exact comments that I found, so you can take my word for it or you can not, just because I don't even want to start getting into like any of the identities on the Stark Reddit or any of that kind of stuff, because Ethan's gonna go buck wild on that if it ever gets anywhere. I've been reading, like, there was a post about being a Fallen fan, which is what Ethan Klein refers to people who no longer like his content. I guess technically by that design, I would also be a Fallen fan. But the juxtaposition that Ethan Klein often puts towards Fallen fans are people who are like borderline neo-Nazis. Like these sort of people who really like conservative.
Borderline neo-Nazis.
Can you define what a neo-Nazi is, woman? I don't think you're going to.
A neo-Nazi is when you do not have leftist opinions.
The content, they like anti-SJW stuff, they really hated leftists, they whatever. That was who he used to position mainly as these like Fallen fans. But now you have Fallen fans that are those left-leaning people, which now Ethan Klein often refers to as extremists, which is being often quite inappropriately used.
What was your opinions on October 7th? I bet you can't tell me.
She won't. She won't say anything. She'd be too afraid of the backlash of saying the wrong opinion.
If you can't tell me what your opinions were upon October 7th, you kind of don't get to ever say anything about that sentence. Girly. You never. You never get to say shit.
I don't want to hear it. Shut the up fuck. That's what you need to do.
So a lot of the people brought up these other instances besides the recent, what people are referring to as the Hassan Piker crash out, which I'll get into soon. And I want to go through those events to remind people what they were, to sort of maybe place people in where they started feeling a disconnect with the content. So the first thing I could think of, which is not something that many people really brought up, and this is going to sound really crazy to come out of my mouth, but the prolapse fixation is an issue. It is. She's an issue. For one, you have the issue of, that's kind of gross. So what happened with this is it started with Howie Mandel just raw posting a prolapse on TikTok, where it was someone prolapsing through a pair of shorts or something, and he was like, what's going on? Is this COVID or something? So it became a meme because everybody's like, Howie Mandel, the known like germaphobe or whatever, plus like just beloved TV host, just not having any idea what he's looking at. He says he thought he sat on something, which I guess kind of makes sense in context because there's no other universe where Howie Mandel would just be doing that. It was like a boomer gets TikTok moment. It was quite wholesome and funny, right? But then what ended up happening was Ethan Klein became obsessed with this and started showing this to everybody, the TikTok everybody and stuff. But then also got involved with this sex worker named Hunger FF, who's really famous for utilizing his prolapse rear end to make content. And what he would do is he would sit people down and force them to watch this content when they were being interviewed by him. So he did it to Howie, which I guess sort of contextually makes sense. I think he might have had him do it in person, which is even worse. Then he showed, but so I mean, I guess to a certain degree you can go, yeah, that's like a joke, right? Like that was the guy who did it. But why was he showing Stavros? Why was his name? I think that's how you pronounce it. Why Brittany Broski have to watch this?
I just sent it. This is the video I was saying I was worried that you were going to show, and you were like, I would show that.
Why would I do that? What kind of psycho do you think I am? All right, you're not showing the screen, right, Ian?
You're just gonna show me?
Yeah, well, if I show this at home, I'd be banned on all.
Oh, bro, we're halfway there.
Let's see here. Why would he show another podcaster? Because this is Brittany Broski. We've mentioned her like maybe once or twice before. When describing things, this is the woman. She is the big girl of the group. She actually has pretty good hidden talents. She recently had a fucking showing on The Masked Singer, which, you know, she's an ice show speed style of influencer. But, podcaster shows another podcaster that is a guest in the program some outrageous shit, which is the basis upon which he makes his work in programming. Ooh, spooky. How is this a problem? This is exactly up his brand. How is this a problem?
All right, so it's only a minute long. Okay, it says. Yeah. Maybe you can bail whenever you want, but it gets better towards the end. So it says, is this COVID related? Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Wait, did you not see this either?
No, I didn't.
You did it?
What?
Wait, look. Why don't me look at this by myself?
It's like, actually, no, stop. You're scary. Oh, that's making me gag, bitch.
That's actually our friend Joe, Hunger FF.
I love Hunger.
Why are we making Anti Fantano see this? Right? Why is this being forced? This is not comfortable content. This is not, they're not really consenting to this a lot of the time. There's definitely.
I don't like outrageous content, but I do love some blood sports. That's not the argument you really want to lead with. I promise you, it's not. You don't want that argument. You really do not want to lead with that, because you made the attention economy what it is. The entirety of the left did it. We didn't ask for this. I just wanted to play video games. You made the majority of us into journalists because you just wouldn't stop fucking lying. Now you're upset that the guy who was known for outrage and humor and jokes and spontaneous spur-of-the-moment comedy, oh man, I really don't like that he does that. I want him to get back to doing 24-page essays of how much he should be against or for Palestine. Pro watermelon. I want more pro watermelon. I do not want pro star. I want pro watermelon.
Definitely like a element of feeling like coercion because of the interview space, and the crew will often push back on this as well. There's also the event, and this leans into the next thing too, which some people refer to as bottom gate, where linking to this prolapse thing too, people really felt that Ethan Klein was, how do I say this, inappropriately pushing homosexual men as inappropriate, maybe? Not inappropriate that he doesn't believe in it, but it was like a joke, kind of, you know? And then there was this whole conversation, and I never got to watch this episode because I think they started it and I got so cringed out that I just stopped watching. And this was something that I noticed was common with watching H3. A lot of people go, yeah, I couldn't finish the episode, it was like too cringe. I'm like, well, why are you watching it, Queen? Because I watch a lot of other people, you know? And I don't cringe out of their content halfway through ever. If I do, I kind of never watch them again. So what's happening with this, you know? I've never watched like a ContraPoint video being like so icked that I need to leave. Or I've never watched like a Smokey Glow video or a Megan Ann video or an Anna McIntyre video or even like a Foodie Beauty
That's
Girl World
because
reaction
you
channel video.
glazed
Where
them.
I've just been so
That's because you glazed them. And but you just said Foodie Beauties.
Wait. Did she say Foodie Beauty?
Yes.
Wind up,
If I
shit
do, I
back.
never watched them again. So what's happening with this? You know, I've never watched like a ContraPoint video being like so icked that I need to leave. Or I've never watched like a Smokey Glow video or a Megan Ann video or an Anna McIntyre video or even like a Foodie Beauty Girl World reaction channel video or
Okay, so she's talking about reaction channels, not specifically a Foodie Beauty.
Okay.
where I've just been so icked that I need to like bounce, you know? So what happened essentially was they were talking about like tops and bottoms and that whole concept, and then the chat was pushing back, being like, hey, like this is starting to sound kind of homophobic or whatever. Dan starts yelling at them, Ethan starts yelling at them, and everybody is really like annoyed about this combativeness where people were just trying to kind of push you in a right direction. So that icked out a lot of people, and I saw that on the Snark Reddit too, and there was the post of like, why did you stop watching the show? A lot of people brought up that. There was also, this was a huge one. I'll get to what my end was this segment where they were talking about Cutie Cinderella, who is a streamer on Twitch, where someone made AI pornography of her, essentially a deepfake video, and she's crying. I also never saw this episode, thank God. I feel like I would have lost it.
This is the deepfake of that guy who was so addicted to looking at female coworkers of his through deepfake that when his girlfriend saw what he was looking at, she was fucking petrified, as were all of the females. Because he was paying for it. He wasn't just watching stuff that he was coming across and hoarding it. He was paying to generate it.
Back then, but I mean, I guess not thank God, because I ended up watching for quite a while longer.
Why? Why?
Because they
Why
horny.
did you?
I'm sorry, don't mind me.
Like you were able. We're not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually.
You're a monster, dude.
You guys are crazy.
Why did you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
Just me not being aware of like the severity of this like event, I guess, and cognitive dissonance as well that I'm not proud of. I think it was just a lot of it for me too was I didn't have anyone to help me with research at the time. Now Nor helps me, right? I didn't have anybody to help me, but the show
How do you need to do research on this shit? Shouldn't it be just simple as fuck since it's all right there in front of you?
had brought into these different episodes that gave me an idea of like research. So for example, like I would not use the H3 videos as research because there's a lot of inaccuracies. But let's say for example, like they were talking about for like Colleen Ballinger or whatever, they would get exclusive interviews I was not able to get ever. They would get a lot of exclusive things I was not able to access. They would be able to pay for things I couldn't access. So I would watch them as like a basis of like where to find these things and then kind of expand from there pretty often. So that was sort of what I was even telling myself at the time. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And then I obviously got to my final straw later that year. But the issue was Cutie Cinderella was talking about how she felt violated that these videos were being made without her consent, and often musician is real, which is very, very fair. Then essentially what happened was Ethan messaged the sound guy, Zach, to play Anouk singing Chestnuts over it. And just to give you an idea of like how unserious this is like I'm gonna cut the audio now so I don't get claimed. But like this is like what that video is and what it looks like, right? So it's like very silly, obviously. So then they sort of apologized for it. It was very weak and people were really not happy with it, and it actually became a meme that like it shifted into Ethan Klein kind of almost separating responsibility to a certain degree by claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode. This also was something where he said that if there's another boss, that Ben Shapiro should go first. That's what Ethan Klein said, and I disavow this as a concept, obviously. So that was another event that he considered.
Can you tell me why you disavow it as a concept? No. Okay. Very useful. Very useful opinion. I'll package that under fucking what do I do with this?
That goblin mode thing. So I ended up getting this like broadcasting button where Ethan could push it and it would cut the last 15 seconds, similar to like a censor button on live television. So instead of really addressing, I found the Cutie Cinderella stuff, he kind of boiled it down to this like goblin mode, right? Then crew members started leaving in the last year. First Cameron Grant, and then Sam. Cameron said that he received another job. He received a job offer closer to where he's from, Massachusetts, and he was moving back. And he also just really, really hated living in California. Now, obviously, you can receive when you're public facing figures, well, like Cameron was on the show, you can receive job offers like just randomly, right? Like via email, via whatever. I just wonder. I feel like he was applying for jobs to get that offer, because I think in the industry that he's in, you have to submit portfolios and stuff. That's just my tinfoil hat theory though in that regard. Then Sam left, and the vibe of Cameron leaving versus the vibe of Sam leaving was very different. Cameron was very apologetic, he was very sad. Sam was sort of like a moving on to better things because she began working for Cutie Cinderella. And in that Cutie Cinderella clip of the chestnuts thing, and maybe I'll have the image on screen or I'll play the clip or whatever, Sam is visibly extremely upset at Ethan while this is happening. It appears recently that Sam has moved across the country, presumably back to Georgia. So I don't know if she's still working with QT Cinderella. She might just be done with the whole California thing in general, especially because her and Ian broke up. So I think she's kind of wants to leave. But I wonder about that too. Then you get to the Hassan videos. So what it began from was Ethan Klein started posting Instagram stories with Hassan clips claiming that he is platforming anti-Semitism. Hassan specifically.
Cause he is!
He is, yeah.
He's claiming he's platforming anti-Semitism. I don't know. If Houthi Chamelet comes along and says in the most yonkety splinker voice as Patrick Star, Inshallah, SpongeBob, we will be dealing with the surface dwellers. Death to the surface dwellers. Death to all those that breathe air. I don't know. What does that sound like? Does it sound like...
Doesn't matter. He likes One Piece.
He likes One Piece the same way that Jello Apocalypse likes anime.
The One Piece! The One Piece is Houthi!
The One Piece isn't. The One Piece. He is a conqueror, and he is. Oh, fucking Christ. He is a conqueror, and he is a patriarch, and he is an anti-feminist, he is a chud, and he is a colonizer.
Now, a big focus of Hassan's content is being very pro-Palestinian. And this is something...
No, it's not. It's taking up as much fucking time and airwave as possible so that he can get as much fucking clicks as he can using content from every single part of the internet and giving little to no fucking credit when he does so. His job is to sit there in his fat-ass chair, much like Carl is right now in his fold-out chair, and to take up as much time covering as much content and is giving as many dog shit takes as possible. Because he is not a journalist. He is, by his own admitted word, a propagandist. And he's happy to be so.
Yep.
That Hassan has been doing for years and years and years. He says about 10 years of public advocacy. Now, you can say what you want about Hassan, you can say what you want about Ethan. I personally like the secret third option, Sam Cedar. I'm a Sam Cedar stan, I fear. Has he ever done wrong? I don't know. Tell it to your mom.
Has Sam Cedar ever done wrong? How about the fact that he is probably the worst part of the left? And every single thing that he does embarrasses everybody that he's associated with. I think it's a good place to start.
Here. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. Well, I do actually, I love Sam Cedar. Anyway, that's my secret third option. People are like, oh, it's Hassan or Ethan? I'm like, Sam Cedar. Anyway, so he started talking about how Hassan says platforming anti-Semitism on the Twitch platform. I think a lot of this stemming from
This person teaches kids, by the way, chat. Keep that in mind.
I fear for our children. I fear for the next generation.
I feel the children aren't our future. She'll fuck them up and make them dog shit.
Fuck them up and make them stupid.
Frogan being his mod. Something who Ethan Klein hates because Frogan was tweeting about October 7th. Ethan Klein disagreed with a lot of her takes. He unfollowed Frogan. Frogan noticed and talked about it in Discord. And essentially said that she would like to support Zionism. That means Ethan Klein will follow her back. As these sort of progress, you get into what people have been referring to as the Instagram story crash out. This has been something that a lot of people have DM'd me wanting to know about. And I've talked about it in private with people, like with text messages and stuff, because some of them have just been so heinous that I'm just like absolutely caught aback by this thing's like the existence of these posts. So one thing he focuses on is this one Yemeni teenager that Hassan interviewed, who Hassan claims is not a Houthi, who Ethan claims is a Houthi, and then Ethan pulls up all these different posts and stuff, and then claims that all these the Yemeni kids are Houthi and Houthi people hate Jews and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of nuances to that, obviously, there's a lot of nuances to the Yemeni teenager as well. I don't want to really get into that because I think that would take a lot more digging than this conversation I want to have is requiring.
I don't want to dig into the part that's gonna make me have to do work. No, I just want to say that he's a bigot and he's evil and he's not doing his work and blah 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 blah. I don't want to do any of the parts that require me to have to do thinking. I don't want to do the parts that require me to do research. I just want to call him an asshole bigot and call it a day.
I want to be lazy. Just believe me, Goyim.
Just believe me, Gogurt.
And I think is something that I want you to be able to discern on your own. But there ends up just being more posts, right? So Ethan Klein does this show where he condemns this episode where he condemns Hassan, talks about all this proof that he has, they platform anti-Semitism, and then starts saying, many Jewish friends and family, I'll have this picture on screen too, obviously. Many Jewish friends and family have reached out to thank me for the show today. I want to thank them for their kind words. I encourage you guys to please check in on your Jewish friends. I think you'll be surprised at the amount of anxiety, fear, and isolation they're experiencing and how genuinely happy they are that you ask. Cheers and thanks you guys for watching. So a huge premise of this Hassan episode 2 was something that I was very frustrated when I was looking at. Where one of the claims that Ethan Klein kind of hinges on is that anti-Semitism is something that is accepted in society, but all the forms of racism are not. So there's three main aspects here. For one, Ethan Klein claims that 90% of Jews are Zionists. Secondly, the claim that using the word term Zionist is in turn anti-Semitic, so these two things end up being linked, right? Tertiarily, there's a claim of anti-Semitism being the worst and being the highest rise and being whatever. Now, obviously, anti-Semitism as a concept is very ingrained into Western culture and in cultures around the world, which is really, really obviously evil and unfortunate and tragic, right?
So, can you explain that? No? Okay. So, if you can't explain how it's ingrained in the culture, then that means it's not ingrained in the culture, and you should probably stop lying through your teeth. Because you're lying right now. Through your teeth. There is no ingrainment of anti-Semitism and bigotry in American culture. They're definitely...
It's starting to be now because of this conflict and people who are Jewish being associated with Zionists. There is now.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't something that was happening before.
Nope.
You people have normalized this kind of action. Instead of reflecting on, maybe by making people a part of an outgroup, I have demonstrated an inability to control the issue, you decided to go the entire opposite way and say, nah, it's just they just don't see it how we see it. The correct way to handle that is to act like this and learn nothing at all from our actions. I'm smart, me.
Right? And again, I've talked about this when I talk about fringe conspiracy theories, I talk about right-wing politics, I talk about the red pill, I talk about all that kind of stuff. So I've demonstrated that as a fact in the conversations I've had before. The thing is, and this was the same argument I had with somebody in my personal life last Christmas, was, sure, yes, but you also think being Arab in America is a cakewalk. I think this is a nuance that's missing in most of these conversations. And when we talk about these types of things and these differences, I bring up a Bill Maher video. My best friend, who I definitely don't want to play Minecraft with, Bill Maher. Bill Maher did a video, and I'm gonna look up right now on my computer as I'm saying this, what year this was.
Wait.
Because I just saw it.
Wait, you don't want to play Minecraft? Did you not catch that?
I did.
She says she doesn't want to play Minecraft with Bill Maher. Why does anybody say Minecraft in reference to anything that's in any way charged? Are you insinuating that you want him dead in Minecraft?
Look at yourself in the mirror, then look at yourself again when you said that statement, and then consider what you're doing and what you said you're here for. And then let's look at the title of the video again. A nuanced conversation on H3 and public perception. Public perception. I stood in front of the microphone, I put on my pink lipstick, my lip gloss, and my lip stain. I got my pink eyeshadow on. I did my hair up not very well because that forehead! And then I said, I want to Minecraft this public celebrity. How could this man, who I consider to be a figure who doesn't understand what he looks like when he does what he does and says what he says with the audience that he has, with the workers that he has, with the political opinions that he has, how can't he understand that this is a bad take? This is a bad look. Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself on your feed. Rewatch the segment that you put into the fucking viewfinder on your track page. When in whatever program that you edited this in, assuming that this was not just you clipping them back to back inside a Windows Movie Maker,
and not just fully recording a one-take effort on OBS. Because I'm starting to think that's what this is.
You deserve the shit that happened to you. You deserve the shit that happened to you. You deserve the hate. You deserve the criticism.
On Twitter recently, what was it called? So this was a video from 11 months ago. Oh my god, okay. I lied. Well, I didn't lie. Bill Maher posted it on his YouTube channel 11 months ago. So he's still co-signed. Okay, so this is still fully co-signed. It is called the Muslim Dior Fashion Show, which is clipped from the But I'm Not Wrong HBO stand-up comedy special. Now, I'm not gonna link it because I hate Bill Maher, and I'm also not going to...
You see, I'm trying to inform you about these issues, but I'm not gonna show you because fuck you.
So it's not nuanced at all.
Wonderful.
Nuance would mean that you would be showing more detail and going into both sides of the conversation. That's nuance. What you're doing is rambling to a camera with absolutely no deep thought whatsoever. Make it make sense.
I wish to create Minecraft in Minecraft. I want to Minecraft...
I wish to create Roblox in Minecraft.
Yes. I wish to create Minecraft in Balatro. All over the back of this Norky Swinker page.
This is...
I don't want anybody to look at it, and I can't clip it because I'm going to get claimed by HBO. But all I'm going to do is just put a still image on the screen. This flew, and didn't only fly, was incredibly successful. This is a representation in...
Comedy special. people paid to see a comedy special.
You know what she could have done if she actually watched it? You could have written down what he said and then just read it. But did you do that? No. Why? Because that would be too hard.
In the media, on HBO, of mocking hijabi women, and who wear burqas and all that kind of stuff, right? Being Muslim, big part of it too, right? Because Bill Maher's whole shtick is the zero IQ take of, if you believe in a religion, you're an idiot. Despite the fact that all of my arguments as Bill Maher hinge on—
What's that? The man who doesn't like religion? Who created the fucking very famous take, Religulous? No, not that nigga. No. This can't be. How did he trick you for all these years? It's not like he was wearing it on a sleeve.
the exact same structural conceptual frameworks, and I've never had an original thought in my life. But my father loves me to watch this, and I'm gonna really bad Christmas. Anyway, there's even a line where essentially a girl shows her ankles, like, because they're also all too short, which is besides the point. And then he like makes a joke about how she'll like be unalive, if you will, right? These representations can exist in American media and be openly accepted. I've known people in my personal life that are from like rural areas that will see a person who is a hijabi, for example, and then be worried that they're going to be unalived by them via like extremist terrorist tactics. I'm not gonna get into that because I think it's just so heinous to even discuss.
Man, Mary, do you see that woman over there wearing that hijab? She gonna go over here and kill us, I swear to God. Really? That's what you think? That's how you think that they're behaving? Really?
I love that every time she has an opportunity to actually do what the title of her video says she's going to do, and give nuance, she goes, I'm not gonna get into that. Like,
forget how this is relevant to Ian. Let's talk about the fucking nuance, and let's talk about the social faux pas you just did. Casual hatred against people who come from the South. Casual hatred against people who come from Appalachia. Casual hatred against people that you believe are low IQ, meaning people who are living in lower level housing and lower level income, which basically means black people, the majority of most global minorities or majorities, and the individuals that you believe look like you. Not white women. Heavy-set women. Are you going to... Yes. Are you going to apologize to those women? Are you going to apologize to those groups for that thing that you just did with that one take? No, it's not happening.
Nope. She's not going to get into that.
Let us take a pregnant pause, chat, while I walk into the kitchen and go check on my chicken. I'll be right back in 1 minute.
Alright, chat, now it's time to start dropping in bombs. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I have not once said that on Carl's streams, ever, so I will never do that anyways. But good God, chat. The level of incompetence to purport yourself as somebody who knows anything about anything that's going on here. And refusal to even dive toe deep, ankle deep, into the waters that the conversations and the subjects of the conversation she's talking about. Baffling. I could almost call this video clickbait because you're not doing anything of what you said you're gonna do. Why am I not fucking surprised? Color me fucking color me disappointed. Just color me goddamn disappointed. Just a Girl says, as someone who grew up in a rural area, I promise you that the most they do when they see someone in a hijab is feel bad for them. So basically those guys want to be lazy like DSP, yes. Yes, she wants to be lazy like DSP. She wants to pretend that she understands anything about what she's talking about without showing any sort of intellectual understanding of what she's talking about. And it's dumb. And it makes me angry. Because if I even like try to talk about anything, I at least want to get a basic understanding of what's going on. She's not even doing that. She's saying, oh, I heard about this show, and paraphrasing all of her points that she's ripping off from somebody else.
Literally the same points that she's getting from other content creators. Literally getting her opinions from other YouTubers and streamers.
Yep.
They themselves got their opinions from a streamer who got their opinion from a streamer who got their opinion from a streamer, which basically plays multiple degrees of Cutie Cinderella and Hassan all the way back across the entire bread tube. And, what's a good word for it? I guess watermelon slop, because it's not goy slop, because most of them are not Israeli. Many of them happen to be a form of Pakistani or a form of Arab. Ironically enough, even including people who aren't themselves usually political, like VO. Pip, don't do it. He stopped and went to
You're being
N-bomb.
gracious enough not to do it, Pip.
At least he said N-bomb.
Yes. Because when you got up the camera, I said, okay, guys, let's drop N-bombs everywhere. And then I didn't do any of that. Because I am respectful. I have class.
Drinking the Mad Dog with her pinky up.
Yep.
Islamophobia is so intensely ingrained in, especially post 9/11 North American culture, but also Western culture, that I just genuinely don't.
Let's listen to that one more time.
Islamophobia is so intensely ingrained in, especially post 9/11 North American culture, but
She's half right. There is a lot of, I would say, general anti-foreigner sentiment that was created in the lieu of the Patriot Act. The same way that there was a lot of anti-black sentiment and anti-inner city sentiment because of the slew of actions in the wake of race relations in America. However, I do not think that then means it is excusable to just go in the other direction even harder. Yes, those police officers should have gone to jail after they beat Rodney King. We should not, however, have decided that instead of doing our due diligence about that issue, that we were instead going to blame all of those problems on America. And that clearly that was an issue that came about from people not doing enough work to figure out how to better get one over on people, let alone how to better understand how they would discuss that problem on the deeper edge of issues. Because I think it's possible to be able to talk about that without saying, and therefore that's why it's okay that I can talk shit about the people who hate foreigners because they don't know how to speak another language. But you don't even know what they think on a regular case basis. And
He doesn't care to look into it.
Yeah. You are too quick. You are too quick to hate them. And your justification to hate them is not good enough. There's not
He
enough.
is the personification of an eye for an eye makes the entire world blind.
Mm-hmm. Brainstorm over chaining Chad. Do I go for the points or do I go for the multiplication of stone cards? Hanging Chad.
but also Western culture, that I just genuinely don't understand the cognitive dissonance. Ethan Klein also goes off about this FBI statistic about hate crimes to certain marginalized groups, putting all these statistics to be like, the Jewish struggle is the undermined one. When media representations like this can exist, like all of George Bush's presidency can exist, the sentiments towards people from the Middle East still exist. And I just think that there's a dissonance there. And that dissonance is the main point of frustration with that audience. Because it's one thing for Ethan Klein to go, I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't like what's going on in Palestine, I don't like any of this. But to then, every other statement is an argument against the people who support it. Because of the 10% of things you don't agree on, you openly attack pro-Palestinian creators on a regular basis. Demand that their sponsors be taken away, demand that their revenue be taken away, demand that their platform be taken away. The actions aren't aligning properly. Because I think the biggest issue
actually they do. Because a lot of these people post pro-death of Israeli people kind of content. They are very much the opposite end of what you are claiming that the people you support are. If you are purporting and endorsing the harm or the game ending of a particular ethnicity or race of people, your shit should be capped. Your shit should disappear. Because it's not okay.
if I cannot sit on here and say a line of racial epithets regardless of race, religion, or creed, you don't get to make money off of doing that for years on end and then complain when you're finally being sanctioned for having done it. It's not acceptable. It's not cool. It is, in fact, not based. It's cringe.
It's fucked up.
Thin Klein often talks about the eradication of the Jewish people being an ideology of the Houthi, of Hezbollah, whatever. Which again,
It
are instances of that being true, yes. But doesn't seem to also acknowledge that it is not right for the preservation of Israel to come at the cost of other people. Because he always says they want 8 million Jewish people to be displaced from Israel. And then, that's the biggest issue. Which again, I don't think is a lot of the arguments a lot of people have. Are there, of course, people who are anti-Semitic on the left that are saying yes? But also, it doesn't mean that your argument, your absolute arguments are correct either. You see what I'm saying? That there is, to a certain degree, a nuance to these things. And a nuance that I'm so scared that I'm not relaying properly. But the preservation of the Jewish people...
You're not. At all. Because
should not
you're
be coming
wrong.
at the cost.
Like, you're failing to relate it in any meaningful way that I can keep track with. But fortunately, we have the power of stopping, pausing, and listening to you. Still doesn't help, though.
No.
Of Palestinians. Shouldn't be coming at the cost of Lebanese people. Shouldn't be coming at the cost of Yemeni people. And that's the main point the audience isn't liking. Because Ethan seems to be pushing the contrary. And you can add in your little anecdote that you don't like it. But when everything else surrounding it seems to not relate, that's why people are feeling the way that they're feeling. Ethan Klein requests nuance for his takes, but asserts his own...
Okay, if it's not okay for him to say that it's not cool to harm Jewish people, what would you do with them? Where are they going to go? Because I guarantee you, if they go anywhere else, you're gonna have the same exact sentiment no matter where they go, because they're displacing people from here and from here. So you are endorsing, in effect, the eradication of a peoples because you don't want them anywhere.
They have always been in that region because that is the struggle that all of them have to deal with as a part of the history of the region. They have been quarreling for longer than most nations have been states. Because when they were stateless, that's how that world situation happened. You cannot have one without the other. You can't have one without the other. I shouldn't have taken the soups all sixes yet. Fuck. You cannot have one without the other. If you are mad about that, you have to continue to be mad about that. Because there's nothing that can be undone for it. You have to literally accept that that is the world state. I don't like it any more than you do. But I can understand that they got there because of how things happened. The research of it, as we've talked about before, quick summary recap. Israel has been beating that ass. They have been whooping feet. 5v1s, 4v1s, 3v1s, 3v2, 5v1, 5v1, 4v1, 3v1. They have been whooping feet before they were a part of the British postulate that then became the two-state solution as put forth by the British consulate. There have been various different maps that paint the issue and make clear what the problem is. They literally cannot ever go without someone trying to conquer them. Every single time they try to make peace, it doesn't matter that they whooped their ass and that they've been whooping feet the entire time. It doesn't matter that they said, look, we just want to live next to you. Can we live next to you? Every single solution has been in the minds of their enemies, but you're infidels. You're not allowed to have peace. Peace? I don't want peace. We want you to die. Every time. And your answer to them is, why don't you just let them win? Meaning you want their eradication.
Yep. I don't think you realize how fucking bigoted that is. Thumbelina.
You want the equivalent of walking up to a black person and you want them to say, look, you should just let the white people do what they want. Huh? Let Honky do what he want. But if I let Honky do what he want, I don't live. I can't function like that. What's wrong with you, white woman? You think they wouldn't cut you off if you wouldn't let them see how they see it? You think that's not what would fucking happen? You got another fucking thing coming.
She literally wants wants black people to be like, oh yeah, totally, I'm gonna swing low, sweet chariot. They hang in my ass from a tree. That's what you're virtually saying. You dumb bitch.
I played the wrong.
I don't think they even hear themselves.
If it's said in the interest of trying to help people that are suffering from, what's that stupid ass word? Desperate impact. That's the lens from which she sees it from. She can't see any other way. So she doesn't see the desperate impact that this creates. Mostly because she can't see it from her high fucking position looking down on other people. If you get off your high horse, you would be able to see the problem. But you don't. Because you haven't done that yet. I lost the banana.
Oh no, not the banana.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always! True. It is a horrible pause. This is her face when she's kissing it.
Opinions on others. For example, the Twitch panel with the Love Sabra category talking about the Habibi Pass. This is a joke that can be taken too far.
No, it was not a joke. They explicitly did racial anti-Semitism. Because any person who was labeled as liking Sabra was being labeled as a Jew lover. Sabra!
So it's okay when they joke.
Yeah, it's acceptable when they joke, because you see, they're joking correctly. Calling someone who loves Sabra is admitting that they were using veiled language. If they're using veiled language, and they can't have the conversation out in the open, then it means the conversation's not fit for conversing. Because why are you hiding what it is that you clearly want to talk about? You shouldn't need to hide. What are you hiding from?
Also a joke that I've seen in other contexts. Hassan brought up a tier list of having, for example, with Black Americans who's invited to the cookout versus something like people who make box mac and cheese or something. I can't really know, but anyway.
It's the exact same thing. And it is still racist. I'll be the first one to say it because this is something I had a conversation about just the other day with my godfather. The issue is that you cannot be able to have conversations with certain types of people in certain types of places because there is a background that comes with it. Unfortunate, but there is racism and there is bigotry and there is dislike of groups because of that racism and bigotry that they've had to live with and that they've had to been in and that they continue to have to be in for the majority of their lives. It exists, and it's something that they can cope with by making these jokes in this way. That doesn't mean that it's right. I'm not defending it. I'm explaining it. Unlike you, who probably would defend Luigi's Mansion, and would probably say the same thing as, I'm not defending the murder, but I'm just explaining the reason why the disparate impact would result in them doing it.
She wouldn't even go that far because she doesn't want to explain jack shit. She doesn't want to do any kind of legwork.
It is possible to deal with the issue without making excuses for the issue. Stay with me now. It is possible to deal with the issue without trying to beat around the bush. You're beating around the bush and you're being a coward because you don't want to say the truth. The honest truth is that these problems come up and are frequent because you can't explain why it's acceptable. You want to make excuses, and that's not okay. It's not your fault. You're not the only person. But if you're going to sit here and talk shit about Ethan Klein, you have to be willing to put in the extra legwork. So the same way that I bring up black people and the shit that they've gone through, why is that important, Carl? Well, how's that relevant? Because black people are dealing with trauma, still. Well, that's a cop-out, Carl. It's not. They're still dealing with trauma. They never stopped dealing with trauma. This is why many of them happen to still behave the way that they do and act the way that they do concerning these issues and topics. Why there's always a never-ending nibble point about the problem. I haven't killed my hand. I can still win. That's why there's a never-ending nexus point upon the issue of which can be discussed. Black people can make those jokes that way because they are finding healing in creating what has effectively become, and ironically is the exact same issue for them as, a parallel society. They've had to make a parallel society next to ours because they are not able to have conversations with you normally, because you will then antagonize them for doing so. They can't talk about these issues and deal with these problems and discuss these things the way that they'd like to, because they can't. Because you won't let them have their opinions. They're not allowed to have opinions. They're not allowed to behave and take part in the marketplace the way as others can. They're not allowed to have their outlooks. They're basically told to be out of sight, out of mind. Not acceptable. By any means necessary. It's not fair. And it continues to not be fair, because how are they going to be able to enter society and function like everybody else if every single time they know they're never really going to be accepted? They're never really going to have they're not really going to be given a plate at the table at your cookout, because you don't want them. You don't want them. You keep telling people that they're not wanted. They see that they're not going to be accepted, so they say, fuck you. We'll build it ourselves. We'll go someplace else. I don't blame them. I dislike it. I don't tolerate it around me, but I get it. How can you fucking work with people and survive around people and deal with people who can't see how you see it? Every single chance you do, and every chance that you give, they fail you. That's not cool. Carl has said in the most non-Black Panther way possible. They feel that they have to do it because you won't let them live. Not just getting jobs, not just having girlfriends, not just feeling accepted amongst people at a fucking party. They don't feel right in their skin because you want their culture, but you don't want them. You want their culture, but you don't want them. You want their culture, you want their relations, you want anything other than them. And they're tired of it. They're tired of it. You can see this. Have the biggest brain reaction to say, yes, yes, exactly. And when we tell you, now do Palestinians and Israelis, no! And they're not waiting for you to get it anymore. So they're just saying, it's alright, I'm gonna do my own thing. And it's still not enough. It's not enough. Few Saudi minutes left, but it's not enough. Single handed strangulating myself, but it's not enough. Take the yarmulke off. Understand that they can't fucking hear. They don't want to see it. They don't want to understand it. You don't want to understand it either. And that's why they're upset. That's why they're mad. Just play the backing. Just play the backing to TV off the entire time I'm saying this. More importantly, on the black side of the issue, look at your skin. Who are you to say that you can allow people to the cookout? Who gave you a pass? I didn't give you the call pass. And considering you can't be able to do that thing where you can extrapolate out and then relate yourself in their position, You definitely wouldn't be excited to the fucking cookout. You'd be sitting in the corner where we send all the other people who aren't allowed to discuss. Because you don't fucking have hands. Careful, it's hot on the bottom. I said careful. This topic is hot on the bottom. You can't hold this. It's too spicy for you.
Also, Ethan Klein uplifts creators recently that do not support Palestine. For example, Lonerbox, who's like this, with Destiny, who literally debated Norman Finkelstein on the fact that the is okay.
Blue. He brought from somebody that I don't like. Blue. It's hot on the bottom. But I want to complain about how the coleslaw tastes. We're not talking about the coleslaw right now. But I want to complain about the coleslaw. Sit your ass in the corner, Becky.
Censoring because I want the video to have reach, not get age restricted.
You want the video to have reach and not get age restricted. But you don't want to deal with the backlash that comes with the bullshit you're doing. Okay, alright.
But they're just contrary to each other, right? Lonerbox specifically pissed me off because, for example, in this clip that was circulating as well, Lena, AB, and Olivia asked about aid, they asked about the civilians, and Lonerbox just keeps going, well, I'm not understanding your question, and then just dancing around it. Because he doesn't have an answer. Because it's morally reprehensible. There's also the concept of grouping Jewish people Zionism that many people pointed out in itself can be deemed as anti-Semitic. I think Ethan Klein has openly attacked anti-Zionist Jewish people, such as someone who was hosting, who was on his talk stream. He also says that it's really it's giving gaslighting and it's really demeaning for people to suggest that Ethan Klein talks to a Jewish person. It's because you keep saying when people criticize you that they don't understand because they're not Jewish. So then they go, okay, well then talk to a Jewish person. There are anti-Zionist Jews, Sam Cedar. And you won't do it. So it's like you're just constantly saying, all I want to essentially relaying is like all you want to do is complain. And all you want to do is just be agreed with. To get to a certain degree everybody wants. I just think that's much of the politics I can get into. But things have clearly been going badly. And people have also been joking a lot about how Ethan Klein, like enemies, have begun to like supersede him. And this has continued on the Instagram crash out, and I have screenshots for that too. Such as Trisha Paytas going on SNL.
Giving context and calling out the things that he directly wants to discuss is not a crash out. Oh my god, I can't believe that Isaac called out the fact that she wanted to talk shit about the fucking coleslaw. Oh my god, he's such a crash out. It's literally his house. That doesn't matter! Hurt yourself. Hurt yourself immediately.
And apparently Broadway? I'm not sure about the Broadway one, like how that, the logistics of that
In Balatro.
whole thing. The song also did a speech about Israel and Palestine at Cambridge University. And talking about Trisha, people have been claiming that Ethan Klein has made a segment about him, saying that he thinks it's really bad that the stories often being posted where Trisha Paytas' ex-podcast host said he cut off his arm if she ended up on SNL, and now he's got to cut off his arm. So people have been talking about how Ethan Klein is essentially like miserable and pandering and whining and whatever. So he started weirdly posting on his Instagram story just stuff like, everything is pointless, about to enter my Joker era, and then has this as his gotcha, which has seemed to have been the vibe of a lot of recent months. Psych spelled wrong, bitch, I'm glowing. Again, reminiscent of the vibe that there's a deep insecurity and fear. And
he shitposted about his appearance because he knows you people religiously dick ride him and look at everything he posts. Girl, cope. Woman, cope. Please cope.
Well, bitch seethe.
Klein also revealed that the revenue from November had gone down 10% from the previous, or was their lowest month by 10% or whatever, since this year for the podcast. Now, I don't think people realize how serious that is, because it's November. Last month, I made 3 videos, I think. Not a lot of videos. We did not make a lot of videos in November. I was tired. I transitioned jobs very, very late October. So, I made 1 on October 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4 videos in November. I made double what I made most months in November. And obviously I had a video get over 100,000 views, which was pretty basic and epic. Thank you for that, by the way. So that obviously helped. But double is not proportionate. So if your revenue is lower in November, that means it's going to be exponentially lower come January. November should never be your worst month. November and
Hey, Horror, do you know what happens between the last 4 months of the year?
Ad revenue goes up because people are preparing for holidays.
What else happens in the last 4 fiscal months of the year? In a general election?
I guess a lot of people watching the news and coverage and shit.
The general election, Horror.
I don't know.
We elect our next president. There's a political cycle. She's talking about things that affects political commentary creators. What was the name of that girl that got suspended for a month because she was doing stupid shit, fomenting racism and bigotry against the people of the outgroup that she didn't like, and lost the majority of her ad revenue? I believe that's Denim's. What was another content creator who's currently crashing out because of the fact that he's going to have to go work at McDonald's because he screamed at his editor. Cherry! Cherry! Oh, kill Cherry! Xander Hall. What do these issues relate to each other in relation to Ethan Klein and commentary? The election cycle. Your biggest months should be leading up to the presidential election. And ironically enough, just like how on the last broadcast concerning Dark Viper and Fair Use, Aquila Hughes and Sargon of Akkad, which is to say British Carl, were viral and vital to that conversation because why was it necessary for her to try to take him to court over Fair Use? Because it happened to do with her takes and her reactions in the election cycle. She didn't like that her takes were being used and making her look stupid because he used it to satirize her. Some of these are meant to be your best months of work, but they can't be good because you guys are being fucking clowned on for the work that you are doing that makes you look dumb. And it's not helping you and the way that you want to go about talking about the topics. Because how are you supposed to make money off the fact that you can't fucking stream and you can't work because of the takes you decided you were going to have on these topics that you chose to be super incensed and aware about? That sucks for you, I bet. But that's not our fucking problem. You decided you wanted to change your career from being a teacher into what you do now. Okay, no problem. Ain't gonna hold you on that. You know what I will hold you on? The fact that you're upset about what comes with that environment. Guess you should have stayed your bitch ass in the fucking teaching job, huh?
Uh-huh.
Welcome to YouTube. This is how shit works here. If you don't like that, tough titties. You do not get to control how things are done here. If you can't survive in this environment, as rough and tumble as it might be, find another job. Find another job. Because it's not our job to hold your hand.
December you should be juicing on nothing. I'm also, again, just the 2 videos I put out this month, 2 videos, it is projecting that I will again make double what I make in a normal month. I also forgot to mention, and this is where I end off my last thing, is my personal leaving point. Which again, does not contribute well to Ethan's claims. Aaron Bushnell last year, or earlier this year, maybe in January, I'll actually look up the date of that. February 25th of this year. So this is when I checked out. Aaron Bushnell self-immolated. Self-immolation means to set yourself on fire in protest. Ethan Klein, and I was actually a member at this time because what happened was, when the BBTV fallout happened, 2023, Ethan Klein was talking about it on his members' videos. So I signed up for the membership. And then, I forgot that I had it. And then I tried to cancel it a couple times on my PC and it wouldn't work. It would just refresh and I would still be joined and it wouldn't work. Month. I would just randomly remember because I was told that you couldn't cancel it on your phone. One day I tried on my phone and it instantly worked. Right after this Aaron Bushnell stuff. When I was like, you know what, I'm done with everything. I'm unsubscribing the whole night. Because of the comments that Ethan Klein was making, essentially mocking Aaron Bushnell's efforts and the impact that he had. And if I could...
What impact? Motherfucker was here today, barbecue tomorrow, and continue to be not relevant. He didn't change a single thing by burning himself alive other than making people notice that he did what he did, which is the exact same thing that's about to happen to Luigi Mangione. You cannot create an impact when you don't do the work. Message! You won't do the work and show me why I should be against Ethan Klein. So I don't care. You are too upset to deal with that outcome. So you say that people don't care because they're not understanding, because they're not seeing it in the way that it needs to be discussed, because this is so important to us. Oh, blue, 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 blue. These things don't matter if you can't make them matter. So since you can't do this goddamn job and find a way to make me give a shit, not my problem. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Might be unfortunate, but it's the case.
I can find the clip on that, I'll insert here.
I forgot. Do this. was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I didn't know how that was possible. Again, not to put this on because he's a champ. Burning wild. I mean, that sounds bad, but you did it real good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Geez, that sounds bad. That was really good. I mean that as a compliment. What's up? Are you guys angry about you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop. They're just all here even though. I don't understand why they said.
The disrespect of that effort and the mocking of the concept and the harshness and lack of humanity really highlighted to me those feelings I had acquired from those other instances and the core of where I felt like they all came. And that was my endpoint. That was when I said, you know what, I'm having a lot of cognitive dissonance about this. And I don't appreciate this content, I don't appreciate how it makes me feel, I don't appreciate the impact it has. So with that, I'm going to conclude, and hopefully my actions end up on Reddit. This is just my nuanced conversation on my feelings about it, and I hope that you appreciated it. And I'll see you when I see you.
It's not nuance.
Where was the nuance?
There was no fucking nuance, because you didn't look into shit.
You basically said, I don't like Ethan Klein. Here's some nebulous reasons as to why I don't like him. Okay, bye.
Yep. Pretty much.
To be fair, Luigi is still around to do the work, unlike the barbecue guy. No! Note for 2 reasons, Ugox. No. The reason why Luigi didn't do the work is that he killed a man. He didn't kill a company, he didn't kill a corporation, he didn't do a single thing to affect their stock market prices. What he did was murder. And people have been trying to justify murder. Because look, he was pushed to do it. He was pushed to do this action. There was nothing else that he could do. He was incensed to do something and he was speaking out for justice. It's not justice. That's the first no. The second no is doing the work for Luigi's issue. What is he in jail for? He's in jail for killing a person who was a part of a healthcare corporation because they've been trying to push for a policy that would see them do something. I read this on camera. Recall it, Carl. They were going to put forth a new policy that would mean that there was an allotted amount of time in which anesthetics would be covered by your premiums and your policies, and they were going to make it so that it was going to cut the amount of time and the amount of dollars that they could be able to cover for the anesthesia necessary for your surgery work. So if you were only allotted 2 hours worth of anesthesia coverage, they would pay for those first 2 hours. If it elapsed those hours, and the other part of this change being that they were going to arbitrarily change the amount of time in which it would be covered for, you would be put on the hook for that payment. Because of that, plenty of people had outcried against it, because this was being done on behalf of Anthem, which I believe is the new owner of Blue Cross Blue Shield. Then Luigi pulled the trigger. In reaction to this, they pulled that bill that was being proposed as a change to the policies. Success, right? No! Because what did you do? You did the equivalent of flashing a light on a cockroach and crushing the cockroach, and all the other cockroaches scattered. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, but not if democracy dies in darkness. Message. You didn't do what actually solves the problem, which is the work. What's the work, Carl? Lobbying! The same evil that got it there in the first place, where no one's paying attention because no one cares. You didn't have somebody who was representative enough to voice the opinion for everyone's attention. And because they didn't do the work, because C-SPAN mostly is boring, there are a couple of times where Sandy or some other member of the caucus will start some brouhaha, but most of the time, Senate hearings, committee hearings, lobbying, it's a boring affair. However, as we've seen from content creators like Louis Rossman, that has gone and done the work for Right to Repair, to get shit changed, you need to lobby them. Bring to the attention of the people in power why your issue is important. Why is it important that you need to be able to repair using this proprietary work from Apple? Because Apple does not make proprietary processes easier to append for the policy and warranty. Something that I could be able to fix for $10, they'll charge me $1,600 for. And if I try to fix it myself, and they try to hold the part that I need under proprietary, P's are hard right now, proprietary copyright, then I've invalidated my warranty. Oops! You broke that thing, even though we literally designed it to break because it's controlled obsolescence of our technology. I guess you're just gonna have to buy a new edition. But I don't have $20,000 to buy the new fucking iPhone X Series X with the sex model adapter. Well, that's just too damn bad! Oh, I guess you don't get the new iPhone. No, this is not acceptable. Bring it up to the people in the Senate. Make it a part of the Trade Commission. Make it a part of the Better Business Bureau that this cannot be done in the copyrights of these contracts that we sign. Problem solved. But technically, no, the problem's not solved. It's a constant, ongoing fight. People think that because he's done this, that he's solved the problem forever. No. Correct, Bolster. Instead of destroying the Master's house with the Master's tools, use said tools to change the house. Do not destroy the Master's house with his tools. Learn from the Master's ways in order to dismantle the toolbox. Nobody wants to pick up the tool and undo the toolbox so that we can use a new set of tools. So back when we were discussing the parallel between Israelis and Palestinians and most black people and the nouveau riche popular culture society taking from them, the goal of black people, the real issue goal, I'm about to tell you the actual truth. This is the most Stone Mountain you're gonna ever hear me get in not fucking around coalition terms. The real goal of black culture is to create a parallel society. Not so that they can then become isolationist and become Wakanda. Black schools, black teachers, black porn, black everything. But so that when they choose to intermingle in that society, there is a new Black Mecca. Why do you say new Black Mecca, Carl? Because there were racist white people who burned down the old one in every single policy of society that existed. Every single time there was an issue that deserved to be discussed, they burnt our shit. Now, to the pleasure and the cringe of people who will watch people like myself and my co-worker / collaborator Jay, you know what that looks like now. In modern day times. Instead of it being white people burning down shit because how dare you bleep have things separate from us. White power! White power! White power! Instead, it's how dare you black people think that you can be able to have issues that are separate from queers. Trans rights! Trans rights! Trans rights! You take my black culture. You take my mother's Louisianan culture. You take my Cajun culture. And you think you can bring in a black man, black British man, to play a black man that was a white man in the South. You still play on it? That's Interview with the Vampire. You take someone's concept of an original work and you wear them like a mink fursuit while never engaging in the thing that it came from. Both camps are guilty of this in every party that it coincides with. Because it's the have and the have-nots. The haves take from the have-nots and effectively look at them and say, what's that you eating? Bologna. Bologna? You mean the shit part of the meat that we told you could have? Yeah. What'd you do to it? I put some peppercorn in the middle of it, and then I sliced it thin, and then I fried it, and I put some mustard and spicy mayo on it. Look kind of good. Look kind of good. Let me just go ahead and... That's ours now. Hey, I made that. I said it's mine now, motherfucker. Every time. Our goal is to create that parallel society so that when you take of us, we can still be in our society saying, hey, yo, they stole another piece of our culture, bro. That's alright, man. We live over here in Wakandistan. They're not like us. It's alright. But shouldn't you be upset? I mean, I could get mad, or I could go do something effective with my time. I'm gonna go be effective with my time. Message. Period. Has Kendrick been doing the work? Yes. Because Kendrick's problem is that in Kendrick's issue, we're getting away from the topic here. We have more things to cover on this, because this segment's not done. But I'm going to go on with this, because this is great content for those that have absolutely no idea what's doing. I should probably not hold my arm up at that angle.
Probably not.
Wait. Both hands. Alright, now we're outcast. That's the trick to not be accused of being a Nazi. Wait. Better angle. There we go. How do you beat the Nazi allegations? Both fingers out, straight forward. Where's my pick? Let me become even more like Andre 3000. Don't apologize to you guys. This is content. Okay, so has Kendrick been doing the work? Kendrick Lamar's issue with Audrey Graham, aka Drake, is that Drake is a poser. You're pulling a Palpatine on us. Shoot it. Yes, this is a wine bottle. Kendrick Lamar's problem is that he thinks that there are too many West Coast, East Coast, and Middle State rappers that have allowed for a fucking poser to claim that he is a real one. What do you mean there's greats? There is no big three, there's only big me. You say you're bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I get on their ass, somebody gotta do it. I'm the best, somebody gotta do it. I be outside all from the music, nigga. What? Walk up in LA with the etiquette of LA yelling mustard! Every single bit of TV off, and I also believe whacked out Muriel and reincarnated off of his new release in Kendrick Lamar Winter, as some people have been calling it, is his thesis, which is basically, all y'all motherfuckers let this bitch call himself great. Where were you when it came time to give me my flowers? Y'all motherfuckers done walked out my mural and forgot what this shit was about. So let me go ahead and pull all these motherfuckers from the West Coast to remind you. Let's crip walk on the grave of fucking Drake for the 557th time. Let me explain to you how I'm supposed to be bringing people together from the hoods. I want the Crips and the Bloods to be able to crip walk to the sound of an individual being mocked for being a sexual predator. And if you don't see it how I see it, turn his TV off. You don't get access to my culture anymore. He's doing the work. Why? Because he's trying to write what is the equivalent of a cipher thesis in real time concerning his issues with the music industry. Every single bit of what happened in They Not Like Us was throughout the entirety of that law, including Reincarnated. There's no spirit in his music. There's really no work to his music. And every single time that Drake wants to put himself inside of a new culture, he's becoming another DJ Khaled. So, yes, Kendrick is indeed doing the work. And he's doing the work in the value and through the means in which it is allowed. He wants to talk shit about a music artist. He's not talking shit on a radio show. He's in the booth. He's got composition books on composition books of lyrics. He's got nothing but time. So every single time that Drake dropped, Kendrick dropped within 40 minutes. Because it's an ongoing dialectic. Drake thinks this is a beef. This is not a beef. This is an intellectual meeting of the minds, and your mind is not good enough for this conversation. You don't belong in my space, so you have to get the fuck out. In concerns of Luigi Mangione, people are justifying murder because, look, Carl, you don't understand. They pushed us to water the Tree of Liberty. Yeah, and you decided that the result of watering the Tree of Liberty is to become a tyrant. So that means you go next too! I released a short that explained, with me getting Blair Witch up into the camera, that the second that you decide and think that they would not turn on you will be the second that the bat comes at your head. Because when they say shit like bash the fash, who's fascist? What's fascism? Fascism is when you disagree with me? Oh, well, I disagree with you. I guess I'm now a racist and a bigot. But I'm one of the races that allows for an individual to do what they want, because I don't want specifically to be the individual who will justify hatred in my cycle. You see, single player Carl, he's funny, but I don't like it. These are real things that people have said to me. Single player Carl's a real individual, but I don't like when he doesn't simply allow me to get away with what I want to say. I'd support your work more if you were to talk more about DEI bullshit, but I don't like the fact that you're telling me that I should have to actually do the work of looking to the game. Why can't you just tell me about the good shit that's playing? Like, put the comedy in the fucking bag, black man. No! I'm not going to back your ideas if your shit doesn't make sense. If I can't understand where the fucking money comes from, I'm not going to agree with it or back it. If I don't understand why you're upset, and you can't help me understand why you're upset, I'm not going to support your opinion or put my interest into it. But if you are going to say that we don't care to look into it, oh no, I'll look into it. But I still come away from it saying, I don't give a shit, then, so sorry, I don't give a shit. So, Dark Viper AU, or any other lolcow that I've covered, or any of the people who will be mad, there are some people who have been in the comment section that have passed the thing that I told you about, Horror, that one guy. There have been multiple people who have been trying to defend the etiquette of making fun of furries, and then when I link them, the material in question that VOD came from, so many of them were like, oh, I thought you were just bashing furries. Oh. All of these things interrelate with the idea that you motherfuckers are coming into a new space that you can't operate inside of. Namely the gamer space. Or actually no, the shitposter space. It's the same shit. Haves and have-nots. It's the reason why there's a culture war. We're fighting for the soul of the very culture that we integrate ourselves in. Message. And the thing that matters is not the war, and it's not the battle. It's the ideas. And you niggas don't have any! Because you don't have ideas of your own. You are a simulacrum. You're an empty simulacrum. The ideas that are being espoused by these content creators and influencers aren't influencing good messages, good outcomes, and good behaviors. The people who are not involving themselves in being grifters are then being ignored because they're not feeding into the war machine. The people who are feeding you this obnoxious, toxic content, as much as they could look into interesting topics, they are still profiteering off of your support. And so you're surprised, gamers, that you put your energy into a person who panders for your attention because he says what he wants you to say, and you say what he wants you to say, and you're surprised that he doesn't support you because he's already made money off of you giving him your energy? You did the equivalent of giving them a spirit ball every single time they said what you wanted them to say. Cause, he agrees with me, yay! Wait, why didn't anything change? Didn't I give you my energy? Where's my wallet? This bed is better if I have money in my hand. These dollar bills brought to you by Nielsen's Ratings Board. Wait, didn't I give you my energy? Hell yeah, you gave me your energy. You gave me all your energy right there. Yes, sir. You gave me all that good ass energy. All that. Me cycling $3 in my hands. You gave me all your energy, all right. And now that you gave me your energy, it's time for me to go get some energy from those other people. Thanks for doing business. It doesn't matter if it's politics. It doesn't matter if it's consumer policy concerning fair service and good use of video games or fast food. It's all the same shit. People who can't do the work, but then have the audacity to criticize other people who are, in their own ways, legitimately doing the work, is frustrating. It is somebody trying to criticize one of the movers and shakers in the middle of the moving and the shaking while they're making no momentum. And that, chat, is why people usually talk about money as motion. What a nice diatribe. Anyways, bringing us back to the topic of matter in hand. This is not where this topic for her ends. Now, this is where ya boy, Raid Shadow Legends, enters into the chat. Because there is a series of images that are the uploads of H3 calling out Mika. Another dummy taking a ticket and getting in line. Lots to talk about when we return. Just click this video. And I immediately want to say, you're showing a lot of courage just speaking about H3 because his fans are nuts. And so is Ethan about anyone who speaks about him in general. I have no idea what you'll say, but I'm proud of you in a very parasocial way. You don't ever let any internet goblins keep you from making the videos you want to make. The videos such as a nuanced conversation on H3 and his opinions. Alexa Nicholas, Eat Predators and Public Perception. I'm Alex's history of controversy and the current allegations. The rhetoric and aftermath of Dramageddon 2. The drama that changed beauty YouTube forever. You had something you wanted to add, or?
Nope.
Okay. It appears to me that you want to specifically make essay-style of academically sourced commentary. But as a academic, you can't give me detailed backgrounds, citations, and notations of a single fucking thing you want to say. Which means this is not about academics. This is about feels over reels. One of these in here would actually be up Horror's interest. Amberlyn lead, guilt trips audience, rarity is missing, booty update, unscripted rant.
I know all about all of that.
I'm gonna give you that link in question. Actually, let me DM this to you.
Nah, I don't need it. I don't need it.
Okay.
I don't need it because I know everything that she's gonna say. I know the situation top to bottom, left, front to back.
Her video in question on this topic is 59 minutes and 31 seconds long. You said academic. Link to Operative Drive Olive Blanche Master Doc. Docs and Googles and Spreadsheet. Jordy Stream 1, Amberlyn, Get Out Now. Jordy Stream 2, The Basement Bites Back. Amberlyn, need blah 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 something. And then your contact information, and then the usual blurbs that we all have for our socials. And then chapters for people to click on. I can promise you, if you think that that's what academic means, it isn't. You should not be leaving it up to interpretation. Your job is to persuade me to understand your topic. You need to persuade me with your argument. I am not persuaded about your argumentation. I'm not persuaded with the things that you're bringing up to my attention or to other people's attention. You call yourself academic, but all you really said was, I don't like H3 Productions because I don't like the fact that he's making other people feel uncomfortable. And H3's response to that was to just say lol.
Bitch.
Then, you take the fact that he said that, I actually wanted to be charitable and discuss what had happened, and it spiraled into so much more. So, you wanted a reaction from him. You wanted him to react to you and what you said. You didn't say anything of value here. And then from Nicholas Diorio, Mika cries for a massive chunk of her video about how she's terrified to make any criticisms of Ethan, getting so pathetic that she actually goes to express how she hopes that she can still get a job as a teacher. This person should not have a drama channel. Lol, stop enabling these freaks. He's right. Because why the fuck would Ethan Klein go after you and stop you from being a teacher? Other than because you're a dork. You're just a dork. You're a dork that's scared of saying the dork things that are in your head. And then, the screen cap. From Reddit, Ethan is a dork. She opens the video by saying the worst that she's ever been harassed online is by H3 fans. I doubt that he watched that part or more than 1 minute of it. I don't know why I still follow the H3 subreddit, but they're already foaming at the mouth from this video and Ethan's story. I watched the video when it came out, and it's been out for a while. He just needs a reason to beef with anyone. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. When you open a video with a long chat about the fanbase you'll heavily be criticizing are terrible, and you struggle to deal with it because of mental health issues, both that fanbase and trolls in general have their ears perk up to target you. I don't think she knows any better, and I have some sympathy. But honestly, if you've been around this community, it's all common sense. I really don't think that's her problem, though. She's totally fair in pointing out and having that disclaimer before starting her video. H3 fans shouldn't be crazy and harass her. It's not about whether it's fair, it's just how it works. This seems like you're just giving justifications for childish playground bullshit. They don't have to do it because it just works that way. They do it because they're shitty. Always online people who form parasocial relationships with YouTubers. Just because it happens doesn't make it okay. Even though it's a thing that would happen anyways, doesn't mean that it's okay for them to do that. Yep, she's not getting what she asked for. Instead, they're proving her right. H3, Diorio, and their fans should be criticized. All of you that said this shit and tried to downvote them because you wanted to socially bully them because they didn't agree with you, you are the reason why you are not to be here in this place and why we self-police. In all the spaces that exist, this is why self-policing exists. You don't get it. It's okay. You don't get it. It's alright. It's okay. You don't get it. That's fine. It's okay. You're stupid. You're retarded. You're dumb. Your opinions are dumb. You don't know how to discuss the issue. You don't know what is important. You don't understand what we see. You don't see it how I see it. Click. And then went on to the next one. But you believe that because you said it, that means that it needs to be treated like an academic paper. But it's not. You want to be treated like you're doing real social science. Laugh and a half, but let me hold you to that. You want to be treated like you're doing real social science. Like Adam McIntyre's video, which we're about to watch, wants to be able to critique Ethan Klein for coming after Mika with her video. We've seen from him before concerning topics that had to do with, I'm remembering the name of the character, but I'm not remembering the person. Colleen Ballinger. He had opinions that he wanted to say about Colleen and about how he was treated as a member of those groups because he himself was a parasocially groomed minor. I understand. I get it. By all means, he had something to say. He had direct responsibility and he had direct involvement with it. He said his piece and, he milked a bit of the drama from it because he deserves to milk it because he was personally involved. However, you and him are going to be treated on the same fucking gradient. If he can't get it out, if he can't spit it out, he's going to be put on double time. If the arguments that he says for why he wants to be concerned about how Ethan Klein talks about you is acceptable, then that is whatever it is. Because ironically, it appears that he has a video of his own that we'll have to watch before we even watch that part, which says Ethan Klein needs to address this, and it's 27 minutes and 40 seconds long. So over at least an hour and 30 minutes of response from Adam McIntyre compared to you. If this hour and 30 minutes of his breakdown does not have something that is necessary to be discussed, then it's gonna go in the trash can, along with your opinion. Does it mean that you don't have value? No, it means your take doesn't have value, because it's garbage and it's not hitting on what is important. The main idea is Ethan Klein is a monster. Why? Because he's not considering what it looks like he's doing. I can give a fuck less how it looks like. What's actually happening? That's how he feels. And unfortunately, he's cutting you off because you don't see it how he sees it. How could you see it how he sees it? Struggle is just going off because these are just classic Carl takes now. Anyways. The point. The problem. You niggas yap too fucking much about shit that is not even important. And then you think everybody needs to treat you with golden gloves. I said that I was gonna potentially be at risk. I said I had mental health and you're still criticizing me! Okay, bitch, I don't give a fuck. You got fucking mental health issues. You better get a goddamn black skin interpreter if you're gonna come talking to me. Or anybody else for that matter. Cause we finna chop you up like some fucking liver. If you too thin skinned to be here, you better go somewhere else. You better go to your paralysis. You better go to your paralyzed. Your parasocial paralyzed. Your parasocial paralyzed society. Oh my god. He said I can't. I literally can't. And we gonna keep it fucking moving. You're gonna be stuck 15 jokes back and miss everything that I said that's socially relevant because I can't believe he said that in that way. Look at his face. Look at his man titties. Look at how he thinks he is. He thinks he has room to talk. Skiss, 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 skiss. Ah, blue, blue, blue. Let me put it on screen for you. Boop. This is the first one. This is his series of things that he says he has to address.
Hey, let's talk about something that has been going on with H3. Now, there have been so many things that have been going on with H3, and I have chosen just not to cover them, if I'm being completely honest with you. I have fully taken a step back when it comes to Ethan Klein for many reasons. One of which, on a personal level, when he had his incredibly deranged manic spiral to do with me, in which he accused me of being creepy towards his mother, and then I clocked him and he called his mother on air to try to disprove me, and his mother took my side. So I've really kind of, distanced myself from the whole H3 of it all, and I know that a lot of let me ask the audience. I've been seeing a lot going on with the declining views in H3, and who am I to speak? My views are way less, but in the grand scheme of things of what they've used to get, everyone here, let me know if you used to watch H3, if you still watch H3. I genuinely want to get, and let me know down below if you're watching on YouTube. I would like to get a consensus, right? Of like,
get to the point.
Where we're at with H3, because we haven't talked about H3 in a long time, and I said that I didn't want to cover him again because I truly do think that, like, he is just, you know what I mean? And I know that I have a lot of crossover audience. And I apologize because I know that this makes a lot of people very uncomfortable. When I talk about Ethan and H3, I get it. It's like a creator you watch talking about your favorite creator, right? H3. But I just have no time for him anymore, if I'm being completely honest. I think there's things I've seen with what he has been doing in general over the last couple months. And I have my personal issues as well. And it makes me really frustrated because I really like the crew, and I know one by one they're jumping ship, and I know they have the most crooked Reddit ever, which is crazy because the H3 subreddit is one of the most nasty places ever, but once Ethan has a different Reddit that talks about him by a lesser degree than what his own Reddit talks about other people, ooh, he gets really sad.
Blue. But at least you hit the ground running. Good job, Adam.
Which is just super ironic, and whenever I talk about H3, the conversation of Olivia always comes up because people know I really like Olivia. All I'll say on that is I look at them very separately. Olivia works with Ethan and whatever like that, right? I really like Olivia. I really respect her. I think she is incredibly talented. And if anything, I think that Olivia is such a standout star on H3 that truly without Olivia, they would be nothing. Which is why they had to clickbait Olivia basically leaving the podcast when she was just going on vacation a couple days ago. And so, I just want to make this very separate. Hashtag free Olivia. Get it trending. Hashtag free Olivia. It's sad seeing her incredible talent and wit and just internet
On 2
personality
times
being
speed.
wasted.
I don't got time for this bullshit. Put it on 2 times speed.
You heard it here first, chat. Charles wouldn't listen to it at 1 time. And Score said put that shit on double.
Fuck this shit.
There's a chatter on that live stream that had asked me how is it that I'm able to listen at double time, and it's like not hard. It's a learning difficulty, but it's not hard.
On what H3 is right now. So hashtag free Olivia. I fucking love Olivia. I will always do that. And again, I just want to clarify this at the start because a lot of people will always think when I talk about Ethan that I'm coming for Olivia, and it is nothing of the sort. And actually, anytime I talk about H3, it actually affects my relationship with Olivia. And whenever Ethan was fucking coming at me saying I was basically preying on his mother, it really fucked up my relationship with Olivia. And, you know, nothing was ever said about that from Ethan, so he doesn't give a fuck, and I don't give a fuck about him. And quite honestly, judging by the views versus what they used to get on their subscribers, really no one else does as well. But while there are so many topics to talk about with Ethan, one thing I want to focus on in particular is something that has been brought to my attention from the H3 Snark Reddit. So let's get into it. Now, before this, I'm going to say that I'm doing Vlogmas, and my second channel is linked down below. I would appreciate you going over and watching.
Don't care.
In February, I'm going to...
Why are you shilling?
Don't care.
Chicago sold out, sorry. Seattle, LA has a couple tickets left. Dallas, London, and Dublin. And if you buy a ticket to London or Dublin and send me confirmation, I will mail you out a signed art card from either London or Dublin, and I can't wait to meet all the muckers. And also, second channel, Vlogmas, down below. So I saw this on the H3 Snark. Now, what I'm going to say is, this is something that has been very much so sent to me behind the scenes, and I know a lot of journalists are currently talking about this and crapping to write about this, and it was something that I want to talk about. But well, I'll say, shout out to everyone coming to the tour. I really appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to see you very soon. Now, I'm going to say that until we get confirmation from Ethan or any of the members of H3, this is all alleged. And the reason that this is even more shocking is because Ethan Klein, as much as I have my problems with Ethan, even yesterday on my YouTube channel, I was giving him credit for when we were talking about the Do We Know Them lawsuit with Janet when it comes to fair use and copyright. I was giving Ethan praise for how much he fought for fair use on the YouTube platform. And it has really impacted, all of our channels in such a great way. He fought for it, it was his lawsuit, all these different things. So it comes to my surprise when I see the following thread on Reddit. Now again, I'm going to say this is all alleged, and until H3 come out and disprove this, we don't know the truth. But I think it's important to talk about because the thread is being silenced, and it's interesting to me that the thread is being silenced. So I open the floor to H3 to debunk this. Let's get to it. False copyright strike tracker megathread. Ethan Klein is abusing the copyright system to censor criticism about himself and the H3 podcast on Reddit. What is the purpose of this? From H3 Snark subreddit.
The first thing I'll say is provide proof. Can the person in this post prove it? The second thing I'd say is no shit, there are people who aren't on subreddit that are censoring them in the purposes of trying to cover things positively on their subreddits. You guys are known for being censorious asshat Jannies. Shock!
Imagine my motherfucking shock.
We're tracking the false copyright removals on r/H3 Snark, this Reddit, likely being done by Ethan Klein or the H3 podcast. This is all alleged, and just reading what they're saying. Why do you think it's Ethan that's doing this? Around the time these removals started, one of our users also received a copyright removal for uploading a 2-minute long clip from a 4-hour-long podcast episode to YouTube, where Ethan said it was funny that his personal assistant, Lena, had been SH'd by his guest, Wayne Diamond, who made misogynistic comments about Lena's chest size. The YouTube notice for removal cited the H3 podcast as the channel that filed the takedown, and the contact information was Dan at H3 Productions. In the legal notice confirming that Dan, Ethan, H3 podcast did take the takedown. Now again, until they come out and disprove this, this is all alleged. But it's not right to not also cover this because they haven't addressed it. You know what I mean? I open the floor to H3 to debunk this. The fucking warriors of free speech, Ethan Klein, to disprove this. I would be absolutely so happy if they would disprove this, because I would be, while I have my issues with Ethan, right? While I have my issues with Ethan, and while I have, there's so many different things, I really, really, really hope and pray that they are not behind this. But I still think that it's important to talk about this to bring awareness to it because it's being suppressed. It's being suppressed. So all I'm going to open continuously is it is not confirmed or denied whether this is true, but it needs to be addressed because Ethan has been such a person who's spoken out about people abusing this system. So again, this is not confirmed or denied. We're talking about it because it's being weirdly suppressed and it's important to talk about. I strongly encourage the H3 production to disprove this because I hope this is
okay.
True,
You said it 3 or 4 times now. We get it. Move the fuck along.
Now that we've got that out of the way. The YouTube notice for removal cited H3 Productions as the channel that filed the takedown, and the contact information was Dan at H3 Productions in the legal notice. Alright, so here we see Dan from H3, copyright struck, a clip on YouTube from H3 Show 25, non-paywall. It was of Ethan saying it was pretty funny though when Lena was SH by Wayne Diamond last month. So here we see video title Ethan Klein responds to claims he alleged his employee Lena to be SH'd. Video URL, content used, content found in her video, removal request issued by H3 Podcast, contact info Dan at H3Productions.com. Alright. Considering this was done on August 13th, 2024, and other copyright strikes on the subreddit began shortly after September 10th, it is safe to assume that they are being submitted by Dan, the producer of the H3 podcast. This is alleged, right? On October 16th, Ethan shared that he had felt he had zero recourse with Reddit when a user made a post calling out the senior designer of Teddy Fresh for stealing fashion designs from a small indie designer named Ashley Williams London. Teddy Fresh has a long history of stealing designs from smaller or popular designers. Please see our Teddy Fresh the post flare for several dozen. Whatever, talking about Teddy Fresh, right? In this H3 Snark doxing segment on his show back in October, Ethan falsely accused r/H3 Snark of doxing his employees, and despite the 100+ false reports the post received from his fans, Reddit did not remove the post because it clearly was not doxing. Ethan lied about the nature of the post in an effort to have the post removed because it made him and his business look bad for clearly stealing art from smaller designers, allegedly. Now, Ethan Klein has resorted to, allegedly, again, you know I'm saying allegedly, I want them to disprove this, we don't know if this is true. I'm just reading their words, right? Alright, Ethan has resorted to abusing the copyright system to control the narrative of our subreddit since Reddit admins won't comply with his demands. Isn't Ethan a fair use copyright advocate? He was, supposedly. Before H3's content dwindled in quality this year, and Ethan and Eli revealed their political stances that many of his fans were critical of, lots of things about Ethan Klein have changed in the past year, including the downfall of his audience, views, and memberships. It appears he isn't afraid to break copyright laws that protect critical commentary if it means controlling criticism about him on the internet. This is an interesting approach from Ethan since H3's lawsuit fighting the abuse of copyright law from fellow creator Matt Haas is what earned him enormous favor across the internet, which is why I very much so want them to disprove this. I really would love to know that they are not behind this. And commentary space, he grew his audience because of this, and legacy on YouTube. Why does Ethan hate this subreddit so much? Ethan has threatened to sue Reddit for allowing us to remain on the website. While this subreddit has been around since early 2023, it didn't grow in staggering popularity until October 2023, when Ethan and Eli shared pro-Israel stances, which, by the way, just want to go on record saying Free Palestine forever and fucking always. I will say it back then and I will say it now. I know it doesn't just begin on saying, oh, I only started saying that since October. No, Free Palestine forever. Causing an abrupt, uncontentious end to his show Leftovers. And by the way, Ethan, that does not make me anti-Semitic for saying Free Palestine, by the way, because you want to self-victimize yourself with the genocide that is going on, but somehow when there's a genocide going on, you're the biggest victim. Alright, the end of his show Leftovers with Hassan Piker. His audience had a lot of thoughts of Ethan's, performance in a debate with Hassan Piker, but find that they were banned from H3 Spaces for sharing an opinion that wasn't outright supportive of Ethan and his takes. Many of these banned fans migrated to the H3 Snark Reddit, and it's a safe space for them to share their opinions of Ethan since they were no longer welcome in his YouTube chat because the chat would either be... And you know what? This chat makes me really fucking proud that this is my fucking community. Not that, by the way, not that this shouldn't be the standard, but just knowing how the internet can be. I fucking love you, muggers. I fucking love you.
It sounds like he's implying that they raided his chat and were trolling him. More than likely, that was the case.
No, it looks like they're agreeing with him.
Ah, I see.
So not only will the H3 live chat be turned off, but, I mean, you will be banned, which is what we've seen, right? Chat, you're making me very, very, very proud right now.
Well, that's what he's saying. Well, see, the back and forth here is that I'm proud of the audience. What are you proud of them for? My intonation is that you're proud of them because they went over it and they expressed their opinion, and then because you were doing that, they banned you from the chat. So now you're just saying, well, we will see that they will ban you from the live chat. Were you not going there and bragging that you were doing to be involved with it? Yes, they would ban you from the live chat for that. I'm not saying that it's right. That's just, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. How dare you do these things? We're gonna voice our distaste of it. You guys are acting like fucking idiots. Well, we are voicing our distaste of it. Banned. Well, we've seen how they react to commentary and criticism. Not very poggers, guys. What did you expect them to do? What did you expect to happen? What was the outcome that you wanted here? Other than the outcome that you got?
And by the way, this is not anti-Semitic. And if you take this as anti-Semitic, you're self-victimizing yourself and taking away from the genocide that is going on. So let's not forget that, by the way. There's no need to self-victimize yourself in something.
What is self-victimizing and this in this context? Him mocking you? Or rather, you mocking him? Your audience in chat? Sisking together?
What it sounds like is that he's trying to get ahead of any arguments that Ethan may have in response.
Would that not be an example of you demonstrating that you understand what the problem is, but you very much don't care about the issue as long as you're not able to get your way? And thus, he has every right to say, look at how these people act, and look how they act towards me, and how they think this is acceptable? Are you not? Again, self-fulfilling prophecy. Have you learned nothing?
Alright, his audience had a lot of thoughts about his performance in a debate with Hassan Piker, but found they would be banned from the space, and that's why they, moved over to the H3 Snark. They moved to the H3, because of the YouTube comments and other fan spaces where they were not allowed to be. Ethan Klein has taken criticism from his now fallen fans very personally and resorted to lying about the nature of our subreddit and the type of content shared here, attempting to control the narrative about himself.
How would he need to lie about the narrative of the content that you're providing on the website? You're literally providing evidence of exactly what he needs to prove. Hey, there are people that are dedicated to trying to cover things about us unfavorably so that they can antagonize us. Where's your proof? They made a subreddit to stalk us. Caveat, there are multiple subreddits that exist like this. There was a subreddit that Dan Saltman, the Dan that made a war against Twitch, that was dedicated to criticizing Hassan Piker and the Cutie Soda industrial complex of OTK Dick Sucks. And his result for doing such was the same thing evidentiary that you guys are doing here. And the way that they reacted to that was to try and hide that that was a conversation that was happening every single time that topics were brought up to Twitch staff during their announcements and during their discussion panels. People were bringing up the fact that they were censoring the opinions of people, so they just kept hiding them and not having them shown and discussed. That is wrong. That is bad. If that's the example that we're going by. But, this does not help in any capacity compared to what you guys probably think should be important. If what you want to do is have to focus on that alone. That's not helping shit.
Ethan Klein, it's a common theme in our subreddit for newly fallen fans to, say that they believed Ethan, that we were doxing people or saying horrific things, only to visit the subreddit and realize that none of what Ethan was saying was true. Or at least most of it, whatever, to play fair here. Alright, total remover claim. Date removed, 12/6/2024. Link. This was removed by Reddit's legal operations team. Alright, title. So it's basically showing... This post was a clip from when Ethan had a political commentator named Lonerbox on the H3 podcast. It was a brief few-minute section of a 4-hour-long podcast. This post was likely targeted by Ethan because it points out contradictions of both Lonerbox and Ethan's stance with Israel and Palestine. Okay, so we have a removal here. We have another removal right here. It was removed by Reddit's legal operations team. This was a brief section of Lonerbox's segment where one of Ethan's Lebanese employees, currently with family impacted by Israel's attacks, asked about his stance on civilians dying. This was likely targeted because it highlights Ethan's very pro-Palestine stance on Israel-Palestine conflict and makes him look bad, which has led to Ethan losing, 9% of his paid membership. So another example of being removed. Another one on 12/5/2024. Let's just fact check here. Removed by Reddit's legal operations team. This was a 2-minute clip from a 3.5-hour-long podcast where Ethan detailed the reasoning for his attacks on Hassan Piker. If Ethan is making a content video attacking Hassan, this video floating around would likely make him look bad or a hypocrite. Another one, 11/29/2024. This likely was removed because it makes Ethan look bad to his already dwindling audience and fanbase. Ethan spent the majority of his career in recent years criticizing gambling sponsorships and the influencers who accept them. Now he's willing to accept money from these people. It makes him not only look bad, but also a major hypocrite. Moving on, 10/16/2024. Ethan has been frustrated with the existence of this subreddit since its chronicles and highlights the hypocrisies and problematic behavior. Admitting that his fans will be banned if you do post criticism here likely makes him look bad or insecure in the fanbase. This is also a pretty weird approach that creates an echo chamber, and abusing the copyright system to remove it would make the information less visible. Another one, 9/10/2024. This was an automated mega thread with a link to the H3 podcast channel, not to an actual video or piece of copyrighted content. This was a clear false takedown. We have no idea why H3 allegedly would choose to take down this thread. This was removed by Reddit's thing, and just to also confirm this one. Oh, it was removed by Reddit. Okay. Update. Until further notice, we're going to pause clip uploads. You can still provide timestamp links. Okay, so the Reddit are not uploading clips because obviously they're being taken down by some source, right? So they're basically asking how they can upload clips from the podcast without them being just taken down. So... people should be aware that due to the way that DMCA exists, issuing or appealing a takedown requires personal information from the individual. I only mention this because Ethan is, as he admits, trying to sue users for, well, no one knows for what for. But he could, and maybe this is also illegal, but I ain't no big city lawyer. Grab your name and other information required. This is basically the only way he has to unmask users since all Reddit could provide is an IP address. Alright, this isn't a video, it's about the okay, so basically we have all these people being very professional. Remember when Ethan fought lawsuits to ensure content creators could create content? Did he ever actually care, or was it just being manipulative and schemy? Alright, so what's really interesting about this is I haven't seen people talk about this, right? I'm really only seeing the Reddit, and I wanted to bring attention to my YouTube channel in an attempt to ask H3 podcast, because one way or another, Ethan will have a manic. He'll probably call me a fucking groomer. He'll probably call me a fucking pedophile, or he'll call me, fucking something. The way he has to attach his enemies to something, right? So whenever he calls me, he'll be like groomer, pedophile Adam, says I'm lying about fucking copyright strikes, whatever he says next. Remember the last one was I'm fucking preying on his mother? Whatever's next, I don't give a fuck, because no one takes him fucking seriously. But anyways, I bring this to YouTube.
Not malicious at all, chat. Why would he ever be against people like this? Aren't they just angels?
Because I respect the H3 snark, and I believe that they're being silenced, and you know what? I have my own snarks. There are people on Reddit that don't like me. Will I ever go out of my way to silence them? No. Because how's Ethan Klein gonna have fucking the Trishy land show up on his recently searched last year whenever he's on stream? Trisha Paytas fucking huge snark page, but it's a problem when he has one? Nah, we all have them. I'm not going out of my way to take my ones down. No one does that. Well, some people do it, but it would be incredibly hypocritical if the H3 podcast would be doing that, considering that they fought really for the fair use copyright protection. So, while I believe that this is being incredibly, suppressed on YouTube, I bring this issue to YouTube. I ask of Ethan Klein. I ask Dan. I ask Olivia. I love you, girl. I ask you as well. You're all involved in this. AB, I fucking love you. I hope you get out too soon. I hope you get out too. I hope you can address this. You know why? Because if you do, and you say that this is not you, I promise you, within 24 hours, I will make a video. If you provide proof that it's not you, saying that, here's an update, it was not them. But I don't like that this is being suppressed. And you know what, Ethan? Unlike you, I will be fair in this. If this is not you, and this is not your team, being incredibly hypocritical here, and you can prove it, and actually prove it, I will be the first one on here. I will be the first fucking one on here to address these bitches here and say that even though I've said it wasn't, it wasn't confirmed or whatever like that, I will be the first one to come on and clarify. I will be the first one to come on and clarify that it wasn't real, it wasn't you guys, and it wasn't true. But until that moment, you cannot hide behind trying to silence a fucking snark page, specifically when you guys were fucking sourcing out the fucking Trishy land of last year. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. Just because the views are down, the memberships are down, whatever the fuck is going on, it doesn't mean you can silence criticism, because that's not fair. Specifically, if you're gonna do it this very weird way when it comes to fair use and copyright, which you got a successful peak on YouTube for, because you fought against. Because you fought against it. So I ask Ethan Klein, in a response, don't fucking call me a twink, don't call me a fucking groomer, don't call me a pedophile, don't call me whatever fucking word you want to throw a crazy allegation with, which is what you do. When people call you out, you find a way to rile your audience up. You know what, it works, Ethan? But for once, no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. And you know what, Ethan? I truly, at a certain stage, was terrified of you and your community. But, baby, if you continue acting, it's dwindling, and it's your own fault. And if this is proved to be true, I mean, where's the credibility? So I ask. And you know why? Because I really like AB, and I really like Lena, and I really love Olivia. For the sake of them, I hope H3 aren't doing this, because if it is, what is H3? What is H3? Dan as well, like, if you're the one, like, what is going on? So, again, in closing on this, because I know what's gonna happen, that crazy unemployed bitches on the H3 podcast fucking Reddit. Hey guys, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. You've came at me enough. I don't give a fuck about you guys. You know what I give a fuck about? The fact that it's being silenced in some way that this is happening. And if this was any other creator, oh, it would be a podcast highlight. It would be a podcast highlight. It would be a podcast highlight. So, again, I'm gonna say this is all alleged. We don't know. Maybe Ethan didn't do anything. Maybe Dan didn't do anything. Maybe they are completely innocent. Oh, heck, I believe it. Disprove it. Don't silence it. Don't try to suppress it. Don't have 1,000 irrelevant hot topics, but not anything that calls you out. Address it. Because it's wrong if you're silencing things against you. It's not fair. It really is not fair. They have become the beacon of covering other people being called out, and no one is gonna call them out. You know why? Because Ethan will constantly attack them and attach them to a label or something like that. So, here we go. My final thing. H3, please disprove this. And you know what? Maybe I'll be rooting for you. Heck, I'll be on your side. I'll be on your side. Disprove it. Go on, I know you want to prove the Reddit wrong.
My God.
I don't know if I believe that. And the reason why I don't know if I believe that is because, Adam, you've been backing up Rosanna Pansino, knowing all the shit she's been doing. Honey, sweetie baby, if Xylee's coming at you, because you're still as far as I know, still defending Rosanna Pansino, I don't think you'll take any evidence to the contrary of them doing this or not. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Very likely, I think he'd crash out if he doesn't go the way he fucking wants. Cause you're look at how smug you are right now, man.
Yeah. I backed you up when it came to Colleen, but right now you are acting a fucking fool.
Unpandering levels of wiling.
Wrong. Prove them wrong. Prove your snark wrong. Disprove it. Disprove that your copyright striking criticism of content clips against you, and you're the very disprove it. Come on, we are rooting for you. Come on, chat. We are rooting for them. Just do it. And if you will, we will all be on here and we'll be like, yes, it wasn't them. And you know why? Because on a video yesterday, I spoke about how much I respected Ethan when it came to fighting for fair use and fighting for copyright protection. Go on, disprove it. Disprove it so I can double down on, while I may have issues with Ethan, I respect him for fighting for fair use. I respect him for fighting for YouTube copyright. You know why? Because it directly affects me with the content I make. And regardless of my opinions, I fucking respect him for fighting that battle back then. But if this is true, then it all crumbles. Disprove it. And again, in closing, I promise, you have my word, I'm not on anyone's side here. If anything, these are the people that are being silenced. I will I'm traveling, but I'll come on in a shitty laptop video and say that it's not true. And I'll show your clip if you disprove it. You don't just say that, do it. Because I do believe you care about fair use and commentary, and, you know, it is your channel the same way it's us, just disprove it. And in closing, muckers, don't we want it? Disprove it, don't we want it? And we'll all be on your side with this. And we'll be like, oh, the Reddit we're taking out of context. The Reddit we're starting shit. Heck, I'll go on record saying that. Don't you want that? You hate the Reddit. I'll go on record saying that. I'll say they were starting shit. I'll say they were fucking lame. I'm on no one's side here. All I'm saying is, this is being silenced and I don't like it. The same way if it was by any other creator, by the way, you wouldn't like it either. Alright, well, we'll leave it there, but just to confirm again, just come out and address it, please. Because it really isn't a good look with everything else going on. And we'll leave it there.
Okay. I wouldn't say it was short, but it was at least simple enough. Now, the full breakdown. The whole Monty.
Hi, muckers. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you're all doing very, very, very...
Carl, disprove that you didn't eat the brains of 12 Cambodian children on the way back home to your wife this evening. There is multiple tweets that were provided on Twitter of me as I fought on the toilet, trying desperately to not die of Chinese knees bubble guts, that shows that I could not possibly have been killing 12 Cambodian children, because as you can see from the gibble titties that I have here, that I probably would not have had the energy to catch all 12 of them and kept them still all the time. I can barely chase after one child. How am I going to catch 12?
That's true.
Allegation beat me.
Oh.
Well, alright, let's just get right into today's video. So I see that there's a lot...
What is this creature? This is Adam McIntyre. He was a victim of Colleen Ballinger and her grooming. Unreal levels of looking for relationships with children. It's giving 2014 bedroom feminist vibes, because that's exactly what it is, GC Woodhead. You would be good at single player Carl. What is the pink mic thing? Not Carl. Carl's a good dude. Well, we all know that I'm a creature, but I'm a friend. Carl is friend, not
He is
food.
friend-shaped.
I'm something shaped.
You shaped like something.
There's my clip button. That's one for me to work on later.
going
For
on
me to
right
work on
now
later?
with Ethan Klein.
No, for me. To cut out the audio.
Oh.
That's at least 2 audios I now have from 2 streams.
Well, when is there not? Ethan Klein and Mika's rhetoric.
I'll be like, I ain't doing no editing for you. Goddamn, you do
that
your
Ethan
own.
had
I
uploaded
can't go through all that shit.
Instagram stories about Mika's rhetoric that says another dummy taking a ticket and getting in line. Lots to talk about when we return, and it's Mika's channel, and then it's a comment, and Ethan has written LOL. It says, just clicked on this video and I immediately just wanted to say that you're showing a lot of courage just speaking about H3 because his fans are nuts. And so is Ethan about anyone who speaks about him in general. I have no idea what you'll say, of course, but I'm proud of you in a very parasocial way. Don't let the internet goblins keep you from making the videos you want to make. And so he shared that and said LOL. And then I saw that
Hey, Carl,
people were posting.
Are you,
Yes.
are you gonna share that?
Oh, you're right. I keep forgetting that it cuts that off. Here's a great Discord feature. Discord, if I'm still presenting a picture-in-picture, and all I do is switch over the feed that's on the end, stop breaking it every time it has to swap over to another thing. Fuck.
Nah, I want you to suffer.
Mika was getting on
Literally worse than Skype.
this video, which are brutal. I'm kind of hoping after Ethan puts you on blast in a week, you won't be able to teach again. Somebody like you shouldn't be influencing young minds. I can't wait till next week. Brutal. Cut your days on YouTube, girly. Not a good take. All you low tier T channels really out here fighting for scraps like rats in a gutter.
Wanted to
Y'all
say
about
low T.
make the boogeyman show up and pop out. I'm sorry I listened and hoped for you to prove me wrong, but you and the sheeple alike are truly doomed, as well as sketchy in more ways than one. How inaccurate. Plus, you have a license to teach? Frightening. No need to categorize me with H3. This is a general problem the public exhibits more everyday feelings, blah, blah, blah. Girl, you still have time to delete this. Wait, no you don't. Your anxiety is about to hit a new level because of your poor decision to make this lazy video filled with misinformation. Ethan is gonna cover it on the show. So Ethan obviously covered, or he didn't cover it, I just assumed they are going to cover this video. I have not watched it yet, and I decided to watch it with you and kind of go through it because I've been seeing the H3 fans attack Mika for this video. It's called A Nuanced Conversation on H3.
It recalls to my mind something that Mika said. We live to see people get clowned on for these things. Well,
Do we really want to watch all of this all over again with this commentary?
what a great question that gives the dialectic for Dark Viper to be upset about. Is there value in listening to the riff cut of Adam McIntyre when we just witnessed the Carl cut? Yes, because I want to see what he says in reaction to the shit that she says. But I will be skipping over the shit if he does not get to the point of something that I think is relevant. If he tries to hyper-focus on something that is not important, we will skip over it.
And public perception. We're gonna watch it and we're gonna.
And of course, he's going in double time.
I mean, it better be going on overtime. Or double time. They'll fucking get your
Go
ass.
through it and figure out what is
Don't, how dare you make me listen to him in one-time speed, Carl. I'm not drunk enough for this.
going on.
I ain't even gonna touch my fucking Ruby Pinot.
Opening night. I can't wait to meet all the fuckers. We're opening in Brooklyn in February, on February 18th. We're going to Brooklyn, Chicago, sold out. Thank you so much. Seattle, LA, Dallas, London, and Dublin. And we have the other cities being locked in right now, and they're going to be announced. And we're going to be doing summer for those ones. So I'm super excited to meet everyone. The show is officially locked in. Everything is good to go. Rehearsals are going to be underway in 2 weeks' time. I'm very, very excited to meet everyone. Just imagine all the muckers in one room. It's going to be absolutely deranged. But anyways, let's get into this video.
Why would you need to have rehearsals for what's supposed to be a meet and greet? Okay, whatever.
From Mika. All right.
Hi everyone, it's me again, and today I'm genuinely the most terrified I've ever been, ever talk about anything, ever.
Also, can I just say something that I find really interesting? Ethan's made live streams about Jake Doolittle, and also now came from Mika's rhetoric, but he's still not addressed the video I made on him where I was saying, like, is Ethan Klein copyright striking or copyright claiming under Dan's email, or is Dan doing it? That video hasn't been addressed. If they're gonna address all these people, please, for the love of God, also address my video and just debunk whether or not you're, copyright striking and whatever that video was that I made a couple weeks ago, because they're really trying their best to kind of push that under the rug, and I think that's why they went so hard against Jake Doolittle and I guess against Mika, but I'm curious as...
Translation. Why won't you give me attention? Give me attention. I want to go viral. Give me attention. I want to be able to say, look, me. See, that's me right there. There I am. That would be more reason for him to not do that.
as to why they're not addressed in that video. I'll link it down below. Go watch it.
And I wish that was a joke, but alas, here we are. So today we're going to talk about H3. And I'm just going to talk about my feelings, my thoughts, and complexities, where I've been. Maybe I felt like I've been too complacent in certain games. I felt like I've, maybe run a little bit too much defense, and where my thoughts are now, and kind of my perception on the generalized perception, how things changed. And yeah, everything's about a pale tale. I think my makeup looks like jokey. I don't have a lot of notes. I just finished work, also, obviously, because everything has to be good. These are my little, very short, just like 1 page iPad note moment. So pray for me, I guess, in advance. Links to my channel, I have stuff all down below, including the link to my wonderful, beautiful patrons and members. Names on the screen. Also, while I'm at it, because, those are me and my days anyway, I'm about to hit 50,000 subscribers. So if you could be so kind as to perhaps participate in such events, that'd be great.
Baby, I'm already subscribed. Don't you worry.
I never ever bring it up because I think it's weird. I think even being called content is weird. Because we're people job. People
Oh, that gives me warm fuzzies.
Where we're at. Now, no parts of the video, I'm gonna maybe chapter into.
What happened?
That gives me warm fuzzies. Him going, oh, honey, I'm already subscribed. Oh, Adam, oh, God. I smell the bias.
Copy.
Just based off of like different points. We're not gonna chapter at all. I don't really know. So I'm gonna chapter directly. I don't do that much. So let's get right into the news. Just like you can find Bestie, Kill King Star once said. So there's a couple things. I have sort of like a layout of my time frame. Also, I'm gonna do a disclaimer right away. And this might disappoint some people. And I think there is a lot of nuance that needs to be understood here. I have a public facing job in the back end. Okay. Plus, I am. You don't know.
Oh, sorry. Also, there is something that I wanted to address. There were a lot of people that were kind of coming at Ethan for making these stories about Mika on his Instagram story. And I like Mika, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't see a problem with Ethan Klein, reposting her YouTube channel and being like, we're gonna talk about this or blah blah blah. Because I mean, if you're making videos on these people, they have every right to respond. It's the same way whenever I make videos on Ethan, he has every right to respond, and he has. It just works both ways. I saw a lot of people being like, Adam, can you believe that Ethan reposted that and blah blah blah. And I was like, well, I mean, Mika made a video about him, and we know how Ethan is. He has every right to, if you're making videos of him, share your public page. I guess maybe I have a wrong take on that, but I don't think I do. I think it's absolutely fair for him to do those Instagram stories, and actually that's kind of the least crazy 3 a.m. rambling Instagram stories we've gotten from Ethan, but I think you can make videos on him and he's able to respond to them.
Everybody does it annoying. I'm a registered licensed high school teacher by trade. I don't teach right now. However, that is something I would probably like to do come like a few years back. And the issue with that comes with the fact that taking specific political stances very intensely can bar me from doing that forever. And I know this sounds severe, it sounds like I'm doom posting, it sounds like I'm being selfish, and maybe to a certain degree I am. I just genuinely consider my impact as an educator and my impact as someone who can work with youth and work with and do research and do all these things as more important to me and more valuable than necessarily my social media impact. And because of that, and this is being very vulnerable, this is my gen, and I'm so scared about housing worthless, okay? That being said, and I'm only saying that I have been supporting housing costs since last year, and just in general before that as well. I took a course on colonialism to do the because I was kind of confused about everything, and one of my favorite essays of all time that I've ever read is Catchable essay on Palestine. Excellent essay. I'll see if I can link down below. You guys can for free. I have a book version that has all the different colonialism essays, but as such, I'm not going to dive super deep into politics specifically. I've also vouched for Jewish people in my videos. I talk about how a lot of conspiracies lead to fresh conspiracies lead to anti-Semitism. I talk about needs, for example, nerd city and discussing how he kind of leaned into the New World Order. I've discussed, I list quite recently, I'm video on this. This is not really scripted, so who's talking about those conspiracy theories we're talking about? I'm also trying to edit it very minimally because I want to be a conversation. I was talking about Jeffree Star, of course. Jeffree Star talking about the.
I find it ironic that she said I did minimal amount of edits because I wanted to be conversation, but it was just literally her rambling. And here he is, just low energy, passive, doesn't even call out the fact that she's doing this, doesn't concern himself with, there's not a lot of explanation here of this. Just great content reaction.
Illuminati and elites in Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. And I run the fact that usually
Literally, it's the people that get canceled. They're like, Hollywood tried to take me out. That's what Jeffree did. I think his exact words were, I got.
There we go. So, Jeffree Star is not relevant to the situation, so I don't care.
Too big and Hollywood tried to take me out. Motherfucker! Really?
anti-Semitic stereotype and talk about education and the importance of not falling into those things as well. And the right movement is anti-Semitism is linked to Islamophobia a lot of time to a certain degree, and to religious sentiment and people, and vice versa too, as an weaponization of religion. So I just want that to be a clear stance here. Operation Olive Branch mascot, also linked down below actually, now that I bring it up. I just know that because I have such forward and bold opinion on people I talk about all the time, there's an expectation that my politics align. They do, I promise. It's just publicly I'm very conscious of my social media footprint, my internet footprint, because I just think where I can actually make a difference in my future matters. And again, maybe why you think this way, because I've already run into these problems when I was doing social media and my teaching internships. So that's why
Okay, I'm only 6 minutes into this, but I think the thing that will really frustrate me is what I can already see happening with those comments, which is H3 fans like threatening, oh, you want to be a teacher? You're making videos like this and you want to be a teacher? Like, fuck you. And if Ethan probably will come at it from that sense. And that'll be incredibly disappointing. I hope he doesn't, because that quite honestly already I could see him taking that approach, but I feel like it could be like the worst stance that he could possibly take on those. Obviously he hasn't made a stance yet, so I don't want to speak for what he will say, but I'm putting right there that I hope that H3 as a whole kind of focus more so on what I assume Mika is going to have a nuanced conversation about in public perception, rather than the fact that she is a teacher.
Well, again, she's not a teacher. She was a teacher, and then she quit her job to become a YouTuber, and she's already bad at it. So, cope, first off. Secondly, okay, but what the fuck does that have anything to do with anything that she's saying and whether or not it's relevant and whether or not it is okay? I think you kind of need to lock in on what's important here. Why is she here? Why is she talking? Let's start there. Do you have an answer for that?
Now, I have the lineup of how I think this started from the actually inception of the podcast to now. So this will be a chapter. I'll talk now my disclaimer, my politics, and then whatever, okay? And if people think that I'm weak in that regard as well, I understand, honestly. And I also have a pretty, my mental is very silly. I guess I'm going to be honest, right? I have a pretty intense anxiety disorder. And the only time I contemplated quitting
Why are you coping?
was in reference to discussing Ethan Klein before, and I was treated in a way that maybe allegedly in Minecraft could be considered harassment because they were making accounts dedicated to like saying all this stuff about me and how evil I am, and then they were DMing people that I worked with on other videos that I was a horrible, evil, morally corrupt individual, and all this stuff. When we talk about
That's the lovely community of the H3 fans. Woo! It makes me really sad how many people refuse to talk about Ethan or are scared to talk about Ethan because of how unhinged him and a lot of his fans are. I'm not gonna say most of them. A lot of them are. I think I used to be like that, but then I just realized like it's not that deep. Like people see through him. He has the people that support him, but if he, and again, I'm not saying every take he has is bad or everything he does is bad. You know what I mean? But there are people that will like see when he is in the wrong or he's in the right, or people just have their own opinion of it. And I don't necessarily care if Ethan Klein will rally people behind or against me because listen, Ethan Klein has rallied people behind me in support of me during families. You know, whenever I was like constantly getting shoutouts and stuff like that, when I was being sent, you know, Teddy Fresh fucking PR from like AB or being sent in from like Donna Klein or something like that. And I've had that, and I've had the support of the H3 fans, like in like the Reddit being on your side, like H3 being like friend of the show, friend of the show, friend of the show. And then I've had them be so evil. Like I've had Ethan throw allegations against me because he doesn't want to lose an argument, or you know, and I've dealt with the fans approaching me in person and being assholes, or you know, really coming at me from Reddit and stuff like that. And I think I'm doing this long enough that I just really don't care about their opinions. I don't care about if Ethan Klein likes me. I don't care if a H3 fan likes me. I mean, I guess that's why I have no problem continuously making these videos, and I completely understand why someone doesn't want to touch an Ethan topic because of how crazy he can be and how crazy his fans can be. But I don't know, I think my approach now is I feel that like me and my audience have gone through enough when it came to like Ethan topics that like there's a majority of you that will see through when he does like nasty shit, that like I have the support of that, and I guess if Mika doesn't have that and it's a light majority against you, then obviously that's hard, and getting hate on social media is crazy, and you know, being unfairly treated by fans of someone that you're calling out is even fucking worse because you're getting it regardless of what you would say, you know what I mean? So I don't know what this video necessarily is going to be about, but it's interesting already that there's 1.4 thousand dislikes. I mean, there's 5,000, you know, 6,000 likes, some more likes, but obviously the H3 fans are showing out negatively in this video, but that's not surprising as well. I mean, you don't really see them show out negatively on my videos because I just think that they don't watch them anymore because they realize that they like can't spam hate me into not talking about Ethan. And I think they're just like frustrated now. You'll see them upload one of my videos on like the H3 podcast Reddit, and the post will get deleted because they just refuse to talk about it.
God damn, Adam, find a period. Okay, so I don't care that they're hate brigading her video because the information matters more than the opinions. 2, who fucking cares? If they're attacking you, why are you reading the comments? You already know they're gonna be haters. Let the nigga hate. A hater's job is to hate. Let them niggas do their job. Do your job.
Wait, I'm like, this is great. I'm like, I love it.
it was not responded to well for a long time. And this is being discussed by many different videos at length, including, so I was watching, this is,
I don't know this lore.
Because I was watching Ethan Klein's video, or Ethan podcast episode about, and I've watched it like years, so it was like shocking to see these like aspects of different show or anything like that, chatting about Dan Clancy or whatever, the CEO of Twitch, and being like, oh, Ethan's gonna get all the tankies. So when I was like, man, when I'm watching it, I'm having trouble getting through it because it's training so hard, and then my bestie comes in and is like, you're slaying. I'm like, okay, so I'm right. Anyway, when the podcast came out, Chris, I did for being really professional. There was also a lot of really good clips that came out of there, such as Ethan Klein being like, I love you saying the word, and then just saying it a bunch of times. The clip with Yo G saying that women were at the time was still doing something, I think. As for Frank saying that women were made to be submissive to men.
Our age or whatever, our Neanderthal has probably not crazy. So there's definitely something like in us will conquer men. Right. So it's, you know, women are in a nature setting like to be conquered.
There was also the clip where Ethan Klein was talking about Jewish people in Israel and commenting on their hygiene and commenting on some things that commented on the way they were.
Well, I mean, astronauts or astronauts do growing. That's what we all do. They're like, oh, these shit. Back in the day, we had a little village, we ran around in our little suits, but then nobody wanted us, so well, brother. And to be honest, they're like stinky, so we're like, you have to be very generous to fuck this shit, right? So they wear the suits, they got a hat, they don't shower daily, not a million birds outside.
He's grimacing. He's grimacing. Look at his face!
He's rocket black suit. They stink, bro. They stink. And you know they have shady in the face, measure their dicks, so like.
But you also know what he's not doing? Commenting on it.
Those are fake. No, really. Those are real. They're all
Well, I mean, my take on Ethan is I didn't know about Ethan until Frenemies. Yeah, I didn't know about Ethan until Frenemies. And what's interesting about Frenemies was...
Pause. I didn't know about this shit poster until he started making content that I wanted to watch. Insightful opinion.
Really, like, right up until Frenemies, maybe like a year or so, you know, difference, I don't know. Ethan really pandered towards that really, YouTube audience. The edgy meme lord, saying offensive things, being offensive, just being fucking cringy, being an asshole. But then, I don't know if it was before Frenemies or it definitely happened during Frenemies, where H3 as a whole definitely pandered more to, like, the girlies. And, you know, they brought Trisha on, and, you know, they, like, are, like, woke now and like that. And so they had this clash of audiences. And then a majority of people stayed from Frenemies, but they were a very different audience than the ones that were watching Ethan be really incredibly offensive years and years ago. And that...
Pause. An interjection of people that hate certain kinds of people entered into the audience and started behaving and also prognosticating a lot of issues that they didn't like that has nothing to do with the content creator that they were trying to antagonize.
That's why a lot of the H3 audience will constantly call Ethan out for things, because he'll slip back to that old kind of style, but these new people aren't used to it. And I mean, I guess it's his fault for like pandering towards that audience, but I mean, where the money is, where the views is, was, you know, where he went in Frenemies was a great success, and at the time was a great show. But it is interesting to kind of look at that. I know he's fuming that he has the audience he has now as well, because you know that he wants this audience back. Did you see him slip back into it? But don't worry, they're for the girlies now. They brought Olivia on and they do girly sections.
Are pretty chunky. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, you asked for it.
So those bits were coming out. And then also criticism that the podcast was boring. I remember people just being quite boring back then, especially as the guests were kind of all that it was. So, and people really upset that they were no longer making H3's production videos, which were their most popular, most like content to this day. Progressively, as eating time started hiring more people, you started getting kind of like a co-host dynamic almost. So it's like you have now Dan, the producer, you have Ian, you have Zach. That was approved for a long time. Started 2020, whatever. You hired AD and Lena. We're both playing A's. It's gonna become relevant soon. Then you also have the hiring who were also fans of Ethan's. He hired AD because AD ran defense for him, but another creator named Bokunaru made a really long, pretty okay actually. Like I remember liking back then. Hit piece on.
That's why Jake Doolittle thought he was gonna get that job.
And I started level with Mess on whatever hired AD. Then you get also hiring Cameron Grants, who was making memes on their subreddit, design work. Hiring Sam, who used to be dating Ian to do graphic design stuff for him, and set design stuff. Then you have hiring another fan, Olivia, who does writing. I'm trying to remember because she does everything. Her role is she seems to do research and writing stuff mostly. Then you have also hiring of Swedish another fan, Love, who
Damn, they have a lot of people on their team. It's interesting they hire fan.
now the new guy Nathan or something. No, anyways,
I mean, it makes sense for the show dynamic, I guess.
like one being like Gen Z, and Love and I are like born the same year, 1 apart, 2020, by the way. You start having these like I found you starting a lot more of these people who are much more progressive, ideologically progressive. Maybe Lena, because Zach, so Ian does this shit. Like Ian's like, hi guys, I don't know about you, Ian. But you have and then Dan seems to I think Dan is very left leaning, but Dan also doesn't respond to criticism well. So when he has maybe more of his social concerns to a certain degree, like opinions on things, and then push back, he like Eden kind of viewed as the entire less opinion on his entire subject and then just be pushed away. And then Zach I would say is somewhat on the more socially conservative side. This is not getting wrong. This is again. So what I'm saying is that environment was pretty stable in a sort of awakened centrist / center left vibe, right? Now we start hiring AD and Lena, who are Lebanese, who have been affected by a lot of conflicts in the Middle East. Even though they're I think they're born in the United States, but their Leah's parents, for example, were recently in Lebanon, etc. Olivia, who seems to be quite progressive and is very ideologically and socially left leaning. I don't know what Love's doing. He doesn't say much. Cameron also seems to be a pretty progressive person. Sam as well. So you start having this sort of environment that was fostering these ideas more openly. And when you have your researcher, who is a sort of kind of left leaning person, and AD will also do research, you start kind of your confidence yourself. And then you get to the debate era where Ethan Clemens debating Carl, just really things he debated. The guy who's claimed that he cured Tourette's. There was also the debate he debated versus fit.
That's a really interesting point, that when you're hiring, you know, progressive, left-leaning people who are doing research, the topics that will be presented to you are ones that will cater towards that. It's not a bad thing or anything, but it's really interesting considering what Ethan's previous kind of content style was and the takes and stuff that him and Ela would have, and it was just them back and forth.
Pause. No shit, Sherlock. The content creator gets shaped by the content that they make and the people who are consuming that content. If you are around a thing, you get influenced by that thing. God, I didn't even realize you were influencing me this entire time! I can't believe it! Do you think that people shove their hands up the butt of a content creator and therefore they couldn't have realized that they were being tricked and groomed or whatever the fuck into things when you say shit like this? That is so far from being a not useful opinion. It is unbelievable. Whatever. Your take.
So that's a really interesting point. I've never thought about it like that. And I normally have always just kind of put it down to frenemies, but that makes so much more sense with like the researchers and stuff. Shout out AB, Lena, and Olivia. Also Sam. God, Sam is so gorgeous. Love her Instagram. She's such a baddie.
There was also, you know, like there was a bunch of meetings like no, I can't remember all of them. But anyway, there's these debates, right? And then Stringer Song Piker was reacting to them because it was the same sort of like universal content creators that he was against. So from the debates, the regular guys where a lot of defenses tend to have these kind of left-leaning ideology. Ethan Line presented to more left-leaning audience, and left-leaning audiences really like to watch people get dunked on like that. I think the very first one, which involved Song as well, was actually talking to Aiden Ross about gambling. So now you get to show Leftovers, which ended essentially right after the events of Corona 7, which has kind of led to a lot of the downfall. But I think something a lot of people were not considering was there was quite a few small spikes that began hitting. And I don't want to reveal.
I didn't cover Leftovers really at all when it was happening because it was destined to fail. It was destined to fail. When you watch the show, you saw just like how much Ethan and Hassan did not like each other. Like I think
Pause. It is actually extremely useful that you said that because it means that everybody who saw that happening were fucking right that it was gonna fucking crash and burn. Of course it wasn't gonna fucking work. He was platforming a man who's full of nothing but goddamn hate. I'm not shocked. Are you shocked? She's probably not here. She's probably just writing. It's not shocking. I'm not shocked. No one should be shocked.
I watched maybe one episode in entirety and I was like, whoa, bring Tana back, bring Trisha back, something.
I want to start getting into like any of the identities on Stargate or any of that kind of stuff because Ethan's gonna go a while on that if it ever gets anywhere. I've been reading like there's a post about being a fallen fan, which is what Ethan refers to people who no longer like his content. And yes, technically by that design, I would also be a fallen fan. But the juxtaposition that Ethan often puts towards fallen fans are people who are like borderline neo-Nazis, like these sort of people who really like conservative content, they like NDSGW stuff, they really hate it, leftist, whatever. That was who he used to position mainly as these like fallen fans. But now you have fallen fans that are those left-leaning people, which now Ethan often refers to as extremists, which is very often quite appropriately used. So a lot of people brought up these other instances besides the recent what people are referring to as a Sonic crash, which I'll get into soon. And I want to go through those events to remind people what they were, to sort of maybe place people in where they start feeling like disconnected from content. So the first thing I can think of, which is nothing that many people brought up, and this is gonna sound really crazy to come out, but the prolapse fixation is an issue. It is, she's an issue. For one, you have the issue of the time gross. So what happened with this is it started with Howie Mandel just raw posting a prolapse on TikTok, where it was someone prolapsing their stories or something, and he was like, "What's going on? Is this COVID or something?" So it became a meme. Everybody's like, Howie Mandel, the known like germaphobe or whatever, plus like just beloved TV host, just not having any idea what he's looking at.
I remember meeting up. I was in LA on, I think it was around the time of my birthday, and I go to the Abbey a lot whenever I'm in LA. I think about LA sometimes. But anyways, Olivia introduced me to Disco Debbie, who, if you are a member of H3, you will know Disco Debbie. I loved when I saw Disco Debbie being brought on H3 because I knew that it was so authentic. Because whenever Olivia invited me to her birthday, it was at karaoke night at the Abbey, and I show up and she introduces me to Disco Debbie, and she's like, "Oh my god, Adam, you got me Disco Debbie." Disco Debbie is like, you know, this older woman. She's a diva, and she's, you know, always vibed. She goes up, she sings her karaoke, she does her routine. She's a diva. And I saw her on H3, and she's been on a couple times, whatever. But I remember it was around the time of my birthday a couple months ago. I was out in WeHo with my friends, and I saw Disco Debbie. I think I have a photo with her that night, and she was asking me. She saw that I was posting about my podcast, whatever, and she was like, "I would love to come on, blah blah blah, whatever." And I was like, "Oh, and like you're booked and busy in H3, like congratulations, everything's going okay." And she said to me about the prolapse that she was I don't want to be misquoting here because maybe it was someone else I'm talking to, but I'm pretty sure it was her. And you can fact check me on this, where she said that she has a lot of fun on there because they kind of let her have fun, but that they made her look at a prolapse, or they made her look at something really that made her very, very, very uncomfortable. And she told me this, and I'm just thinking about that in this moment of the joke going on too long. You know, like you're bringing your guest on, like an older woman, and like making her react to, you know, prolapse. Like it's quite weird.
Which I kind of makes sense in context, because no other universe where Alan speak that. It was a boomer gets TikTok moment. It was my Bolton point, right? But then what ended up happening was, Ethan Klein became obsessed with this and started showing this to everybody, TikTok and stuff. But then also got involved with this sex worker named Hunter FF, who's really famous for utilizing his prolapsed rear end to make content. And what he would do is he would sit people down and force them to watch this content when they were being.
Okay, so maybe it was to disconnect everyone, yeah.
I guess sort of potentially makes sense. I think he might have had to do it personally, which is even worse. Then he showed, so I mean, I guess to a certain degree, go down, that's like a joke, right? Like, that was why I did it. But why was he showing Stavros? Why was he why was Brady watch this?
I just said it. This is the video I was saying. I was worried they were going to show you.
Why would I do that? Like, what do you think I am? Are you not showing the screen right again?
You're gonna show me?
Yeah, well, I thought there might be bands on all.
Hell, we're halfway there.
Alright, so.
I mean, this is very weird.
Come on. Okay?
I always thought this was weird.
Yeah. Maybe you can be whenever you want. It gets better towards the end. So is this COVID related? Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't. No, I didn't. You did it.
Wait, why don't you look at myself?
Actually, no, stop.
It's weird. It really is weird.
Oh, yeah,
Go under FF.
I love Hunter.
Why are we getting handle see this? Right? Why is this being forced? This is not topical content. This is not. They're not really a lot of times. There's definitely like a feeling of coercion to the interview space, and the crew often travel as well. There's also the events, and this leads into the next thing too, which some refer to as Bondgate, where leading to this prolapse thing too. People really felt that Ethan Klein was, how do I say this, inappropriately pushing homosexual men as inappropriate, maybe not inappropriate. He's leaving it. It was like a joke, kind of, you know. And then there was whole time, I never got watched this episode. When they started, I got so cringed out that I stopped watching. And this was something that I noticed calling when watching H3. A lot of people reacted to it really watching it because I watch a lot of people, you know. And I don't cringe out of their content halfway through ever. If I do that, I never watch it again. So what's happening with this? You know, I'm not watching a consequence video, like so it's that I need to leave.
Just silent agreement. The entire time. He has nothing but silent fucking agreements. Wait a moment. Are you implying that leftists integrate themselves into spaces and then after those spaces are integrated, they force out the people who created it in the first place? I'm shocked. Truth.
Or I'm gonna watch like a smoke video or a mid-end video or
He still has nothing to say. Like, no, he's like not just nothing. Nothing. No personality whatsoever.
video or even like a freebie or what we have. So that I need to like bounce.
Oh, thank you.
So what happens essentially when they're talking about like tops?
He gets called out, and that's the only thing he has to say. Truly, a jinxie reaction. Now, how many levels on the edit of this? How many faces of Dark Viper screaming in the background do you think can fit into the screen chat? Like, how can you say that, Carl? Aren't you sitting there listening? Aren't you sitting there listening to him, watching him, watching her, watching him, watching you?
Bottoms and that whole concept in it.
Uh-oh, not top bottom gate. You know I got involved, and you know it got messy. Remember? That was a really big moment between me and H3. That was a that did not go down well on the Adam McIntyre YouTube channel. I was so angry.
Dan starts yelling at him, Ethan starts yelling at him, and everybody's really like annoyed about this combativeness where they're just trying to kind of push you in the right direction. It's not if that a lot of people. And I saw them started too. There was a post like, why you stop watching the show? Like, brought that. There was also, this was a huge one. I'll get to what my end was this segment where they were talking about Cinderella, who is a streamer on Twitch, where someone made AI pornography of her as a deep video.
Oh, this was so bad.
I never saw that episode, thank God. I feel like I would have lost it back then. But I mean, it's not like I was watching for quite a while longer.
Why?
God, this was really sad. Yeah, like the AI deepfake that they were making of her.
Why?
And Ethan's reaction to it, like, laugh.
Wait a minute, you know.
Sorry, don't come on me.
You were able to not selling yourself to off of being sexually.
You're a monster, dude.
You guys are crazy.
Why'd you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
And I think that's one of the most, like, infamous moments in H3 lore because of Sam's face there. Like, everyone's reactions and then, you know, going to Sam.
You guys are crazy.
Why'd you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah. Yeah. This was a really bad moment. Well, first of all, I'm over halfway into this video, right? Ethan, what did he say again about this video? Another dummy taking a ticket and getting in line. Let's talk about. First of all, I'm over halfway into this video, and there's not one thing that I see as going too far or anything. My goodness.
Sorry, this like events, I guess, cognitive dissonance as well that I'm not proud of anything. I think it was just a lot of it for me too was I didn't have anyone to help me research at the time. Now one helps me, right? I have anybody help me, but the show had brought in these different episodes that gave me an idea of like research. So for example, I would not use H3 videos because there's a lot of accuracies. But let's say for example, they were talking about calendar or whatever. They would get exclusive interviews. I'm not They would get exclusive things. They would pick things and
Yeah, they would get an exclusive interview with Johnny. Congratulations, H3.
So I watched them as a basis of like where finding things and I'm scared them every often. So that's sort of what I was telling myself at the time, or whatever. And then I obviously got to my final Charlie. But the issue was Cinderella was talking about how she felt violated that these videos being made that presented omni positions real, which is very fair. Then essentially what happened was Ethan messaged the sound guy, Zach, to play a note singing chestnuts over it. And
which is a common gag they do. They did it in the Jake Doolittle thing a couple days ago that we reacted to Jake Doolittle's like crash out live stream. They played it as well. But I mean, playing it in that moment right here, this is like one of the worst standout moments of the show so far.
just to give you an idea.
I really don't like the fact that this guy who's known for being a comedian is taking the piss out of my favorite comedian. What the fuck, bro? I thought I was safe!
Idea of like, how unserious this is. This is like I'm gonna cut the audio now, so I'm gonna claim. But like this is like what that video is and what it looks like, right? So it's like very simple, obviously. So then they sort of apologized for it. It was very weak and people were really not happy with it. It actually became a meme that like it shifted Ethan kind of almost separating responsibility to a certain degree by claiming that what happens is he just gets into like uncontrolled state and forced with goblin mode. This also was something where he said that if there's another.
So why is Ethan allowed to go into goblin mode on other creators, but other creators aren't able to go into goblin mode against him?
Because all of you have demonstrated that you don't know where the line is, and he knows where the line is. And you niggas not understanding where the line is the problem. I understand that's hard for you guys to get, but that's kind of the problem. If there's a person that always and every time when you give them a chance to communicate on something, to gel with on something, just doesn't get it. It's every time. They just don't get it. They don't understand that the shit they're saying is not funny. They don't understand that the shit that they're doing is off timing. You don't want to have to keep reminding them. Boy, that one hits close to home, don't it, chat?
That Ben Shapiro should go first. That's what Ethan Klein said. It's about this as a concept, obviously. So that was an event they considered a goblin mode thing. So they ended up getting this like broadcasting button where Ethan could push it and it would cut the last 15 seconds similar to the center button on Michael. So instead of really addressing I found the future stuff, he kind of went down this like goblin mode, right? Then crew members started leaving in the last year. First Cameron Grant, and then Cameron said that he received a job offer from Massachusetts, and he was moving back, and he was just really good at it. Now, obviously, you receive when you're publishing figures while Cameron wasn't on the show, you receive job offers like just randomly, right? Like, you know.
I think Mika's gonna make the statement that like you also have to be applying and looking for jobs to kind of make that jump and be on the market. I think that might be the point she's gonna make.
I just wonder. I feel like he was applying for jobs to get that offer. So I think in the industry that he's in, you have to submit portfolios and stuff. That's just my tinfoil hat theory on that part. Then, Sam left. And the vibe of Cameron leaving versus the vibe of Sam leaving was very different. Cameron was very apologetic, he was very sad. Sam was sort of like moving on to better things. Because she began working for QT Cinderella. And in that QT Cinderella clip with the chestnut thing, and we have the intro clip or whatever, Sam is visibly extremely upset at anything else happening. It appears recently that Sam's moved across country, presumably back to Georgia. So I don't know if he's still working for QT Cinderella, so he doesn't California in general, but he's already broke up, so I think he's trying to leave. But I won't go back to. Then, you get to the Hassan videos. So what it began from was Ethan Klein started posting Instagram stories with Hassan clips claiming that he is platforming anti-Semitism, Hassan specifically. Now, a big focus of Hassan's content is being very pro-Palestinian. And this is something that Hassan has been doing for years and years and years. He says about 10 years of public advocacy. Now, you can say what Hassan did, what Ethan. I personally like the secret adoption. Sam Peter. I'm Sam Peter. I fear. Has he done wrong? I don't know. Belgium, I'm here. I'm just kidding. But I do actually love Sam. Anyway, that's the secret adoption. You're like, sorry, yeah, I'm like Sam Peter. Anyway, so he starts talking about Hassan's platforming anti-Semitism on Twitter. I think a lot of this is from Rogan being mod. Some people Ethan Klein hates because Rogan's tweeting about Twitter. Ethan Klein's very takes key on follow Rogan from notice to talk about Discord. And so he said that she would like support ideas with that Ethan Klein follow.
Still just silent agreement. He still just has nothing but silent fucking agreement. Oh my god. Or had to go.
Right, so you get into what people are referring to as the Instagram story crash out. This has been something that a lot of
Which has been going on for so long and it's still going on even with this video. We're getting an Instagram story crash out with this video as well.
wanting to know about. And I've talked about it in private with people, with text messages and stuff, because some of them are just so heinous that I'm just like absolutely caught aback by.
Okay, clocking in for a shift of those Instagram stories at 3 a.m.
Is this one Yemeni teenager that Hassan interviewed, who Hassan claims is not a Houthi, Ethan claims is a Houthi, and Ethan pulls up this all these posts and stuff, and then claims that all this the Yemeni kid is Houthi and Houthi Jews and all that kind of stuff. When he wants to that, obviously, if he wants to the Yemeni teenager as well, I don't want to really get into that because I think that would take a lot more digging into this conversation I want to have is cornering, and I think it's something that I want you to be able to discern on your own. But there ends up being more posts, right? So Ethan Klein does a show where he condemns himself, where he condemns Hassan, talks about all this proof that he has, that he platformed anti-Semitism, and then starts saying, many Jewish friends and family, obviously, obviously, many Jewish friends and family have reached out to him for the show today. I want to thank them for their kind words. I encourage you guys to be checking on your Jewish friends. I think you'll be surprised the amount of anxiety you're experiencing genuinely, and how genuinely happy they are. You ask, cheer and thank you guys for watching. So a huge premise of this Hassan episode 2 was something that I love very frustrating here, where one of the claims that Ethan Klein kind of hinges on is that anti-Semitism is something that is accepted in society, but all the forms of racism are not. So there's three main aspects. For one, Ethan Klein claims that 90% of Jews are Zionists. Secondly, the claim that using the term Zionist is international, so these two things are linked, right? Tertiarily, there's a claim of anti-Semitism being the worst and being the highest ranking whatever. Now, obviously, anti-Semitism as a concept is very ingrained into Western culture and in the cultural world, which is really, really obviously evil and unfortunate and tragic, right? And again, I've talked about this when I talked about conspiracy theories, about politics, about regular politics. So I demonstrated that fact in the conversation that court. The thing is, and this was the same argument I had with somebody in a personal life last Christmas, was
those Christmas arguments, those Christmas Day arguments go crazy. Anyone have any good ones? Let me know in the comments. My favorite thing to say is if your family start fighting on any Christmas Day, Thanksgiving, anything, go live on Instagram and tag me. I want to watch that shit.
Sure, yes. But you also think being Arab in America is a cakewalk. I think this is a nuance that's missing in most of these conversations. And when we talk about these types of things and these differences, I bring up a Bill Maher video. My best friend, who I definitely don't want to play Minecraft with, Bill Maher. Bill Maher did a video, and I'm gonna look up right now on my computer. I have the thing is what year this was. Because I just saw it on Twitter recently. What we called? So this was a video from 11 months ago. Holy, oh my god, okay. Well, I didn't like. Bill Maher posted it on his YouTube channel 11 months ago. So he's still posting. Okay, so this is still posted. It is called the Muslim Dior Fashion Show, which is clipped from the But I'm Not Wrong HBO stand-up comedy special. Now, I'm not gonna like because I hate Bill Maher, and I'm also not going to. I don't want to I can't clip it because I didn't claim my HBO. What I'm gonna do is just put a still image on the screen. This flew and didn't only fly. Was incredibly successful. This is a representation in the media on HBO of mocking hijabi women, who work for right? Being Muslim, big part of it, right? His Bill Maher's bullshit is the zero IQ take of if people believe in religion, you're an elite. Despite the fact that all of my arguments as Bill Maher hinge on the exact same structural conceptual frameworks, and I've never had a rebuttal in my life. But I love it really bad for this. Anyway, there's even a line where essentially a girl shows her ankles, like because they're all short, which is the second point. And then he like makes a joke about how she'll like be on a line, people, right? These representations can exist in American media, and be openly accepted. I've known people in my personal life that are from like rural areas that will see a person who is in hijabi, for example, and then be worried that they're going to be unalived by him via like extremist terrorist tactics. I'm not going to get into that because I think it's so heinous even discussed.
Nothing to that? Not gonna clock it at all, Adam? Damn, that's crazy.
Islamophobia is so intensely ingrained in especially post 9/11 North American culture, but also Western culture, that
And he didn't clock it. He didn't catch it.
I just genuinely don't understand the cognitive dissonance. Ethan Klein also goes off about this FBI statistic about hate crimes to certain marginalized groups, putting on these statistics to be like the Jewish struggle is the undermined one. When media representations like this can exist, like all of George Bush's presidency can exist, the sentiments towards people in the Middle East still exist. And I just think that there's a dissonance there. And that dissonance is the main point of frustration with that audience. Because it's one thing for you to find, I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't like what's going on Palestine, I don't like any of this. But to then, every other statement, the argument against people who support it, because of the 10% things you don't agree on, you openly attack pro-Palestinian creators.
Yeah, and this is what it boils down to with Ethan. He gets so caught up in wanting to be correct and wanting to be right that he is willing to just, and he comes across so ignorant and arrogant, and in an attempt to not be wrong, he will throw everything at any fucking pro-Palestinian creator you will ever find. And then they'll respond and he'll be like, ah, you're anti-Semitic! He hides behind this and it's fucking disgusting. Pisses me off. Really pisses me off.
on a regular basis. Demand that the response be taken away, demand that the revenue be taken away, demand that the platform be taken away. The actions aren't aligning properly. Because I think the biggest issue is, Ethan Klein often talks about the eradication of the Jewish people being an ideology of as well, which again, alright, so that's true, yes. But doesn't seem to also acknowledge that it is not right for the preservation of Israel to come at the cost of other people. Because he always says they want 8 million Jewish people to be displaced from Israel. And then, that's the biggest issue. Which again, I don't think a lot of arguments will have. Are there 4 people who estimate on the left that say yes? But also doesn't mean that your argument is absolutely correct either. You see what I'm saying?
Hello, GC. Welcome again to GC. Thank you, GC, for the $77. Let me read that message real quick. Boom. It bothered me that the goal was a prime number away from completion. Of all the messages within the last 2 years that I've ever gotten from a person trying to donate, I think that's probably the funniest one to me. Oh, that dethrones a comment. Oh, that's a laugh and a half. There was a $3 donation that I received during multiple parts of the Coach Carl League commentary arc, where people will demand that I explain a problem of their gameplay in the match that they just threw in, and then they would still not understand it, to the point that I changed my provision and rule, because inside of my bot I probably still have a command that was specifically that after every lost game I would go through that game and then break down the problem, right? But the logic is, how the fuck is the person going to learn? Because most of the time, if the account wasn't chat restricted, the people in question don't fucking listen. I'm going to call them out. I'm going to spam a auto link to the chat. They're going to get upset. Then I'm going to cover it while they're doing it. Right? Right. But the problem was that these individuals weren't actually listening and weren't fucking talking. So the only way to get aggravated people to listen is, of course, annoy the piss out of them so that they have an engaged, emotional, valid reason to respond. And then inside of that, I started sending the messages for them to go to the live stream directly on the multiple platforms, as well as a link to the Discord. Because clearly, if they care a lot, they're going to be able to respond, right? And that $3 comment was a person who was mad that I was ignoring them because they demonstrated that they were not willing to learn, because they were a jungler in the match. And they sent a $3 response in here. It's probably in here somewhere if I look deep down enough. That specifically, like, do something, basically, was the equivalent of it. 1 second. Let me look. Here we go. Right here. March 24th. Here, man, you need some money. Let's do a VOD review. I want to laugh. This comment is fucking hilarious to me, because I have to find humor in the absurdity of the shit that I react to. And an individual thinking that they can throw fucking money at me to get me to basically sing and dance for them, which on some level that is the inherent job of what I do, but specifically in the context of, we're talking about ranked environment. I want a player to learn from the mistakes that they're making in a match so they can become a better player. Your comment was hilarious in my mind, because the thought that went through my head was, what's the stupidest, lowest amount of money that a person is throwing at me to demand that I basically sing and dance for them? And the number that you gave happened to remind me, because the first number I looked at was the 3. For a second there, I thought it had auto-completed because it was like on $97, and I thought that it was $3, but it was $37. Probably not as funny now, but basically, you made me laugh and giggle, because you reminded me of that time where a person was mad because I wasn't reacting hard enough for them, to them trying to get my goat. Anyways, back to this. Adam, you missed the opportunity for you to be able to criticize her for comparing Palestinians and Israelis to black people and white people in society, as well as most other minorities in society. You missed it. Nigga, you missed it. But yes, go in for her. Go in, bestie.
I'm saying that there is, to a certain degree, a nuance to these things. And a nuance that I'm so scared that I'm not relaying properly. But the preservation of the Jewish people...
It's okay.
In Israel...
We all have our fixations, bro.
And for some reason, Ethan Klein is willing to ignore all of that
shouldn't be made the cause of Lebanese people. Shouldn't be made the cause of Yemeni people. And that's the main point the alliance isn't liking, because Ethan seems to be pushing the contrary. And you can add in your little anecdotes that you don't like it, but when everything else surrounding it seems to not relate, that's why people are feeling the way they're feeling. Ethan Klein requests and wants for his takes, but asserts his own opinions on others. For example, the Twitch panel with the Love Sabra category talking about the heavy pass. This is a joke that can be taken too far. It's also a joke that I've seen in other contexts. The song brought up a tier list of having, for example, with Black Americans who's made the cookout versus something like people make block cheese or also, Ethan Klein uplifts creators recently that do not support Palestine. For example, Lowerbox, who did this with Destiny, who literally debated Norman Finkelstein on the fact that it is okay. And I'm kind of a little bit censored because I want videos to have reach, not age driven. But they're just contrary to each other, right? Motorbox specifically pissed me off because, for example, in this clip that was circulating as well, Lena AB and Olivia asked about 8, they asked about the civilians, and Motorbox just keeps going on understanding the question and is dancing around. These happen because it's one organism. There's also the concept of grouping Jewish people Zionism that many people point out in self-contained and anti-Semitic. I think Ethan Klein has openly attacked anti-Zionist Jewish people, such as someone who's posting on Street. He also says that it's really
Still just silent as fuck. Still just silent as fuck.
It's getting gaslighting and it's really demeaning for people to suggest that Ethan Klein talks to a Jewish person. It's because you keep saying when people criticize you, they don't understand because they're not Jewish. So they're okay when they talk to a Jewish person, they're not anti-Zionist Jews, say I'm here. And you won't do it. So it's like you're just constantly saying all I want essentially remains like all you want to do is complain. And all you want to do is just be agreed with. Just agree with. I just think that's what politics I get into. But things are really going badly. And people have also been joking a lot about how Ethan Klein, like enemies, have begun to supersede him. And this continued on the Instagram hashtag, and I have screenshots of that too. Such as Trisha Payne's going on SNL, and apparently, probably, I'm sure about like how that's the thing. The song also did a speech about Israel Palestine at King's University and talking about Trisha, people claiming that Ethan Klein made a segment about him, saying that he thinks it's really bad that the stories of being posted where Trisha Payne's ex-podcast host said he cut off his arm if she ended up on SNL and now he's got cut off his arm. So people talking about how Ethan Klein is essentially like miserable and caring and whining and whatever. So he started weirdly posting on his Instagram stories stuff like everything's pointless about the anti-American.
Yeah, he does this a lot where he'll post like hate comments about him and he's like, what's it all worth? What's it all worth? When he is one of the nastiest echo chamber audiences, not all of them, but a lot of them, enough of them, that's all that matters. It's crazy. I wonder if he is like stupid or like he just is that ignorant.
He paused Andy before the point where he then pulls out the picture of the actually fuck you bitch, I'm still up. So, damn, crazy. Missing the point there too. Wild.
And then has this as his gotcha, which is deep in the Bible a lot of recent months. Sykes felt wrong. Bitch, I'm wrong. Get ready to of the vibe that there's like a deep insecurity and fear. And Ethan Klein also revealed that the revenue from November had gone down 10% from the previous, or their lowest month by 10% or whatever, since this year for the podcast. Now, I don't think people realize how serious that is, because November. Last month, I made 3 videos, I think. Not a lot of videos. We did not make a lot of videos in November. I was tired. I transitioned jobs very, very late October. So, I made one on October 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4 videos in November. I made double what I made most months in November. And obviously I had a video around news, 3 days and everything, by the way, so that obviously helped. But double is not proportionate. So if your revenue is lower in November, that means it's going to be exponentially lower on January. November should never be your worst month. November, December should be juicing on nothing. I'm also, again, just to do a video like without this month, 3 videos, it is projected that I will again make double what I made in a normal month. I also forgot to mention, this is where I got my last take. It's my personal leading point. Which again, doesn't contribute well to Ethan's claims. Aaron Bushnell last year, or earlier this year in January, I'll let you look up the data back. February 25th of this year. So this is when I checked it. Aaron Bushnell
I really want to see what Adam has to say about Aaron Bushnell. Please tell me you have something to say about Burning Soldier.
Sublimation means to set yourself on fire in protest. Ethan Klein, and I was actually a member at this time, what happened was, when the BBTV fallout happened in 2023, Ethan was talking about on his members' videos. So I signed up for membership. And then I forgot that it happened. And then I tried to cancel a couple times on my PC, and it wouldn't work. It would just refresh, and I was still joined it anymore. Month. I was randomly remember because I was told you could cancel it on your phone. One day I tried my phone, and it still worked. Right after this Aaron Bushnell. And I was like, you know what, I'm done with everything. I'm unfriending the line. Because of the comments that Ethan Klein was making, essentially mocking Aaron Bushnell's efforts, and the impact that he had. And if I find the clip, I'll The disrespect of that effort and the mocking of the concept and the harshness and lack of humanity really highlighted to me those feelings I acquired from
It's crazy that Ethan will never have that strong take whenever people, like, and he will talk about issues to do with Palestine in that way, but God forbid you disagree with him on something.
instances, and the core of where I felt guilty. And that was mine. That was when I said, you know what, I mean, I have a lot of resistance about this. And I don't appreciate the content, I don't appreciate how you feel, I don't appreciate the impact it has. So with that, we conclude, hopefully my answers are this is my one.
Alright, well, here's the thing. I really don't understand why this is being treated the way it is by Ethan. This video is, I mean, again, it's just this, you disagree with him and
it's meandering. And boy. It's meandering. It's mealy mouth. It's that shit that got Lindsay Ellis pushed off the internet. That's the reason why. She doesn't have any real criticisms. She's just upset. You're being upset wrong side with her. All you guys are gloviating while this shit's going on. We all see it. You love bragging about it. It's okay. It's alright. Get your yucks in. You still gotta fucking deal with shit, bro. You still gotta fucking deal with your shit. Take your shit, take your beef, chew it up, grill it. Not a problem. Not our circus, not our monkeys. Just accept it. Just accept it. It's shit. It's garbage. That's cancer.
He now has to rally his audience against you. Well, anyway, I think the video was good, and I'm glad I got to react to it with you. Go support it, Mika's Rhetoric. It'll be linked down below. I appreciate y'all being here. I hope you have a great night. Shout out Mika, hope you're doing well, and yeah, goodbye.
Useless. Fucking useless. Completely fucking useless. Now let's step in. Did anybody make memes of the thumbs? No. Unfortunate. I do see that Brooker made a meme concerning Simpsons. Which then brings us to next thread. Which then brings us to finally on Oz Media. What's good, Oz?
I have agreed to settle this matter confidentially through mediation. The lawsuit has been dismissed against all parties without any admission of fault by any party. As a part of the non-disclosure agreement, it should be known that Blair will not be sharing her side of the story behind this dispute, nor will I. No one should contact either of us further about this case or ask us to comment on it, or each other. As I have stated previously, anyone following me should never make threatening remarks to anyone involved in this case in a public or private forum.
Simple. Simple and easy. Illuminati has successfully been able to escape having to deal with the lawsuit, but still has a destroyed career in the result of it. There's a video on the side that I saw that actually summates this. Let me see if I can go find it again, because I think it's in my YouTube history. So many people have made videos on her within the last week, probably in lieu of this decision. Let's see. It's gonna have her face in the fat image they use of her. Here we go, right here. Jimmy Robbins, Illuminati's downfall 1 year later. And he finally at least did the version where he used the blonde cuts of her face and not the old brunette one that everybody kept putting around.
Whether it was speaking out again
2 weeks ago. Illuminati's downfall 1 year later. Keep in mind,
2 years ago,
amongst other people, have covered her. I did so in Versus chats as well as looking through on other videos. Girl's heinous, unfortunately. Her rise and her fall has been what happens when you fall out with the wrong people and the right people. Brought about by her former members on the Leftist podcast, of all things. Couldn't happen to a worse leftist.
2 years ago, Blair Zahn, aka Illuminati, was a beloved YouTuber known for fighting the good fight against injustice. Whether it was speaking out against animal cruelty or pyramid schemes and financial scams, she was seen as making the world a better place, one video essay at a time. But last year, that all changed overnight. And while I want to talk about the incredibly dense year Blair has had, it's worth remembering how the hell we got here in the first place. As you might remember, Illuminati suddenly came out in April of 2023 and publicly accused fellow YouTuber Legal Eagle of essentially plagiarizing her videos. But such a serious accusation was based on nothing more than his editors using similar visuals to hers, visuals that are pretty common, bordering on generic, in non-fiction media. So right away this was seen as being bafflingly petty because what she was describing, that's perfectly normal. Your style in doing literally anything is going to borrow ideas from others. Like, I didn't invent the slow zoom you see right now, but it'd be weird if some French new wave director got all pissy about it, right? So amidst this crack in the Illuminati brand, The Click, One Topic, Wonderstruck, and Oz Media, four creators who once shared the collab channel Sad Milk with Blair, detailed their experiences with Blair using her mass resources to try and ruin their lives and careers in response to personal and professional conflicts.
Just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this, she paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why?
You lied, and I can only think that's because you wanted us gone, not just off of YouTube. You wanted these lies to come into our everyday life offline.
This was especially bad for Wonder and Oz, who were both employed by and lived with Blair, a dynamic that she would allegedly exploit often.
She had a hand in...
Not just lived with. He was fucking her. He being Oz Media.
every single aspect of my life, and at any moment she could take it away when she felt, which is exactly what happened.
As you can see with Wonder, Blair has a habit of taking advantage of younger men, 8 years younger than her, and their financial illiteracy for her own personal gain.
And this behavior has been labeled by some as almost a form of modern slavery, where Blair was specifically aiming to put them in debt that she knew they couldn't repay in order to gain complete control over them.
I was extremely uncomfortable with someone making such a large payment towards a vehicle on my behalf, but in Blair's words, she had the money and insisted that I get the car. After a few more discussions, she eased me into the idea that this car was a good move and would really change my life.
This document gave her the power to foreclose if I was unable to make a monthly payment of nearly $2,500 for nearly a decade. Blair knew that even with my income working for her, that this wasn't possible. It feels as though she knew that I would be destined to fall behind, that this outcome was inevitable.
These circumstances grew especially troubling for Oz, who was in a romantic relationship with her for some time.
There you go.
Within inches of losing his house.
What I can only describe as retaliation from the person who's my ex, former employer, and prior colleague, Blair is in the process of currently foreclosing my home.
Now, all of this breaking was terrible for Blair. I mean, just scratching the surface, we were looking at her spreading false rumors of the clique supporting those attracted to children.
Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 a.m. that Salty Clique and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area. Immediately after announcing her departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminati and retweeted by Sadmilk. This, as anyone would know, started many rumors.
Trying to use these rumors in order to socially and professionally isolate him.
I think one topic is a liar and a sham, and has been pandering to our community. If he stays friends with someone like this, he is using us for money.
Straight up extorting people with less wealth than her, fostering a hostile work environment both as an employer and partner.
During this call, Blair began to become highly irritable and raised tensions where they did not need to be raised. She said, and I quote, "Shut the f up and let me talk for once." I remember it clearly. It was very nasty. Click, however, tried to remain on the call and mitigate his intentions were for the betterment of the group, but Blair kept berating him. I have never heard Click, a very extroverted and talkative man, remain so quiet.
And developing an obsession with taking these people down. An obsession that became so great that she invested money and countless hours into it.
Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. What kind of cover-up is this? Click was saying these bad things, created differences. Click is a liar. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account. Here's a former staff member of hers getting paid to sift through raw audio recordings of me looking for dirt, more specifically the R word.
All seemingly in response to these people placing small boundaries, pretty much always relying on them removing themselves from the situation after falling victim to her toxic behavior. Now, at first, Blair attempted to respond to this by defending herself and insisting that she was the victim of these four creators. But this completely backfired because much of what she said was easily disproven by the others.
And I also got stuck footing the bill too. What quickly transpired was that members either couldn't or wouldn't reimburse me for the editors.
I'd like to state that this quote is both chronologically and directly false. So while yes, Blair did pay for edits, she was always reimbursed for this. As you can see stated on the screen, you will find bank statements I made directly to Sadmilk during its infancy.
And worst of all, she weaponized very intimate parts of Wonder's mental health to try to portray him as being too unstable to be trusted.
What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential side note,
which leads me to my next and most painful section, my mental health, which was proudly put on display for the world to see.
So with her image on fire, she decided to retaliate against Wonder, Oz, and Felix, a former employee who helped provide the clique with some of the most damning evidence to come out against Blair. They started with Illuminati quietly sending out cease and desists while publicly promising transparency, and eventually escalated to lawsuits for slander. Now it's worth noting that Oz, Wonder, and Felix seemed to be getting this treatment because they were by far the easiest targets. For starters, they live in the US, unlike Click and OT, making litigation far more accessible than an international suit.
No. Well, yes and no. The problem, and this is the crazy work that I discovered live and air, which had me fucking jovelating over this, it seems to me that in the infinite and lack thereof of Illuminati, Blair decided she was going to hire someone, whether it was a server for the court or some other means through the US Postal Service, a method to serve them for court in such a way to try and get some of them, at least one of them guaranteed, to have a default judgment given to them because there was a legal notice sent to their home and residence that they never physically received in hand and in paper with acknowledgement of the lawsuit. And this is the part that's the crazy work. There's proof to show this because it was federated and it was what's the other word? It was federated and it was certified mail that he never received. He never received it. That's crazy. That's crazy that that's happened. Because what do you mean? Nah, that's probably death.
They also likely possess the fewest resources, as they're either smaller creators, or in the case of Felix, they're just someone who happened to have worked for a YouTuber. They were also the ones who were the most legally vulnerable, as all three at some point worked for her and thus signed confidentiality agreements that could be exploited should Blair decide to. And boy did she. What started with legal action meant to silence them has escalated to lawsuits meant to sink them, especially Oz.
It is of my opinion that Blair timed these events so I could only fight one, the foreclosure or the lawsuit. Not both. I do believe that if I did not speak out against her in April, she would not have put my home through foreclosure proceedings. With these actions, timed alongside the lawsuit, it does make me firmly believe, in my opinion, it's retaliatory in nature.
But thanks to a massively successful crowdfunding push, they've been able to defend themselves in court instead of having to be silent about the abuses they allegedly faced. Though Oz had shared on December 19th, 2023 that he managed to exit foreclosure proceedings with Blair. So while this didn't mark the end of Oz's fight, it did at least afford him some much needed breathing room heading into 2024, which, by the way, any ongoing fundraising that is relevant will be in the description for if you would like to support in any way. But believe it or not, everything I've talked about so far happened in 2023. And while those were kind of the spark notes, I have an hour-long video from last year that covered all of this in much more detail as it unfolded. Because I want to focus on the past year of Illuminati, a time where she started off swinging hard to keep her career going, but has ended with her disappearing without a trace. Now right away, it's really important to make note of why Blair was in such a vulnerable position. And it comes down to three simple components. One, she placed herself on a very high pedestal. So much of her work was about fighting injustice that she cemented herself as almost a beacon of morality.
As all leftists do.
And the YouTube audience will often be happy to help you onto a pedestal, but they are equally happy to turn against you if that's found to be a facade.
Because her audience is made up of fucking leftists that believe in social justice.
Second, there was the severity of the accusations. YouTuber drama is usually pretty tame. I mean, we normally hear about a bit of ego, some greed, edgy humor that backfires, or at worst, a romantic relationship where the person is accused of abuse. We've never really seen a creator dedicate their life to hurting people like they were the Joker. And the third is the quantity. Every time it looked like we've heard everything, new accusations would break. The videos from the four main accusers came out over the course of months, and each was both more disturbing and more well proven than the last. But at the very least, she had her content, right? I mean, she was making videos that people enjoyed, so as long as her reputation as a creator remained intact, maybe she could convince enough people that her reputation as a person shouldn't matter, right? Enter H Bomber Guy. See, to call H Bomber Guy a video essay
Bomber Guy shit
YouTuber would actually be putting it pretty mildly. It would instead be more accurate to say that the man truly lives up to his name, disappearing from YouTube for up to a year at a time before dropping a video essay that gets up to tens of millions of views while shaking up YouTube at its core before
no. He makes a hit piece about other people and then disappears because his job is to be able to antagonize people, and while antagonizing those people, being able to say, hey look guys, look, I had a take. Isn't my take wonderful and great and flavorful and juicy and full of spice? That's more or less H Bomber Guy.
For going back into silence. And in December of 2023, he decided to tackle the rising prevalence of plagiarism on YouTube.
You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long.
With particular focus on Illuminati.
Some poor Illuminati fans out there think I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume, in good faith, that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell them an obvious lie. Sadly, Illuminati isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent tip of the iceberg of content mill video essay garbage.
And what's unfortunate is that there's a half-truth to that. Yes, she makes the kind of essay video slap garbage, but so does H Bomber Guy. When you're a leftist that has been one of the many people who is the biggest winners of the culture war of 2014, and thus are a priority creator, all of your work is covered in such a way where you'll never have to lift a fucking finger. Yeah, you can kind of disappear from YouTube. Because what are you not telling them? What are you not telling them that I'm about to put on screen? when I can walk back into the room. What's the important piece of information there, sir? Unfortunate. So, what's the solution? What is the cause of what would lead a person to be able to just dip away and not have to cover things? What is the possibility? Let's do the math, chat. $37,318. 18. Multiplied by, let's use the smallest number of his donators backing on a month. 2. $74,636. From $2 a month to $5 a month, alongside Discord access, as well as being credited in every video that you pledge in, which then gives him the ability to fit in more people and then get the ability to vote on Patreon-only content as well as public content and being a part of the Discord and zeitgeist of his material. I wonder what would be able to help him afford this standard. There must be a reason why he can get away with doing this. Correct? Man, imagine. It'd be so great if I could be able to make $70K a month. And let's just take that number. Just to exacerbate the point, let's put the camera on the screen. Let's just take that number with that calculation. And just with that calculation, just go ahead and, okay, so 74,686, and let's multiply that by 12. Man, chat. Man. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Could you be able to live off of that much money a year and only have to make a little bit of content and possibly shake up the scene? And mind you, this is the smaller number he's making. If we just do the multiplication, and we take the smallest amount of number that he could possibly be getting rewarded for, that's if he's getting $2 from each person. It goes up to 10. Let's do the calculation for 10, shall we? $37,318 multiplied by 10. Damn! Imagine if you could be able to make between $74,000 to nearly $400,000 a month, and all you do is antagonize people while having fucking trolls remorse. And what's that by a year on this standard? Man, imagine being able to live off of being a troll like a fucking millionaire, making 4.4 million off of people. I can't believe, man. I wonder why he just disappears and then comes back and drops up anger. These are the people who make money. This is the system. How should we destroy and dismantle this system? Should I pull a Luigi? Disavow. Back to it.
Not only was Blair's content criticized in an essay with over 30 million views, but HBomberGuy made a second video entirely focused on how she plagiarizes documentaries.
Because she didn't die hard enough yet. That's the point. The first video was meant to kill her. It didn't have the appropriate outcome. So he went harder. Duh. Door. A dory. I had to go throw on something for dinner. 1 second. Eggs aren't ready yet.
Alec in high school, who had to write a 2,000-word essay and submitted one with 1,800 words of quotes, decided to start a YouTube channel, and it's not pretty.
And that video received another 4 million views. So whatever credibility Blair was trying to cling to, that was shattered, especially when you remember how much she clutched her pearls and cried plagiarism at Legal Eagle for a much lesser extent of imitation. This all left her with no way to convince her audience to give her another chance, hence the over 500,000 subscribers and counting that have left. So going into 2024, how is Blair going to pull off the greatest comeback in YouTuber history? Well, she wasn't. I mean, she was already well on the back foot before this dropped thanks to the Sadville creators, and the claims that H-Bomber Guy was making, there really wasn't any possible excuse. Like, the examples that he provided of plagiarism on the Illuminati channel were pretty damning.
She downloads the footage and then paraphrases the voiceover, and if you're lucky, she'll briefly acknowledge she's just telling you what happened in a documentary you could have watched for yourself.
He's the grandfather of the MMR scare. The professor is semi-retired, but still charges up to $750 an hour to treat autistic children.
So this grandfather of the anti-vax movement, as he described, charges $150 an hour to treat autistic children, which, you know, is fucking ridiculous.
You're quoting another documentary. How are you getting these numbers wrong?
So she decided to carry on as if nothing happened in the hopes that everyone would just move on and let her rebuild. But they didn't. Her views plummeted to roughly 1/10 of what they were, and whatever engagement she would receive was universally negative. Like, for context, I would normally consider a long-form channel to be struggling if they're not able to consistently reach 10% of their subscriber number in views. But Blair was now struggling to reach 2%, and the quality of the uploads themselves started to take a hit. See, shortly after this plagiarism scandal dropped, one of Blair's videos had a serious editing oversight where her voice was cut out for several minutes. Now, I once made a similar mistake, so, you know, it happens, even though I had like 1,000 subscribers and I've always run the channel by myself, but I'm sure there's a...
Don't make it worse than it has to be. Just get through the point.
Really good reason for why a channel with a whole team running it could make this mistake that doesn't rely on them just being a content farm running on autopilot. But either way, she wasn't made aware of this mistake for quite a while, since the comments to all of her videos were turned off. Yet when the focus on you is now shifting to how you're careless and lazy with your content and can't take feedback, that's not the best set of circumstances. So after trying, and clearly failing, to power through the hate, Blair suddenly just vanished on February 15th, 2024, where she uploaded to YouTube in what has since been her last appearance online as Illuminati. And for context, this was her first upload in almost a year to cross 100,000 views, but with an estimated 5% like ratio. Like, it only gained that many views because of months of people randomly coming to the channel to leave a dislike on her last upload. So while that's the last we've seen of Blair publicly, that's not to say that Blair has definitely left the internet, because yeah, she could always start a new anonymous channel and apply her knowledge of YouTube to build it until it makes an income.
And with the recent innovations in voice AI, many have speculated that that's her plan to come back without anyone knowing it's her.
So while it's going to be a hassle, she could in theory be fine in the long run. Not to mention that all evidence points to her being pretty damn rich as is.
Blair would oftentimes tell me that she herself had enough money to retire at any given moment. While she was a very successful businesswoman, and from the surface that did seem true. Blair even had a few BMWs of her own.
Plaintiff's revenue from videos.
BMWs? Really? Rich bitch.
$1,646 in the period of November 23rd, 2022, December 23rd, 2022.
But while the Illuminati brand is at a standstill, that's not to say that 2024 hasn't been an incredibly eventful year, because Blair's most recent developments have all been happening behind the scenes. If you remember, Blair's MO at this point is trying to handle things with lawyers. Basically, if she's going down, she's bringing down as many people as she can, even if that means foreclosing a home or two in the process. Which brings us to Oz Media's ongoing fight with Illuminati. See, as he decided to fight back in court, Oz Media also pledged to expose more of Blair's misdeeds to the public in what has basically been promised to be a feature-length documentary.
The reason why this video has taken so much time as it has is not only am I a one-man team producing this, but I'm also continually uncovering more segments to the story and hearing more and more voices that come forward to speak their side of things. Interviews, questionnaires, screenshots, the works. All from a number of individuals.
But while continuing to develop that, he released what he considers to be its prologue on June 1st, 2024. And for the most part, he uses this video to shine a light on the legal trickery being deployed by Blair, as well as provide Blair with an opportunity to settle this out of court. Now, it's worth noting the level of confidence that Oz maintains throughout this video.
I am fully willing to submit this video and its subsequent parts to the courts as further evidence, as I am willing to stand by these words, as I'm treating this as though I'm speaking under oath. I am also not stating this to add an air of authority to my words, as Blair's legal team has previously proposed. My lawyer is aware I'm doing this.
Because, yeah, he comes out swinging with how he characterizes Blair's retaliation through this process.
Blair's lawsuit, in my opinion, relies on the misconstruing of facts and utilizes a personally curated timeline, which she has constructed in order to gain the bare minimum standards of having this case proceed. Because I'm exhausted with the, in my opinion, legal shenanigans Blair is currently pulling, this video exists. Blair is trying to paint her entire downfall on YouTube as being nothing more than my actions towards her as a jealous ex. I'm not jealous towards your current partner, Blair, only sympathetic.
And while this initially started with Blair claiming to remove anti-swatting measures taken for Oz's safety, most of her trickery can be found on the legal side of things. Now, of course, this is all from Oz.
He doesn't cover it. Oh! Me, I find that the federal Tommy and the Pooper prison arc era of that is the most important part, because if she didn't dismiss that and they then dug into that, she would have a lot more legal troubles than that. I love, and would love nothing more, to watch them take her and haul her in, because she hired a friend of a friend to falsify certified legal mail. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oz's perspective, but I'm not going to be saying allegedly and according to Oz every 2 seconds, even though most sellout YouTubers love to pad their videos for more mid-roll ads. Anyway, a key part of Blair's lawsuits are that they largely focus on the claim of slander, basically saying that Oz is part of a coordinated effort to destroy Blair with false claims unprompted. But in trying to make that argument, Blair's messaging seems to be unreliable at best.
There is currently no reference to her ever uploading this video or any of the public comments she's made, making it appear as though she never played in the mud, and her criticisms came from nowhere. My point here is that Blair's story has already had numerous revisions, and she sees her video as an attempt at de-escalation. If you recall, among the many other accusations she levies, Blair accused YouTuber The Click of harboring files in his Discord server. In what world this is a de-escalation? I cannot say.
Now, Oz's defense focuses on the claim that slander had never taken place, and much of this argument hinges on Blair's infamous attempt at responding to her detractors, Illuminati Exposed.
It's more to do with her response and the community posts. The community post was a lot more relevant than the video itself.
Because prior to this video's release, the majorities of the accusations aimed at Blair were either about her as a collaborator or vaguely about her as a person. And taking Oz at his word, he and the other creators only spoke up because Blair managed to get herself into the aforementioned controversy with Legal Eagle that caused these creators to also get negative attention due to their past association with her. So these initial statements, according to Oz, were needed for them to protect their brands and distance themselves. But Blair's response was such a gross escalation that it forced these four to start making the claims that are now being argued as slanderous. Like, Blair was the one who accused the Click of protecting child likers, which is an accusation you have to respond to. Same with Wonder being an unreliable freeloader. Yeah, if you're a YouTuber, image is everything. Just ask Blair.
Well, half the problem. She tried to do a no, not me, whataboutism gambit. She was going under. She was being attacked for optics. She needed to have somebody else to be brought down with her. And much like Shamik Moore, in being pulled down in the devious work that is him embarrassing himself and everybody else involved with him, he has to find a way to get attention off of himself. So, she tried to pull in all of her old Sad Milk collaborators. This did not work to her benefit. Instead, worked against her. It was vicious work against her. As people looked into her and started hearing from all the other collaborators, she needed to find a way to say that this was actually a double blind. She wasn't not only just the victim, but these guys were trying to take advantage of her because, in the leftist fashion, she was no longer a figure that could be looked at as popular and good. Her character and her actions had come to light, and now she couldn't hide behind her blonde hair. Or rather, she couldn't hide behind her persona. Her private persona and her public persona has now become one and the same. Once again, a justification of bad behavior that I should probably stop doing, even though it continues to be shown why it's necessary. Because Blair's On is separate from the Illuminati brand. She rakes in money and dollars from effort and work that everybody's working on, but she's the only person who's getting attention for it. Now, this means that she was very, very influential and powerful in the position of being seen as one of the good ones, but the problem is that as she's, quote, fighting the good fight by making essay videos, it demonstrates how lazy she is. She has to do so much work to keep so many people in line that she has to words are hard. She has to crack the whip in a way to keep them on the same topic, to keep them together on the same issue. And, well, this is what happens when you do that. You crack the whip too many times, and suddenly now you're the one getting your ass beat. She can't fight back. Too many people, too many accusations coming in and being analyzed from too many angles, and they're not interested in the drama, they're interested in the details. What's the truth? She can't win.
The four creators had to respond to these serious allegations either because they threatened to ruin their reputations, as was the case with Click and Wonder, or because they witnessed events that were being mischaracterized, like with One Topic and Oz.
Without ambiguity, I wanted to address the parts that I was present for that I feel were misrepresented and lied about, just to clear the air on that side, since I feel at least a little bit like some words were put in my mouth.
You were kind of just literally being paid to like stand around. I might be wrong on this, but you actively did try to like assist her with her like the candle shop that she was just starting up, and I mean, she didn't like that, but you were actively trying to seek out and find work, so it's not like you were just like freeloading off of it. From my memory, you were trying to actually earn your keep.
And this is just the start of Blair desperately trying to recontextualize everyone's actions in order to remove any personal responsibility.
Felix provides documentation of Blair offering him $200 to sift through prior Sad Milk recordings to find evidence of Click using the R word. These screenshots in question are what Blair is suing for defamation, as well as breach of contract. What is not included within this lawsuit, however, is the screenshot evidence provided by Felix of Blair owning the alt account that was created to harass Click, as well as his cohorts in 2020. Take this information as you will. Felix came to the aid of someone defending themselves. What Blair has done in this lawsuit is completely remove any and all instances or references of her public statements to make it appear as though any attack against her is slanderous.
And this went even further with Blair trying to pin all of the damages she has suffered on whoever is most convenient, even when the growing misfortune to her business stems from many factors.
More people are aware of Blair because of H. Bomber Guy than they are for any of the other drama-related reasons surrounding her. Defendant Felix's statement caused special damages as evident by the fact that plaintiff's revenue from videos dropped by more than 95% after defendant's tweet/X was published. Blair is listing a drop of revenue from a specific date period and ignoring the fact that her revenue had begun to decline far before then. The official date, April 20th, 2023, is when we can see the first damage being done to her subscriber count. This is also the day she levied accusations against Legal Eagle. Again, the damages Blair is suffering is of her own doing. The only reason any of us are in this position is because of the actions Blair initially took on April 20th, 2023.
And that's only the start. See, Blair became desperate to silence as many of her critics as possible, and allegedly went to great lengths in trying to make that wish legally binding, whether in reference to her past behavior.
I do want to briefly talk about a few details in the CPO order against me, which, again, was denied, where Blair accuses me of beating her dog, Casper. I also, in my personal opinion, believe that this is further evidence of Blair twisting and manipulating facts, or in some cases just outright lying. The terms of both said CPOs are this. Petitioner requests that this court order to delete all posts X has made to social media since April 23rd, 2023, pertaining to Sad Milk Petitioner or her social media platforms. The restraining orders in question were to, once more, prevent publication of any information on Blair. In this restraining order, Blair directly cites the video I was originally producing as a documentary on her actions as grounds to allow this pseudo-gag order to proceed. Scared of something?
Or to gain free reign to abuse the legal system unopposed.
This, in my opinion, was an attempted gag order to prevent all future posting on Blair. Specifically, in my opinion, to lay the groundwork for her to begin her lawsuit unopposed with no worry of public retaliation, as well as to prevent any and all future responses from being posted. It is my opinion that Blair had the motive to silence the critics so she could begin her attempt at rewriting the public narrative.
And in general, Blair sought to throw out as many hurdles as possible against her detractors so they would drown, many of which have been dismissed.
I will add that as of this video's production, Wonder has not been served by the courts and is currently
in concern to Sad Milk. All of this started because she was labeled as somebody who deserved the bad touch by H. Bomber Guy. If you want someone to blame for the destruction of her channel, it is H. Bomber Guy. Because he labeled her as a deserved target. And remember what they said that leftists love to do.
on the table for dismissal. 2 civil protection orders against myself as well as Wonder were filed by Blair. These were denied by the court. August 29, 2023, Blair would submit a new set of temporary restraining orders, which were denied.
And while already silencing critics is a bad look, that's not where Blair's dirty tricks end. See, another defendant of Blair's lawsuit is a former employee named Felix, because Felix had done work for Blair across 2 companies. First, he worked for the company that managed the Sad Milk channel, and later he received a role at Pyramid Entertainment, which handles the Illuminati channel itself. Now, this might seem surprising because Felix is not involved in this as a YouTuber or public figure in quite the same way as Wonder or Oz, but that's because behind the scenes, Felix was instrumental in providing evidence that showed Blair's obsession with ruining her former friends.
Here is Illuminati having a conversation with the same admin, sharing the same kind of, dirt-digging old videos that we've seen previously in this video, and she says 16 seconds, the alt account is gonna love this.
Now, those messages were damning for Blair. I mean, with Oz and Wonder, you could argue that it's just a personal conflict where we can't take anyone at their word, but this showed a frankly disgusting way that Blair was spending a huge amount of her free time for literally no tangible reason.
This draft matches with one of the posts made by an alt account called Doobie Schmertz on Reddit. Here is the same account, Doobie Schmertz on Twitter. This was an account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021 that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, Sad Milk members, community members, staff, you name it, and it keeps going. Here it is on Twitter, tagging me, tagging her, herself, it's tagging Death Noodles, it's tagging Midnight Palma, Damien, it's tagging a bunch of people from the community and Salty, it's tagging Amanda the Jedi. We had her on the guest on the podcast, and you come after Amanda the Jedi? It goes on. It keeps going. This isn't some small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more work in a project or not.
It was the first real piece of evidence that Blair's behavior went beyond typical YouTuber feuds and entered the territory of being, frankly, scary. So Blair is desperately trying to punish Felix in ways that, let's just say, should be illegal if they aren't.
Felix was never directly handed papers. Instead, the papers were delivered by mail to an address he lives 2 hours away from. The papers were never formally handed to Felix.
Okay. I rescind my former salacious anger at him. He did, in fact, cover it. Thank you.
Enter the territory of being, frankly, scary. So Blair is desperately trying to punish Felix in ways that, let's just say, should be illegal if they aren't.
Felix was never directly handed papers. Instead, the papers were delivered by mail to an address he lives 2 hours away from. The papers were never formally handed to Felix. Felix's sister found an envelope in the mail with regular U.S. postage labeled to Felix on or around October 6th. This directly opposes the processor's claim of directly handing it to Felix. The argument of us theorizing that Blair was trying to get a default judgment against Felix comes from the fact that after the service attempt, nearly every day afterwards, Felix would check in with the Colorado courts for an official proof of service to be filed, so he could begin his legal battle. However, proof of service was not filed until after the time required for Felix to respond.
Like, I'm not a legal expert by any stretch, but it's hard to imagine that the extent of deception being documented isn't going to be ruinous for Blair once the judge puts it together.
Proof of service was not filed with...
Fuck the judge! This is not criminal. This is civil! What would happen is that the court would call the claimant and the filer, and then the sheriff's office would be contacted. he would contact the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office would investigate. And if she tries to evade the sheriffs, who she tried to serve, they call for a manhunt. And again, pound me in the pooper prison.
With the courts until November 17th, more than 2 weeks after, meaning that Felix would have defaulted. Even my lawyer was caught off guard by these actions.
But either way, Blair's alleged premise is characterizing this as a suit against Felix. See, sharing private messages isn't generally illegal, right? When that cute boy texts you, you're not breaking the law by sending it to the council of friends to help you formulate the perfect response to let him know that you're fun and flirty, but he's still gotta work for it, right? So what makes this illegal? Well, according to Blair, there were confidentiality agreements that Felix signed while working for her that would prohibit him from being able to share company communication, which these messages would fall under. But Oz scathingly rebukes this argument, saying that this conversation can't possibly be considered one that Felix was having as an employee of Pyramid Entertainment.
The screenshot in question happened November 10th, 2020, nearly 7 months before Felix's employment under Pyramid Entertainment. The NDA should not cover private messages unrelated to Pyramid LLC. It appears to me that Blair is attempting to claim that every conversation she has ever had with an employee throughout all of time, even matters unrelated to Pyramid Entertainment, are under NDA. It is also important to point out that these actions in question were not, to my knowledge, normal company practice to specifically target employees who were low on money to dig up dirt on prior collaborators of Blair's.
In fact, not only do these conversations not seem to fall under the scope of Pyramid Entertainment, but Oz's team believes that they can't even be argued as anything more than Blair soliciting personal favors.
I would also like to add that if this was official company business, there should be a documented 1099 form or other specific documentation to show that payments to Felix are properly documented for specifically Pyramid Entertainment. After talking with Felix and being shown his TurboTax filing from 2020, I can confidently state neither this 1099 nor any form of company documentation exists to specify this payment as being directly in service of Pyramid Entertainment. In my eyes, I see this as Blair retroactively changing the events of 2020 to fit her narrative within the lawsuit. The simple truth is, this conversation was held November of 2020, and he was hired May of 2021. Blair is trying to claim that these were company communications and has framed it as such to make the lawsuit stick.
And there are even instances of Blair directly lying and trying to argue that people are being deceptive about her.
One of the reasons Blair is suing Felix is for defamation, where he claimed that Blair has used the R word in private. Well, here she is using it in public as an insult. The main focus here is the hypocrisy at play because it's plain as day. I actually think that Blair's lawyer put it best, because implies that Blair is both a hypocrite and a bigot.
Now again, it's really important to remember that Oz's lawyer was aware that he was making this video, and if I had to guess, likely reviewed it before it went live. So when you consider how strong some of Oz's claims are, it only increases the chance, in my opinion, that Blair is hoping to run out the clock with these suits without them going to court, because they're frankly ridiculous. In fact, another lawyer, YouTuber Madcaster, has confirmed the strength of both Oz's and Felix's cases. In fact, he expresses that the litigation seems to have only gone this far due to a lack of understanding from the judge in various elements of running a business on YouTube.
Apparently the judge, in my opinion, is not doing his due diligence in understanding what's going on with these people and what they do and how they interact, you know? Educate yourself on what these people do.
Now, Oz believes that Blair specifically targeted Felix to prevent him from being interviewed by Oz, though for what it's worth, Oz is using the crowdfunding he has received to help pay the legal expenses of other defendants, including Felix, which the link for that will again be below. Also, as far as legal action against Wonder goes, while he was served the cease and desist last year, he was never actually served a lawsuit, meaning his case has been on track to be dismissed.
I will add that as of this video's production, Wonder has not been served by the courts and is currently on the table for dismissal. If he does get served, the GoFundMe will be at his disposal for legal fees as well.
But I mentioned that Oz came with an offer for Blair, a way to end this. What did I mean?
My settlement offer is for you to drop the lawsuit, for all parties involved, even Wonder, with prejudice. I won't file counterclaims and would no longer be required to upload the second part of this video. Plaintiff and myself will grant a third party who we both independently trust to host a fair conversation. Their responsibility will be to ensure that each person is not spoken over and is given a chance to clear their mind. Plaintiffs may also take this time to take accountability for their actions instead if they wish. Legal fees of either party will not be sought out, and this will be taken for the loss that it is. I can provide no personal guarantee in either circumstance that you, Blair, would be able to repair your public image or reputation. That is up to you. However, I am giving you the opportunity that your lawsuit will most certainly not.
Yes, Oz put out an olive branch, a way to settle this in the court of public opinion rather than a court of law. Though Oz clarifies that this is not due to a lack of belief in his ability to win, more so a lack of desire.
We've had to deal with the heartbreak of a miscarriage about all of this, and I just want the opportunity to heal with my partner in peace, which is why I'm even considering giving Blair the settlement. If Blair doesn't accept the following offer, let alone negotiate, so be it. I have no problem with continuing forward. I have no problem with continuing to pursue this until the end, as I do not fear the outcome of the case, especially after the judge's recent orders.
And while Oz initially provided a strict June deadline for Blair to accept this offer, negotiations have gone on for months, with them again meeting for mediation on December 3rd. Now, if you notice, most of what I mentioned for this update concerned Felix, and this is because Oz was waiting for his counterclaims to be accepted by the judge before going public with them. And he provided an update on October 27th, saying that now these claims have been accepted, he's comfortable going public and plans on doing so if these negotiations fall through.
There'll probably be no major updates until several days after mediation, and if mediation does fail, I will proceed with part 2 as planned, as the judge has accepted my counterclaims. My hope would be this lawsuit can come to a close. By the time mediation does occur, this lawsuit will cost over $80,000, and we haven't even entered discovery yet, so this very well could cost several more years of my life and hundreds of thousands of dollars down the line.
Though it's currently unclear if the release of the feature-length expose that was promised last year is also contingent on these negotiations. Though, as almost became a catchphrase last year, I think Blair is screwed. Like, even with Oz's offer, I don't see how that upload would ever be beneficial to Blair, seeing as how universally people are labeling her as the problem. In fact, the clickhead mentioned that he thinks Blair truly believes that she's done nothing wrong, so I wonder if Oz is trying to play off of that. Like, Blair is so sure she'll clear her name that she signs the agreement, but this overconfidence ends up being unfounded, so her career still goes under while preventing her from being able to sue. Now, it's worth noting that while Oz said to expect an update within a few days of this mediation, as of this video's release, it has been over a week with no statements from Oz. Now, while I know my way around a contract, actual litigation like this is beyond me, so I can't really say what I think this delay implies. For fun though, I asked the fanciest version of ChatGPT, who basically told me it was just as likely that mediation was successful as it is that everything broke down and things have escalated. So, you know, like most AI use cases, it wasn't very helpful. Though I mentioned Oz's counterclaims because, yeah, in an effort to increase the pressure on Blair, Oz actually filed his own lawsuit against her. Now, this was broken down by Evangelina Scalvin Madcaster, two creators whose coverage of the legal side of things Oz has thus far praised. In essence, Oz is seeking to quiet title his home, basically trying to clear up any confusions about the ownership of his house since, again, it was almost foreclosed by Blair last year. And much of Oz's claims center around the argument that he was coerced into signing ownership of debt without representation.
This document then goes on to make some very damning allegations against Illuminati. For example, saying that Oz believes that Blair coerced him into signing the deed of trust against his home, and that he was also pressured by Blair into signing various documents purporting to evidence of debts by him to her.
Which, based on his characterization of these events last year, would sound correct. Or at least in the opinion of someone with a degree in film that almost went to law school but decided to to YouTube instead. Yeah, I started losing myself the more that sentence went on, so I'll remind you of Oz's description.
When I was 23 and Blair was nearly 31, Blair, with her lawyer, would create an honestly quite confusing legal document for me to sign where I would agree to pay back her debt. Blair, being the person who signed my checks, knew that I couldn't afford legal representation. She essentially explained to me that because she used company funds to assist me, that she had committed embezzlement. And by converting the amount that I owed her into a loan with her company, this would save her skin legally. When I was 11, my mother was incarcerated for this exact crime, a remnant of the 2008 financial crisis. Blair was aware of this past of mine. Whether this was used against me, I can't say for certain. But the idea of another person I love being locked away, but this time for my actions, words cannot describe the guilt that I have.
Oz also points out the legal trickery that Blair has been committing.
A big thing in her request for a restraining order was that Oz Media was not going to be allowed to discuss her publicly at all on YouTube on anything. So what it seemed like was that she was trying to get a gag order against him. And this is what's being claimed in this document as well, that this was an attempt to silence Oz and others from talking about her on the internet. But of course, this didn't go through.
As well as financial mismanagement and kind of what sounds like fraud.
It then goes on to say that Oz believes that a lot of the debt that was written into this document was from Blair's own personal expenses. So not money that he had spent at all, or money that they had spent together during their short romantic relationship, which were expenses that he had believed that they were supposed to share. It then says that Blair used company funds for things that weren't company expenses, but added these to the ledger of debt to claim that it was a loan she had given to Oz, and that this was now a legitimate business expense, when in fact it may not have been that at all. So extremely damning accusations to make. However, this $40,000, which was meant to be payment to him for work that he had done, was included in the ledger of debt. So she had added this as money that he owed her, even though it was supposed to be payment. And Oz believes that Blair would later inflate the $40,000 payment to $49,999 with no reason for doing this. She just did it.
And to say that this lawsuit was scathing against Blair would be putting it lightly. It uses some very strong language that seems to suggest the confidence that Oz and his team have.
The detriment of his own financial well-being, all as a consequence of Blair's urging, manipulation, deceit, and overbearing narcissism, which only foreshadowed her toxic personal and professional identity.
And Oz specifically asked for the trial to be decided by a jury, which does make sense to me. See, Oz speculated in his update.
Because the entire point is that he needs to see this amongst as many people as possible, because if she wants to get away with hiding that she's involved in it, she's going to have to do it in front of a court of people who are going to think, well, imagine if this was my son that was getting groomed by the blonde girl on the internet.
That the judge was giving Blair leniency because he wasn't personally familiar with the YouTube space and so didn't understand some of the subject matter.
The judge is not connected to or well educated on the YouTube space, nor the drama which has transpired. He is doing his job and acting according to the documents provided in front of him.
So having a group of day-to-day people increases the likelihood that the ones deciding this case will be more familiar with certain niche aspects. But yeah, there's a word being thrown around a lot here, which is comeback. Is Blair going to make a comeback? What's her plan for the comeback? Can she even make a comeback? Because hey, YouTube money is great, especially when your job is just paraphrasing documentaries. But you already know that the answer is no. You don't need me to tell you that. But what I do think is interesting about Illuminati isn't how she's left without an audience, but the ways in which she made it impossible for anyone in that audience to ever return. Because the mistakes that were made over the last 2 years were not only so amateurish that it shocks me that someone on her level could make them, but they were so impossibly specific that it's no wonder it took 18 years of YouTube to see a PR screw up this massive. What do I mean? Well, there's the fact that her first mistake was able to act as proof for the main accusation she faced. Remember, she went after Legal Eagle for using similar documentary visuals to the Illuminati channel, despite side effects being generic ones that she didn't even create. So you might say that trying to ruin someone for a perceived slight when the slight in question holds no water is a pretty petty and vindictive thing to do, right? You know what else someone who's petty and vindictive might do? Spread rumors of someone being attracted to minors because they respectfully left the project, or trying to use those rumors to drive a wedge between him and a close friend and have said friend labeled an enabler, or crossing state lines to illegally possess a car that you coerce someone into letting you lease them, or trying to repossess a house from your ex-partner. Like, it's crazy to me that before any proof was presented, the first stone that Blair threw over something so trivial and stupid was enough to suggest that regardless of if she did those things, she was certainly capable of them. Not to mention that at least twice she clutches her pearls about accusations that she herself is later found guilty of.
Blair accused one of Devon's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. One segment was about the YouTuber Illuminati, whose videos heavily plagiarized documentaries. She downloads the footage and then paraphrases the voiceover. And if you're lucky, she'll briefly acknowledge she's just telling you what happened in a documentary you could have watched for yourself.
In 2020, Click was still using horrifying language and slurs that have long been deemed unacceptable.
Blair can be seen in this using the exact word in question that she condemns and damns others for using, only 3 years prior to her stating that word was never in my vocabulary. According to Blair, even 10 years is inexcusable.
But then she decides to escalate the situation by bringing in intimate details of her former employees' mental health, when there has been a huge surge in sympathy and seriousness surrounding conversations around mental health over the past decade. And it's a creator who was less than a tenth her size when people hate to see creators punching down, and then use your wealth to try and force them into silence with litigation. When the audience on YouTube hates being reminded that some YouTubers are rich almost as much as they hate YouTubers turning to litigation, even if it's justified. To loosely quote Barry Allen, if there was an Olympics for bad choices, Blair didn't just medal, she Michael Phelps. Do you know how bad you have to mess up to get the internet to universally side with 4 white dudes, one of whom is a literal blue-haired liberal? If there was ever going to be a group for the internet to turn against, you would think it's this one, but no. The extent of Blair's possible literal crimes are both so great and numerous that the Illuminati brand is broken beyond repair. And every time Blair's had the chance to change course, she just kept making things worse. Though on a note completely unrelated from YouTube's top pyramid scheme buster going under, I would like to announce my new company that'll help you be your own boss, Jimmy Coin. It's like crypto, except in order
Kappa. He ends the video with his fucking ad spawns. So, having seen that there is a update that shows that he has settled out of court, would love for nothing more than to find out that she has tried to return into content. Because at this point, the epilogue of this story basically has to be all cast of characters come back and you just get an update of where everybody is. The first one that has to be through, or rather no, the last one, or last 2 ones. The one before last, Oz and partner, pregnant again, triplets. Illuminati, now forced to be a VTuber who sells hentai skins and gamer subs. That would be justice. That would be good. That would be great. It'd also be funny.
for it to go big, you just sell the coin to 3 people, and then they sell the coin to 3 people, and they sell it to another 3 people, and so on and so forth. And what's so great about this scandal in the making, because the billionaires will be so jealous, is that you get to make money from all 3 of your transactions, while I get to make money from all of everyone's transactions. And people say that influencers in the crypto space can't be trusted. But
Kappa. Alright. Next up. Or actually, no. Not next up. It was in between the 2 of them. I couldn't see it. Ah, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's what I'm waiting for. Sid Alpha versus Smash JT. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every single bit of it. Right into my fucking system. Okay. I know almost everything there is to be about this one. Okay. I want you to watch this work, chat. Smash JT, as most people should be aware of, has been making the rounds as one of the newest warriors in the culture war. He's been fucked with by Alyssa Mercanti, and I'm not gonna say the guy's name because his name has already been released and doxed all over Kiwi Farms, but most of you would know him as Kate Bush's something, other name Airbagged. White guy, lives in his parents' allotted gated community. Literally Twitter Hassan. He's been getting fucked with those people. Recently, she has used NYC law to create a lawsuit for the intention of getting Jeff Tarzia, which is his name, to get Smash JT's location and dox his information, of which then he used that to then spread it even further amongst an audience of people that want to harass him, as well as harass Mark Kern. Mark Kern is separate from this, however. Alongside journalistic integrity comes the ability to keep track of what people are saying and doing on other platforms. And on those other platforms, one of the things which they chose to do was to follow content creators talking about issues. In his infinite wisdom, or lack thereof, Smash JT has been following people, talking about the narratives and issues and content and concepts where he was basically frequently going after people. How frequently? As frequently as he'd see a comment on the platform, he'd talk about a comment on that platform, and then get upset that there are people telling him, you cannot use our platform for this. Disappointing that there are some things like this now that are in the newsfeed for those who do not know me or our community any better, from Emir Zavat, which is the 10-cent headhunter that most of us were introduced to from the Game Awards. Nick Calandra, one of the many individuals and the co-founder and content director of the Second Wind Group, which was called out by the other Frost, one of the individuals who has left said group to go on independent because Nick Calandra is a literal game journal goysalopper, who will use his power to silence other people's opinions and attempt to take credit from other people's work for himself. And then Jeff, on his own account, talking about how Nick Calandra has attacked him. Can anybody here spot the problem as to why a platform that is incensed against somebody with the viewpoint of someone like Jeff Tarzia would have his account besmirched? What did Smash JT do wrong here? I mentioned it earlier. Let's see if anyone's paying attention. What did Smash JT do wrong? Any takers? Any takers? Any takers? Damn it. Damn it. I have to dig for the 8. That'll work too. I guess no one has a guess. He went to the lion's den and then got surprised and mad that they bit off his head. You went into the place where you know they are already going to be against you, and are surprised that they did what they do frequently. Shocker. Shock beyond shocks. I'm not surprised. No one should be surprised. This is probably a loss. So, he went in, he got his post and comment removed, then they reinstated his comment, but then disabled his account, because they wanted to try and get his information. This is something in which they've done frequently because, as you might notice, when he made this comment on the platform, he listed that he was unemployed at Microsoft, instead of listing that he was the proprietary owner of his YouTube channel and his streaming career of SmashJT. So what they chose to do was one of those reach-around examples of, you say that you are this, this, and this. So, we want you to give us your government ID. This then would lead to SmashJT eventually having the obvious happen to him, which is that his account was found in violation of the rules of the platform, and that his account would now be restricted indefinitely. In the capacity, assuming you're in the capacity of a content creator and you're in the capacity of a on-the-ground news reporter, why in the infinite fuck would you go onto the platform that hosts dens of thieves and expect them to be fair to you and treat you with any sense of level of even-handed judgment? Why would you assume they would do this for you? Why would you assume they would not do what they do everywhere else and use the tools in the Master's Toolbox in the cottage industry of paid liars to lie? And what's worse is you can't even say that they're unfairly doing it. You're clearly posting defamatory and harassing and accusatory. Thank you, God. Thank God. My mouth. Accusatory behavior to antagonize them on another platform that is meant for networking. Yes, LinkedIn is one of the many places where games journalists work to double, triple the narrative to their benefit. I've covered it with Kim Belair. I've covered it with David Bernard, which is the co-founder for Sweet Baby Inc. I've covered it with other games journalists and other individuals who talk on this platform in this means, in this way. It happens all the time. But you went into the lion's den and you're mad that they bit your fucking head off. You slapped the hornet's nest and you're upset that they utilized their tricks and their trade and their power to exact vengeance on you. Are you stupid? You cannot tell me you're that stupid. The entire point, they're all on the ground, that's why I couldn't find my scissors. Damn it. The entire point of having an account like Libs of TikTok or Libs of Blue Sky is so that you take the content from the platform and you post it somewhere else where everybody else can see it, so that the person in question can't control it. By all means, use your LinkedIn account to watch what they're saying, but don't violate the rules of the platform while you do so, or tip off that that is what you're doing, and the way that you're doing it. Now, of course, this would not work in your behest because you are a known figure, and you were already doxxed as is, before this and after this. But let's assume that you are a no-name figure. You want to do truth to power. You effectively want to be a whistleblower. You're trying to fight against a group that is known for attacking those that expose information about them. What do you think, chat, is the smart tactic to use? Do you, 1, do covert operations and gather information on them and slowly run havoc over the business, or do you, 2, pull a Martin Luther and stamp your name and your letter and your manifesto of how they should change the industry to the front door of the business, and then act surprised that they sent hired hitman assassins to attack you for the secrets that you shouldn't know and that you shouldn't be able to expose, because if you did, you'd ruin their operation. Press 1 for yes, or 1 for the first and 2 for the second. What do you think would be the smartest tactic you should use? For those of you who say 1, you are correct. For those of you who say 2, I have follow-up questions for you. When you go up to that door of the building, and you feel that you're doing something that's just, and that's good, and that's right, do you think the place that you should be communicating that should be back to the face and the individuals who already do not listen to people and have no vented interest in listening to people? Or do you think that you should, A, go to people who have the ability to platform you so you can use their voice to speak? Or do you, 2, only say this amongst your inner group of people to make a resistance force that will now fight against them? The correct answer in this situation is whatever happens to work in the context of that situation. Effectively, you're creating a freedom fighter force, full of people who can refer back to and can address the statement and address the topics. But unfortunately, you no longer have the ability to do that. Why? Because now your account's gone. You don't have the platform from which you can now be able to see what they're saying and doing, and then report back to what other people are saying and doing. Now, of course, that's just one person down, but in terms of your own business, you have lost a tool because you don't know how to use it. And instead of taking it on its face, much like how I lost my first account to somebody hacking it for reasons that I still don't understand to this day, there's nothing to get from the attention of telling people. All I can do is make them aware of, hey, first player Carl is no longer under my control. The person who stole that account is now using it to try and scam people with dick pics. Don't know why, for what purposes they would do it for. If it was for a meme, if it was to somehow expose me and the things that I've ever talked about with other people about, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It happened, you move past it. Instead, oh my god, can you believe it? I was talking shit, I fucked around and I found out. Here's a list of all these embarrassing things that I did. Please don't make fun of me about them. This would go out like a hilarious shot over the internet. We would all hear and see about this shit. And then it would come to constantly trying to still look for attention from this for other people, since it was a circle jerk, effectively. This is where Sid Alpha comes in and tells him, stop doing what you're doing. However, it's very clear that the reason that LinkedIn admins stepped in and banned him is because he's clearly using the platform in a way to get attention and do something outside the point, which is networking about business. Sucks to suck, but that's the truth. Read, simply. Listen, Smash JT. I know you're riding high right now in terms of your account, and you're most likely not going to listen. But what you were doing there was in direct TOS violation for LinkedIn and was essentially incitement. I get that you're now a victim of leftism. Everybody that knows me also knows that I'm about as far away from the far left as fact is to fiction. And this, what you're doing right now, is pandering. And you will be not taken seriously outside of those who have latched onto your content. Real journalism and critique requires an honest attempt to aim for objectivity, something you surrendered long ago. If I was a leftist, I could eat this sort of thing alive without even trying. I'm disappointed in you. This is the reason why, in the back and forth between people like Alyssa Mercanti, many of her dick writers, and many of the dick writers of both Mark Kern, and I suppose also Smash JT, I personally like him, but that doesn't matter when his actions are so contemptible. Why there have been so many people who have been very serious about making sure that the people who understand how to do this job are, quote, doing the work. Because earlier I was asked a question about whether or not Kendrick Lamar is, quote, doing the work. in this context, here, doing the work as a replacement, a parallel society of gamers that have their own informed content creators. Doing the work in this context means that as much as I could say as much as whatever the fuck I want to say about any topic, I'm capable of knowing about what the fuck is happening. I have to have a relatively intellectual opinion about that thing being said. I need to be able to derive down and then mine for and then benefit you with the information that is necessary in the context of these situations. And I need to be able to do my job at the end of the day. Doing the job in this context is reporting the news, not trying to incite never-ending drama slop for my channel. This would then move to here, where Sid Alpha would then retweet his own opinion and quote it, saying, "By all means, let me know if I am wrong. I'm not concerned with bridges. They were already gone the moment I called out Mark Kern and his painful lack of progress with Emirate, as well as a couple of times that I already called out Smash JT for failure to investigate." Where one of the individuals who's known for doing this would come up and try to bring his opinion in. This being the individual in question who's been trying to dick ride on Alyssa Mercanti. His entire methodology has been to both, one, buy bots, two, act like a jackass for the left, and three, use it to make a platform for himself to build for a Twitch channel so that he can further be an Alyssa Mercanti waiting room streamer. It would then evolve to here, where Talark, a person who comes from tech Twitter, would bring to attention this. To be honest, this is more about being professional versus using professional mannerisms than it is about being political. In the real world, you work with people from every walk of life, and mutual respect is expected. I saw the post. He wrote middle school level insults, and the actions that he did have consequences, which would then move to here. Smash JT is, from what I have seen, completely incapable of any level of professionalism, and he has no concept of journalistic integrity. Case in point, I knew Nick Calandra is not a man to be trusted. I listened to him about the Grums and Emirate situation in case that he still had information that I might not even have, even though I hold zero respect for him in a professional capacity. Journalism is like critique in many ways. You deal with the information regardless of your personal feelings, while acknowledging that your personal feelings will color your own interpretation and facts. It's all about informing the reader/viewer at the end of the day, and Smash JT is all about dramatization, as many and the same as others. And the result of that is that he consistently gets information wrong. Case in point, not long ago he made a big ado about a bug that required purchasing of DLC to resolve. The bug was already fixed more than a month before JT ever caught wind of it, and it could have been found after less than 5 minutes of Googling and research. I called JT out on that story, but no correction was ever made by him, and it was a common thing for him and his ilk where they have zero integrity and accountability. It is, quite literally, tabloid journalism. I can like different people who talk about different topics and talk about those different topics in those different spheres, but it's just useless. It's useless because I care not for Mark Kern and his opinions. I don't go to him for takes. I don't go to Smash JT for takes. I usually would go for him for updates about the drama. Therefore, I see him as a gaming drama YouTuber. It just so happens to be that the drama itself is IRL. Should Alyssa Mercanti be stirring shit everywhere she goes? No, she should not. That's why she has the reputation that she has. JT cannot also be stirring shit everywhere he fucking goes. He can't be stirring up shit everywhere he's going. He can't be getting upset that people are now writing him off. He can't be getting mad about it. And then act surprised that people don't look to him as a person that could be truthfully trusted on the topics. But that doesn't really matter if all the other people who are in the view of gaming drama are then platforming him. There are plenty of people who do it. Side Scroller does it. My Mutual Dev does it. Probably any place that would have him, including Friday Night Hypnotic, does it. I don't think he's had a crossover with Friday Night Tights, which would then be Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers and the like. but amongst the many circles that he has been moving through, a lot of this has been more about Smash JT making things for himself and bringing attention for himself, rather than bringing attention to the topics that he's talking about. Not knocking him for making a counter lawsuit fund so that he can be able to deal with being harassed by Alyssa Mercante from New York City with her lawsuit. I understand exactly why he would. And by all means, I'm not going to say that he's trying to take that money in pocket, because he's already demonstrated and proven of himself that he has actually kept track of that money, and that he's made sure that that money goes to where it's supposed to go to. Since his lawyer has been with him on several streams, has been with him on several streams to talk about how he knows that Alyssa Mercante is currently violating spoilers of evidence by trying to delete the tweets that are a part of the discovery that proves the point that she is making a frivolous lawsuit, and that she has called for mutuals of her own amongst the leftist sphere to try and allow her to get away with doing so. She shouldn't be allowed to do that. But Smash JT also has to hold himself to the letter of the law and the position of his job. If he's not going to cover the news, he needs to just cover the drama. Because if he can't be a games journalist, he just needs to be a YouTuber. By all that means, he is succeeding in doing that. But he's not succeeding in winning over the people who really matter in this, which is the consumers. Because what is Jeff basically doing for us? What has he done for us lately? Bringing attention and talking about a situation is not the same thing as producing good work and creating the entertainment value that should be brought from it. Because if all you're doing is going to him and saying, but he's fighting against them by exposing them. No, he's not. They usually brag about these things, and we usually come to the same attention about the shit that is happening. I'm not going to abandon you in the situation, but I am going to tell you, toughen the fuck up, straighten up the chin. Because this is not what we do here. We don't do this here. This is gay, this is cringe. Stop it. Said Alpha has 100% the right to call him on that, because he's been calling out Mark Kern the entire time over the shit with Emery. Everybody who's been calling out that has. Mark Kearney's gonna go and make video games. Smash JT has to decide if he's going to be covering drama or if he's going to be covering game news. If he's going to be covering game news, it's not hard for him to pull a Vara Dark and only talk about that. And whenever somebody decides to get personal about you, the way that David Jaff decided to get personal about her, that you can't immediately jump in his ass, pause, and be able to fuck him up, pause. Because, yeah, they're not in the place to speak. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's exceptionally dumb. They can do better than this. Stupid. But this is not what we do here. It's gotta change, it's gotta stop, because it's not what we do here. It is 7:01, fuck me. Fuck me, yes, it is $3 million. Let's see here, the other updates that I have here, I think we will save this for tomorrow. Because it's first stream of the first year. Today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday. I think I can cover the rest of this. And then we'll see what trouble I can get into on Friday. Alright. I'm going to go eat the rest of my dinner. And then probably take a nap, chat. I will see you next time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Probably not actually the same Carl time. My sleep schedule's been fucked. Fucked beyond belief, chat. So I will see you when I see you. I might even come back live later on in the night. I'll probably be playing Path of Exile too. The Belmonk's coming along really good. That character does a little bit too much damage. It does a little bit too much damage. It's still inside the campaign, but it does a little bit too much damage. Mind you, this version of the Belmonk is a solo self-found example with what I'm going to say is not the best gear. And if I'm able to get the pinnacles with that within, I'd say, a month, check back on this since it's literally the 1st of January. If I can come back with examples and pushes of this character being great towards the end of the month, towards the beginning of February, I'm probably going to make monk guides about that build. Don't think I'll publish them to my main channel. I'll probably publish them to my secondary channel. But boy, oh 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 boy. Oh boy. I might do it as a video. I might do it as a stream presentation, a build. But practice video probably for the second channel. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna go now. Thank you to everyone who has donated and who has supported throughout the holiday season, especially those who have donated today here. I appreciate you. You a real one. You smart. You got big PPs. You got big tatas. Juicy. Firm. Not a lot of fuzz. Unless that's your bag, then a lot of fuzz. Whole beaver. Alright, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, chat. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.